Hello, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good
Go ahead.
morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, delegates, and participants. Warmly welcome back to the 12th International Conference on Agriculture and Veterinary Transformative Approach, Research, and Innovation Forms, ICAVRI 2025, hosted here at this platform. Day one was nothing short of inspiring, full of thoughts, provoking discussions, groundbreaking ideas, and the gracious presence of our honorable guest who set a remarkable tone to this global gathering. Now, as we step into day two, this beautiful Monday morning of November 17, 2025, we are all set to dive into another power packed day of keynote addresses, invited talks, expert sessions, and impactful dialogues that promise to take our learning and collaboration to the next level. So, without any further delay, let us commence the inaugural session of day two. With immense pleasure and enthusiasm, I invite all our esteemed guests to kindly join us on the stage platform as we begin today's proceeding with renewed energy and excitement. Let's the inspiration continues. To kick off our sessions, we are honored to begin with our first keynote address. It gives me a great pleasure to warmly welcome Dr. Arun Chandan Sir, Regional Director of the National Medicinal Plants Board, Ministry of Ayush, New Delhi. Dr. Chandan is a qualified Ayurvedic medico specialist holding a doctorate, renowned for his pioneering work in sustainable cultivation, research and policy innovation within India's Ayush ecosystem. With over 3 decades of leadership, including as Executive Director of the Mountain Form Himalayas from 2009 to 2012 and Secretary cum Director of the Society of Environmental and Rural Awareness, he has driven national initiations such as a landmark 1993 to 1994 Natural Resources Report for NORAD that secured significant funding for Himachal Pradesh biodiversity projects, innovative use of traditional folk drama for the public health awareness on sanitation, and partnerships with the National Innovation Foundation to document local healers and protect indigenous knowledge rights. These efforts bridge traditional wisdom with modern science, fostering biodiversity conservation, rural livelihoods, and his vision of Lok Ayurveda for integrative healthcare. His insights and inspiration and experience will surely enrich today's discussion and set a strong foundation for the session ahead. With that, I invite you, Dr. Chandan sir. The screen is all yours.
Thank you very much, Sakshi, and thanks a lot to Just Agriculture and the team for inviting me for such a wonderful event. I feel privileged to be among you all, uh, and I will be sharing some of the ecosystem currently going on in the country related to medicinal plant sector and its role in Ayush or as well as in veterinary sector for that matter. So let me tell you, since I represent National Medicinal Plants Board, as it's one of the regional centers for Northern region, I look after 7 states: UP, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, Delhi, Uttarakhand, and Himachal. So primarily, we are a single-stop solution for all activities related to medicinal plants. So, for the last 7, 8 years, we are very actively working with the multi-stakeholder approach. We do work with farming community, we do work with academic institutions, scientists, researchers, industries, and anyone who is related to medicine, this sector actually. So let me share a small presentation with you. Just permit me to share this. Uh, yeah. So is this presentation visible to you all? Yeah.
Yes, sir, it is totally visible.
Okay, okay. So, as I told you, my center is hosted at Research Institute in Indian Systems of Medicine. This is extremely in the northern part of India, that is in Mandi district of Himachal Pradesh. It's a very old research institute in Indian Systems of Medicine, which was established in 1958 under the second five-year plan just after the independence. So, together we are working on all aspects of medicinal plants sector, as I told you in the beginning. So you see, let me refer one of the famous quotation of Ashtang Sangrah, Ashtang Hriday. This is the oldest treatise of Ayurveda which deals with health and wellness. So this says, Uchito yasya yom deshas tajam yasya aushadamita. So this quotation says, the medicinal plants of a particular area where that very person has born are always useful to treat the common ailments uh, which they do occur there. So the point is the local resources, the local medicinal plants, or they're always used. They can always be used to treat the local disease burden or disease profile of that area. So with this, actually, post COVID situation, all these things they are coming back now. People have started thinking on all these things, but there are certain issues. Those are the priorities or innovations people or researchers can work upon. So I will be just throwing some light on them. The second part of the quotation says, Deshantrapi Vastu Tutulya Gun Janam Cha. It says that even if the person has migrated from that very area, even then the medicinal plants belonging to that endemicity of that particular area, they are always useful to that person. So you can just make an idea or imagination how these medicinal plants are important to one's life. So coming back to my regional centers activities, so let me tell you, first of all, as I told you, the entire country has been divided into 7 zones for establishing regional cum facilitation centers. And let me also tell you that National Medicinal Plant Board was constituted in 2000 in the month of November by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, with an objective that approximately 8,000 manufacturing units of Ayush systems, particularly this Ayurveda, this Siddha, Unani, and homeopathy, or now for that matter, Sova Rigpa, that Tibetan system of medicine. So these systems, they were having around 8,000 manufacturing units to manufacture their medicine. Majority of the raw material which they were using, that was coming from the wild, from the forest areas, and there was a threat for their depletion and all that. So with this objective to conserve medicinal plants, to promote in situ and access to conservation, particularly cultivation and all that, this board was established. And 2014 ministry came into being. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji created this ministry 2014. Then it came under the control of Ministry of Ayush, and 2017 was the time when these regional centers were open across the country. Being two states, the Himalayan states under my jurisdiction, we do work on Himalayan medicinal plants. You see, they are very precious, divine medicinal plants. They are used in most of the medicinal plants, very precious. You will find them. They are very useful in chronic ailments like cirrhosis of liver and cancers. More than 70 plants, they have been screened for cancer, actually, various types of cancers. So, being so important area, all Himalayan states, Himalayas, they are the house of these precious plants. And in the classical text, it has been said that Him Aushadhi Bhumi Nam. So, whatever medicinal resources, whatever bioresources they are growing in mountains in Himalayas, due to the effect of moon, they become very precious. They are very rich in phytoconstituents. They are very rich in their uses. So that is the reason that we do operate in mountainous states, and we are working on these very important medicinal plants like Surya costus, like Pashan Bed, like Kut, like Picrorhiza crua, Atish. There are a number of. We are working on more than 160 species, 60 medicinal plants. Those are into trade, and they are demanded by various pharmaceutical companies or even the healthcare providers across the globe. So, in the last 7 8 years, what I would like to share with you is that we did a lot to understand the supply chain gaps of this sector. uh, particularly the wild collection concerns. You see, as I told you, 70 to 80% raw material which is used in this industry is still sourced from the wild resources. Only to 22 to 30% is now being cultivated. But still, there is a pressure on wild, on the forest for this. So we try to understood the supply chain gaps. I will be discussing about them because all those are the gray areas for research and innovation for the budding or the young researchers in the coming times. So, and second is we try to understand the bottlenecks of cultivation, goodness of cultivation, and even what were the contract farming failures or successes under this. So these were our learnings, and we put on our strategies on all these things. So we introduced some supporting activities, like we came with a solution that farmer should be taught to come under one end-to-end solution. He should not be allowed, or we should not encourage that he just go to the mandi and see for the marketing, because where even he is unable to get a good price there always. So we thought, let us do end-to-end solution. Whatever he grows, he start primary processing or even value adding, then go for marketing, and then uh, earning out of that. And then for that matter, for to address the volume issue, we went on cluster approach. Then validation at the source is one of the key thrust area which we came out with that, and I will be sharing some examples out there. So what happens is, in any agri commodity, generally marketing that is seen as a one of the major bottlenecks. So here we have one platform in place, that is e-Charak. It's by Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So this is a facilitation from this platform for marketing. It's open source available. One can go and register it. One can use it. And to stretch it further, we came out with a online platform, that is Jadi Buti Bazaar. So that we are doing. So, and then we brought the raw material of medicinal plants on GEM also. GEM is government e-marketing place. So it's mandatory for government agencies to buy it from there. So these are some of the efforts we tried at national medicinal plants level or at regional levels. So then in the last, what was happened is we came out with an integrated model of medicinal plants cultivation and creating farms, doing intercropping and appropriate species together, and looking into the agroeconomics of all these species. So if we even see, even right now, if I just highlight some of the key challenges, you see what was happening is we were just estimating that by the end of 2050, this demand and supply side of this sector will become a global economy, and then increase with the rate of 7% CAGR was being estimated. But what happened post-COVID situation? This surge in global demand of traditional medicine and related associated these products has considerably increased. It has gone to 35% now. 30 to 35%, which is highest ever rise in any agri commodity in the last 100 years. So this is seen as one of the big opportunity for India or the Indian farmers to come forward. But there are two problems actually, due to which we are unable to cater to the global needs. One is traceability, and second is the quality concern. Even people related to agriculture sector, they might understand my concern, which I am highlighting here. Traceability, yes, it can be solved through technology. And quality, basically, there are number of parameters of quality, because if anything is sent to be outside India, there are concerns of microbial contamination, metal, aflatoxins, and so on. Even the pesticide residues, permissible limit, and all that. So these are big concerns as far as cultivation or agriculture goes in India. So now we are trying to address them, and we are supporting farmers at various levels to address them and go for to complete the domestic need as well as the need outside India. One more thing which I would like to highlight here, because you might have observed that post COVID to 22 to 24, if you have seen the various papers published in food related journals, you might have found that there are certain papers those depict that there are number of comparisons, why deaths were less in India, why deaths were more in US and other countries where even the very sophisticated healthcare system is in place. So the results are that the use of culinary herbs and spices in the Indian communities, in the Indian people, are the strengths of immunity related factors basically. You see, due to that increased outcome and research demand and all that, so there is a threat on our traditional medicinal knowledge now, because many people are, they have started again looking into the aspects of traditional knowledge of food, culinary herbs, and all that. And even now, people are more searching the plant genetic resources of traditional medicine actually. So they are comparing it from different angles and all that. So this is again an opportunity for the researchers to again re-look into the this potential of traditional knowledge with respect to the current prevailing demands or problems in the society or in the globe. So, although Government of India has come out with the TKDL, the traditional knowledge digital library in place for Ayush products, but still there is lot to done because many of the traditional knowledge still is passing from one generation to the next generation. That is orally. That is required to be documented, and digital databases are required to be created for that. Still, there are people, there are traditional healers who are expert in treating certain diseases and so on. So, and you see what has happened as a result of the unscientific and destructive harvesting from the wild. Around 427 Indian medicinal plants, they have entered into the category of rare, endangered, and threatened. So 28 are deemed extinct and 124 endangered and 81 are rare. If I speak of only this state of Himalaya, so that Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, we have total 57 species. Those have entered into the category of threatened. So these are serious concerns because of the fact that now, if any species that has entered into the category of RET of IUCN or that red data book, they cannot be exported actually. There is exclusively export ban on that. Only cultivated species in that matter can be exported out of India with relevant cultivation certificate. So and even one more thing which has happened post introduction of the National Biodiversity Act, you might be aware about that. That was introduced in 2002. Uh, Post Convention on Biological Diversity and discussion between various countries. 2010, this Nagoya Protocol, the follow-up CBT, one new this legislation, but new agreement came in, that was access benefit sharing. So it was said that whatever resources are extracted from the wild, so the buyer has to pay ABS, excess benefit sharing, back to the communities who are involved in that. So that was introduced in 2014 in India. So now the state biodiversity boards, under the leadership of National Biodiversity Authority, have introduced this access benefit sharing system in this country for harnessing of wild resources. Many of the medicinal plants, they have been covered under this now, although there is some relaxation for the Ayush industry now, but still in the Ayush related industries whose turnover is more than 5 crores, it's a recent amendment. They have to pay ABS, which is 3 to 5% based on the volume and category of the species, which has to be given back to the communities through biodiversity management committees or state biodiversity boards. So, and then there is one national intellectual property rights policy in place since 2016. So again, this is again talking of protection of traditional knowledge related to traditional medicine. I mentioned about National Biodiversity Act earlier. So there are two interesting things under this act which I think we everyone should know. One is PVR and second is VMCs. See, to if I personally tell you my experience, I feel that in the coming times, the wild collection from the forest of harnessing any bioresources will completely be banned. Only the sustainable extraction could be possible, would be possible through the biodiversity management committees. Every panchayat in this country has been made instrumental to create one biodiversity management committee, which every panchayat in this country is having now. So, and the role of BMC is to basically control and manage the bioresources of that particular area. And there is one another term which is PBR, basically. That is Public Biodiversity Register. This is essential to maintain because of the fact to protect the intellectual property rights of the people pertaining to the traditional knowledge related to various aspects like agriculture, environment, medicinal plants, traditional healing, forest resources, whatever. So all resources, all traditional medicine related to those resources is required to be documented under PBR. So now every panchayat should have its PBR prepared under a prescribed format by National Biodiversity Authority, and that is to be uploaded on online. And the reason is it will be on public domain. That knowledge will become on public domain with the name of the innovator and healer whatsoever, so that it cannot be its intellectual property right can be protected. It cannot be patented and all that. So this is an important aspect which has been done under this act, but the process very slow. So there is also a scope of innovation and research under this category also. So, and every drug which is manufactured in this country, that comes under Drugs and Cosmetic Act, which was amended time to time. It is basically an act of 1945. So, under Ayush or Ayurvedic Medicines Act, there is a provision of maintaining traceability schedule, basically. So it is mandatory for all manufacturers of Ayush industry that they will inform the Ministry of Ayush or National Medicinal Plant Board about the volume and sources of the raw material they may be using in production of their medicine. So why I am talking here, interestingly, is because we want to know what raw material is being consumed by the industries and how we can link this data or information to the farmers or the farming communities or the collectors, growers across the country. But it's sorry to say that not much data is being received from the pharmaceutical industry. Not correct, very correct data is not being received from them. So, and then another term which I am working on. See, I have been working in the field more than 40 years now. So, uh, I referred a number of PhD theses or the papers related to Lok Ayurveda. I call it Lok Ayurveda. Lok Ayurveda is an Ayurveda which is prevalent among common people, common. May this the communities, or there are knowledge holders across the country, traditional knowledge holders, traditional community practitioners and all that. So if I refer the ethnobotanic PhDs thesis and all that, so I always see that the healer and its knowledge of ethnobotany is only relevant to the researcher until unless he has written a paper or he has completed his PhD work. So this is sad part of the story. So we think that whatever good and scientific knowledge comes out of the ethnobotany should be well documented, should be validated, should be brought to clinical trials and all that, and we should be facilitating the process of product development and should be protecting the intellectual property right of the knowledge holders. So even I referred number of PhDs on ethnobotany, but I could not find a single PhD or a single work on this. Only few work has been done, like Dr. Pushpangan did for Arogya Pacha, where excess benefit sharing model was very nicely done and shared with the community. Royalty was shared with the community. So this is a big potential area. So I am personally involved in this. In the coming 5-10 years, we are coming up with a big project on Lok Ayurveda. So we have started documentation of the healers, we have started documentation of their knowledge, validation, and all that. So we are coming up with the Vishwa Ayurved Vidyapeeth, Lok Ayurved Vidyapeeth, that will be facilitating masters and PhD courses exclusively on the traditional knowledge of healers in this country. So again, I'll skip this. So if you see in the total, the Ayush system as a whole, the five systems which I told you, A stands for Ayush, Y for Yoga and Naturopathy, U for Unani, S for Siddha, H for Homeopathy, and sixth is Sova Rigpa, the Tibetan or the Amchi system, which is practiced in Ladakh and Kinnaur, Lohal, and Spiti districts of Himachal Pradesh. So these are the six systems. Although Ayurveda is a complete system of healthcare, age care basically. Ayu stands for age, care is the age care. So it's a system of lifestyle. It's a science of Ayurveda, but still we have six branches now officially included in Ayush now. So as a whole, if we see, we use around 2,500 species. You can see the classification here. We are using about 30% species like 1587 in Ayurveda. Still, we are contributing 192 species in modern medicine. There are a number of species; those are used to make steroids, analgesics, and so on. And Siddha, we are using around 1128. You know, Siddha is practiced in Tamil Nadu. It's a Dravidian part of Dravidian culture. So the practitioners of Siddha, they are known as Siddhar. Unani is the Unani system of medicine. Majority of the species are common, but still there are 503 unique species. Homeopathy, although it's not an Indian system of medicine, it's originally a German system of medicine, but still, because it was being practiced heavily in Bengal, even before independence, that is the reason it has been included. And the source of medicine is always the medicinal plants. That is the reason it has been included in Ayush, basically. So, if even coming back to the consumption of raw material, in addition to Ayush systems, if you see the various segments where the raw material of herbs or medicinal plants is consumed, one is major is veterinary care products. Although the pharmacopoeias of states across the country, they are silent about use of herbal resources in making medicines of veterinary care. But if you see the Lok Ayurvedic aspect of this sector, even the primary treatment which is done for animal care in veterinary at the grassroots level, the first hand option available with the farmers is always the herbal medicines. But still, they are not part of pharmacopoeia. But I am happy to tell you that Ministry of Ayush about 1.5 years back, came out with the first pharmacopoeia of veterinary herbal care with 60 formulations in place, validated, and that is one that herbal medicines, they have a role in preparation of medicines as a raw material. Then culinary herbs and spices. It's a big gray area, and even big demand is being received from outside India also. Then aromatic oils and home care, aromatherapy, flavors and fragrances. You might be knowing that the yellow color, which is used in bakery, largely come from turmeric, particularly in US, UK. Then extracts, pharmaceutical resin and gums. It's a big area. More than 10,000 companies, they have entered into the production of phytochemicals and extracts. And if I just give you an example of resin and gums, you may be knowing about gum acacia, the gond of kikar, which is collected from Rajasthan and Punjab very heavily. And this is one of the ingredient which has been permitted by US FDA for constipation removal. So it's a matter of surprise that gum acacia, even the people who are involved in collection of resin in India, they may not be knowing that this gum is popular in America to which is used to cure this constipation. So similarly, there is one plant Opuntia. We call it Nagfani here in India. It's a desert plant. Usually, it is grown alongside the rivers, and it's a zero fight again. Some company has extracted one phytoconstituent out of it, which is considered to be the best, that molecule considered to be the best weight reduction molecule, safely reduces the weight of a person. So that has again been permitted by US FDA. So you can see the phytochemicals or even the specific extracts market as well as the resin and gum market. It's a big segment actually. So a lot of raw material is routed through this also. Again, coming to the right top, ASU and H formulations, I referred earlier. So then there is another category, proprietary, ethical, and OTC medicines. So they are out of ASU's purview actually, proprietary medicines. So similar amount of raw material is consumed in production of these drugs also. OTC medicines also, like Leaf 52 and number of other medicines which are sold without the prescription of the doctor. Then herbal cosmetics and men's grooming is another area. Herbal teas, functional foods, and nutraceutical. This is a big opportunity again. Lot of business has been done under this post COVID, during COVID. Decoctions, kada, and all that. They came in the shape of herbal teas and all functional foods. Three regulations are there in place, which I would like to highlight here is 436 herbs as single food supplements in AI. Then another regulation is phytopharmaceutical drugs. That is why CTSO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. If you are able to take out more than 4 constituents in a single plant or a polyherbal formulation, that can be registered as a drug actually, out of independent of Ayush. Then another category is of nutraceutical under FSSAI. You can mix one or more than herbs as a polyherbal formulation. You can mix nutritional, this multivitamins and all that with herbs and all that. You lot of this nutraceutical products are there in the market. Now, one new interesting category under FSSAI has also came into being in 2022, post COVID again by Government of India under FSSAI. That is Ayurvedic Ahar. You will find a number of things because that is due to the pressure of use of medicinal herbs as culinary herbs post COVID, for nutrition and immunity increase. So this new category is a global business opportunity for the Indians who are into herbal sector, or they can formulate new products out of it. They can think. The interesting thing which has been included under this category is more than 79 classical texts of Ayurveda. They have been listed as a reference point for making formulation. This is a big gray area. Anyone from the audience here, if he is interested to work on this category, can speak to me separately. I can tell him how they can contribute in a big way, and how the enterprises or the institutions research, and even the entire ecosystem can be created to promote this Ayurvedic health category. Then safety and hygiene or other products which are now making being made out of the herbal resources. So let me briefly tell you. I have 10 minutes left now. So let me briefly tell you about the various aspects of supply chain and gaps. So left side, I'm talking of wild collection issues, right? Cultivation. Again, there are issues I discussed, like harvesting and all that. So to ensure traceability and quality, there is one good field collection practices protocol in place. Ministry of Ayush, following the WHO guidelines of good field, this good manufacturing practices, placed good field collection practices for medicinal plants raw material, how to collect them, the season, the quality, all that, and then ensure traceability, and then make available to the industry for making processing them, there only. So, and if we see the cultivation part, there are again some challenges like price challenges there, certification issues are there. Again, good agricultural practices has been researched for number of medicinal plants. Those are on the priority list of Ministry of Ayush. So, or in National Medicinal Plants Board, we are promoting them, we are propagating them. And then there are two more major again opportunities for the biotechnologists, for the agriculture background people, for the chemistry people, for all professionals of agriculture, agronomists and all that. So I would say that we are suffering with the problem of quality planting material. We don't have sufficient quality planting material to be given to the farmers for multiplication and creating large volumes of the crops required by the industry. Similarly, more than 100 ICAR and CSIR organizations, they have come up with varieties and cultivars of various medicinal plants for ensuring certain chemotypes or genotypes, ensuring the quality of the raw material. So there is a big opportunity for biotechnologists to multiply them, to source them, multiply, and take them to the field and all that. These are the gap or gray areas where agriculture professionals can come forward and think about this work. On the other side, to promote cultivation, we have brought all these things under, we converged with under various schemes like Manrega and all that, to ensure through livelihood opportunities for the communities throughout the year. There is a good ecosystem for all these things. Second challenge has been faced for the primary processing and post harvest management. At the farmers level, there is a problem of sorting, grading, drying, storage, and transportation. Again, for medicinal plant sector, there is a ecosystem that there are funding support available from the government, but there is a need that farmers should take no collective actions in this sector. Then again, post harvest management, we have been working to create a mandi network across the country, even in the region also. Then being establishment is under process is the collection centers, and then there is a dire need to go for technological interventions, like creating model primary this post harvest management units like drying, storage, and processing, primary processing, and all that. So again, we are into drafting or even recommending procurement policy like ecosystem here. So converging again with Manrega, MIDH, MSME, APEDA, Agri Infra Fund, and all that. So there are opportunities where grants can be taken or projects can be implemented in their collaboration. Uh, as I told you in the beginning, just letting you know some of the opportunities, innovations, and research areas. Yes, we are into helping the communities or individuals or researchers under all these categories through our incubation center. We can go for startups. We can do innovative product research and all that. So DMAPR at Anand Ahmedabad, they do have a incubation center dealing with all these medicinal plant related activities. So similarly, as I discussed earlier about the marketing part, so yeah, we are creating a ecosystem for all these things together. Uh, yeah, I will just cite one example of ashwagandha here. There is one company which is dealing with the standardized ashwagandha extract KSM 66 is first unicorn of Ayush. They have crossed now 1,000 crores, I believe. So they are only making this standard ashwagandha extract KSM 66, selling outside India as an ingredient for pizza topping and other things together. So some of the examples are here. I have already. So these are our stakeholders. We are working with them. All anything anyone related to medicinal plants sector is our stakeholder. So I will skip this, but I would like to highlight here that if you see the data of consumption data of raw material demand and supply, just refer this yellow one, rural household. You will surprise that approximately 2 lakh metric ton of raw material of medicinal plants is consumed by the rural household. That means they are the traditional healers. They are the women who are using it for their primary health care. So this shows that still in India there is a domestic demand for this kind of raw material as well. So these are our schemes like voluntary certification scheme for good agriculture practices and field collection practices. Rather now, this NOP certification is being ensured through APEDA also. So we are facilitating that process. So farmers, they don't have to pay anything. Ministry pays the certification cost and all that. So these are the key thrust areas of our work: conservation, cultivation, research development, quality assistance assurance, international cooperation, IEC training, marketing. These are some of the activities our thrust. So these are some of the research areas, because otherwise you just visit our website nmpb.nic.in. You can find out research priority areas there. Any institution, any NGO, any foundation, any trust, anyone who is related to medicinal plants can write a project to NMPV. In some of the areas you will find on our website, so they are available. You can always approach. You can always write projects on that. Multiplication, databases, bioactivity guided, and all substitute of RET species, sustainability. See, these are some of the areas I have highlighted, but anything related you feel is important with respect to research on medicinal plants can be taken up. Novel drug discovery, yes, the thing which I would like to highlight here, I think Sakshi can share my presentation with you all, but still, I would like to highlight here is that we have only screened some of the medicinal plants in the last 56, 70 years. There are number of species which are still underutilized. we are unable to utilize them. We are unable to identify them. There is a scope that we take them, the underutilized plant species, and screen them, and then go for future work on them. I'll again skip here. And then another opportunity in Lok Ayurveda is again restoring community traditions. So I would just like to highlight here, there is an ecosystem in this country that now government is serious to validate them, to give them certification and all that. So as traditional community healthcare provider, there is a provision for their validation and certification. So this is our online platform. So I'll skip it. This is jadibutibazaar.in. So ये हमारी, we have a helpline 180012057778, and you can find it on online also, eCharab.in. This is online help for anything related to medicinal plants. This is a journal, we bring it in Hindi. So annual issue is available for 2025. I will share it with the organizers. They can further share it with you. So these are three plants we generally discuss about them. One is Ephedra geradiana. It's a plant which is found in cold desert of Himalayas. Uh, Due to ephedrine, this is used in respiratory disorders. Used in Ayurveda, this is the same plant which is popularly known as Somlata. Second plant is Hippophi, which is Seabuckthorn. It's a wonder superfood of the world, having more than 200, approximately 200 nutrients in it. We are dealing with this also. Last plant is Ginkgo biloba. Ginkgo biloba is the oldest fossil tree on this universe, 25,000 crores years old. Although it's a Chinese plant, but its leaves are used Alzheimer, memory loss, and number of other diseases. We have promoted it also, so now they have started cultivation of this plant as well. So this is all about from my side. My time is over. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you all. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that truly enlightening and thoughtful provoking keynote address. Your PPT has raised our expectations and infused the morning with great energy.
Yeah. So
So,
if you have any questions, if someone has
yes,
any
sir, yes,
questions.
sir. There are a few questions. I am writing it down in the chat box. You can look at that. Just a second.
Yeah, the first question is related to Nagoya Protocol, how it ensures. You see, if I speak of India, there are number of bioresources, those are extracted from the wild. So the state biodiversity boards of each state, through the National Biodiversity Authority, has made it mandatory that any bioresources, if it is collected from the wild, the buyer has to pay back the royalty. So it has now being started. So royalty is being collected by the State Biodiversity Board, and it's going back again reinvested in the conservation of bioresources. So through the National Biodiversity Act, it has been imposed seriously in this country, and it is now taking place. Royalty is being collected. As I told you, it was 3 to 5% based on the resource importance of the resource. So another is, what is the importance of traceability and quality assurance in herbal raw material? You see, whosoever, let me give you one example. In India, sorry, outside India, the plant Picrorhiza curoa, which is used in liver disorders, was abundantly used by American doctors for the cirrhosis of liver, for the treatment of cirrhosis of liver. So when they came to know that this is unscientifically extracted from the wild, so they stopped it using. So here comes the traceability, because buyer he's interested to know from where it is coming, where it is being cultivated. Is it cultivated scientifically, or it is extracted scientifically? That is the basis of traceability. And why is cultivation of medicinal plants more sustainable than wild collection? See, at one day we need to stop the wild extraction, actually, keeping in view the carrying capacity of the nature. No one knows how much nature can carry these precious herbs. So definitely there is a need to go for their cultivation. Although there may be certain concerns of the concentration of phytoconstituents of those species, but yes, at one point of time, all scientific inputs are to be put to increase the phytoconstituents so that quality medicine can be produced out of the medicinal plants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all the answers. As Dr. Arun Chandan sir remind us that true healing begins when ancient wisdom meets fearless innovation, rooted in the earth's scared bounty and rising towards a resilient tomorrow. Let his lifelong quest for Lok Ayurveda ignite in us the yielding courage to nurture nature, empower communities, and forge a vibrant legacy of integrative health that will flourish for centuries to come. Your valuable insight, grounded in deep expertise and rich field experience, have not only broadened our understanding but have also set a strong, meaningful foundation for the discussions that will flow throughout the day. Your perspective on the evolving landscapes of medicine plants, sustainable practices, and the role of Ayush in the modern agriculture provide us with both inspiration and direction. We are grateful for the clarity, depth, and vision you brought for this session, sir. And once again, thank you so much for your time, your wisdom, and your contribution to ICAVRI 2025. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sakshi. Thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you, organizers. Thank you all.
Moving forward, our next keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Bhagwan Asevar, Director of Instructions and Dean of Vasantrao Nayak, VNMKV Prabhani. He will speak on technologies for climate smart agriculture and rain-fed agro ecosystems. Dr. Asavar is a distinguished agronomist and educator with over 3 decades of dedication, service to agriculture research, teaching, and extension on VNMKV, where he holds a PhD in agronomy for Acharya in Ranga Agriculture University, Hyderabad, complemented by his MSc and BSc in agriculture from VNMKV itself. As chief scientist for all the India coordinator research project on dryland agriculture, leader in climate resilient initiatives. He has spearheaded groundbreaking projects like the National Innovations in Climate Resilient Agriculture. As principal investigation and served as nodal officer for the World Bank funded Maharashtra project in climate resilient agriculture, values for the 4,000 crores, driving sustainable farming practices across rain-fed regions. His innovative contributions include developing 25 Android mobile apps for farmers, ensuring 25 research recommendations on nutrient management and drought mitigations. Receipt of the Agro Care Best Teacher Award 2013 and Excellence in Research Award 2018. And Dr. Bhagwan has guided 19 postgraduate and doctoral students or organized landmark trainings on the drought management and climate smart rain fed agriculture. With this, I welcome Dr. Bhagwan sir. Please take the stage, sir. Dr. Bhagwan sir, we request you to join us on this platform.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, 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 sir. So you are not audible.
Yes, yes. Now I'm
Audible.
audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So is there time or can I continue? What is the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stage is all yours. You can continue with the your PPT.
It's okay? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is
Yeah,
visible.
okay. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity for presentation in this 12th International Conference on Agriculture and Veterinary. And the topic of the conference is the transformative approach research and innovations. So the topic assigned to me is the technologies for the climate smart agriculture for the agri rainfed ecosystem. So first of all, I welcome all the participants in this conference. And we know that the climate change is there, and under this climate change, we know that lot of losses are taking place in the India, particularly in the different states of the India. And this will be the flow of my charts. Introduction will be there, scenario of rainfed agriculture in then climate resilient rainfed technologies, preparedness, real-time contingency planning, and conclusion and way forward. As we know that there are many risks are there. Agriculture is very risky business, and how to manage these risks, that is the major problem. And we know that the climate change as well as the weather risks are there. Bridging the yield gaps is also very important, because we know that the yield differences between the state level, national level, as well as the regional level, and that to the district level, they are very much. So how to bridge that gap? That is also one of the problem in climate change. We know that the what happened, the many dry spells are also coming, as well as the wet spell also coming. We have to manage the crop such a way that the whatever the effects of climate change are there, that should be reduced by new climate smart technologies. Then water risks are also there. In water risks also, the availability of water is also decreasing day by day. Soil health, we know that the soil also having this organic carbon content inside the soil is decreasing day by day. it is nowadays only 0.35% of the, it is required is more than 1%, but the actually the organic carbon content of the soil is decreasing. Then skewed farm mechanization also there, then market risks are also there. We know that the farmer they are not getting the minimum support price. And in agriculture, there are three M's are very important: monsoon, then management, and markets. If suppose these farmers are not getting the market price, then all this business will be in the loss. Then lack of processing and value addition facilities. We know that we are producing a lot of produce. The productivity is also increasing, but the value addition is very less. More than I think only 5% of this all whatever the products are there, it is only processed and value added is there. Otherwise, there is a 95% of the produce is sold as it is. That is one of the problem. Then poor policy supports as compared to the irrigated condition. In case of rainfed condition, the policy support is very less. So these are the managing risks. How to manage that? And we know that we are totally dependent on the monsoon. Then decreased rainfall is also there. Then climate change, climate variability is also impacting the Indian agriculture. Yield loss are also there. Bridging the gaps is also very important. Then water risks are also there. Lot of gaps is there. Only we know that the 45% area is under the irrigated condition, and 55% area is under the rainfed condition. If suppose all whatever the water availability is there, through that we can have only the maximum 45% area we can brought into the irrigation. Otherwise, all area will remain as a rain-fed only. But we have to increase the efficiency of water use efficiency. We have to increase the water use efficiency, because we know that the whatever the dams are there, canals are there, their efficiency is very less. So how to increase that? And after realizing full irrigation also, the 40% of the area will also remain as the rainfed only. So that this is the, though the rainfed area there, but it is having the lot of potential to have the more production. Soil health also very important in case of this particular climate change. The required per gram of the soil required is very less. It is only 5 gram. It is required more than 11 gram per kg of the soil. Then level of farm income is also very low due to the small and marginal holding. Resource poor farmers are also there. So we have to see how to increase this farm mechanization also in the break. Then assess the market in an essential requirement for small and marginal farmers in rural area. Underdeveloped market also we have to see how we can expose it to a high price risk also. Then lack of quality output input, no grading is there. If suppose farmers can do all this at their is level, only grading and just a cleaning, he will get the higher price. Then lack of quality outputs and no grading is also there. Then distress sales due to the debt obligation, because what happened in the rainfed agriculture, the farmer they are taking the money from the money lenders to have the sowing, and after that there will be less price will be he will get. So that many problems are there, and they are getting the less price. Then we can see how the in this 80% of the global area, this that is the rainfed agriculture as compared to our Indian condition in the globe we can go. So more than 80% area is the rainfed agriculture. Then this is the potential. Oh, though this is the rainfed area, you can have the example of all the whatever the green revolution was happened in the Punjab, Haryana as well as UP. So all this soil they are went out of cultivation due to the more use of the irrigation as well as fertilizer. That's why whatever the rainfed areas are there, they are having the lot of potential. We know that the 60% of the India's farmers they are reliant on the rainfed farming. 50% grass cropped area is also in rainfed agriculture. These are the agroclimate zones of Maharashtra, and particularly in Maharashtra and Marathwada, we are having 80% of the area in the rainfed condition in Maharashtra, and In case of Marathwada, majorly 86% area is under the rainfed condition. And already we have we have increased our productivity from 0.6 ton to the 1.2 ton at present, but there is need to develop more. These are the potentials. Then in the case of rainfed area, we can see the 88% of the pulses they are grown in the rainfed area, 69% are they are grown in the rainfed area, and 42% of the rice is also grown in the rainfed areas. In case of livestock population also, we have 55% indigenous cattle, 50% goats, and 60% sheep. They are uh, grown in the rainfed agriculture. That's why the rainfed agriculture is very much important. So we know that the effect of the climate change is there, but what are the ways for the sustainable yield? What are the smart climate resilient technologies for minimizing the losses due to this climate change? Maybe the dry spell as well as the wet spells are increasing nowadays. From last 4 or 5 years, we know that the wet spells are increasing. The rainfall, extended monsoon is also there, and due to this extended monsoon, lot of losses are taking place in particular to this rainfed agriculture. Dry spells are increasing as well as the wet spells are also increasing. Under such situation, what preparedness we can do before the sowing of crop? So now here we can see the many climate resilient technologies, smart technology we have given here. That is the selection of short duration and drought tolerant crop varieties are there. Sustainable intercropping, they are showing the broadband for. In case of all, nowadays what happened, the intensity of rainfall has increased. We are getting or receiving the more rainfall in the less time. 200, 300 millimeter of the rainfall we are getting in the 1 or 2 hours. So under such situation, this BBF practice is very important. In this BBF practice, we'll discuss later on. So irrigation for sowing is there. Source of protected irrigation is also required when dry spell is there. Under dry spell, it is very important to have the source of irrigation for giving only 1 or 2 protected irrigation. Then after that, real-time contingency planning is very important, because when the crops are grown inside the field, what are the real-time contingency plannings? What are the practices, techniques? So we have to adapt on the farmer fields. In that, opening up furrow, conservation furrow is there, dead furrow is there, contingency crop planning, sowing up crops as per the onset of monsoon, dry spell management also very important at the particular point, and use of agro weather based advisories are also important. And sustainable rainfed IFS models. Many IFS models they are developed by taking different components or agri businesses also. So we have to add all that in that particular aspect. So in case of selection of short duration varieties or tall duration varieties, so many SAUs as well as the ICAR institutes say they have developed many varieties which are short duration as well as they can have the less impact of this dry spell as well as wet spells on that particular varieties. So our university also developed many varieties in case of soybean, cotton, pigeon pea. This BDN 711 is a very good variety which can have the role for escaping the drought. Then in case of pearlmate, we are having the boy 45 varieties which are having the higher percentage of zinc and ferrous are also there. Chickpea also we have developed the varieties which can be mechanically harvested. In Shablar also we are leader in developing the varieties. So we have to use such type of variety which can have the very less impact of this climate change. So all these are the varieties, these are the climate smart varieties. So we have to use maximum all these varieties. You can see here the short duration drought tolerant crop varieties. This is the data from the Creda Hyderabad, all India Coordinated Research Project data, and we can see there is a high yield is given by the pigeon pea, then soybean varieties, green gram varieties, as well as the chickpea, rabi sorghum, as well as other varieties. So we have to select such a variety which are having the short duration and they are very tolerant to the drought one. Then another very important aspect in the rainfed agriculture, that is the sustainable intercropping system. So we know that the benefit of this intercropping, that if suppose one crop is lost due to some vagaries of the rainfall, So that another crop, which is the long duration crop, that we can have the good yields from that. And these are the some of the major prominent intercropping system which are sustainable also. Soybean plus PGNP, cotton plus soybean, green gram plus cotton and sorghum plus PGNP. And these are giving the very good yields. And this is the our BDN 711 variety of PGNP. And this is the photographs of 2015 Kharif, where in that particular season we are having experienced the 45 days of dry spell. And under this dry spell also we can see how this crop has grown, and it is excellent. And the market price are also very important at that particular time. We know that at that particular season, the market rates are about 10,000 rupees per quintal yield was there, rate was there for that particular pigeon pea variety. That's why the varieties which are suitable for this climate, under this climate change, we have to use all these varieties. Then this is the impact of sustainable intercropping systems. You can see the soybean plus pigeon pea or red gram is giving very high yield per minute also, plus red gram, then Sitaria plus red gram, BT cotton plus green gram, as well as BT cotton plus green gram and BT cotton plus red gram. So all these are the very beneficial intercropping system which can be adopted on the major area. What happened actually in India, we can see the area under this intercropping are not increasing. It is now only the 10%, but it should be up to 25%, more than 25% area, whatever the cultivated area is there in India. So it should have the 25% area under this intercropping system, so that whatever the vagaries of this rainfall are there or the weathers are there, that we can adopt majorly. Then another very excellent technology for this rainfed agriculture, that is the broadbed furrow. Broadbed furrow method of sowing of the all the crops. We know that the soybean, cotton, pigeon pea, as well as green gram, black gram, whatever the kharif crops are there, that must be sown with the broadbed furrow. So that what will happen, if suppose there is a less rainfall, it will conserve the moisture, and if suppose there is a high rainfall and the intensity of rainfall is increasing, I just I have told, and that through that furrow, whatever the excess water will be there, that will be moved outside this field, and the crop will not be waterlogged condition. And this is the technology we have developed under this All India Coordinated Research Project on the dryland agriculture at VNMKV Parbhani in Maharashtra. So you can see what is the particular impact of this technology only by using this technology. And if suppose you have adopted on the only 50 lakh hectare area in India, the area under this particular soybean crop is more than 100 lakh hectare area. And if suppose this technology is used for this particular crop on the 50% area only, so we can save the 3,500 crores of rupees. So this is the strength of this technology, and we have to use that. These are the some of the data. This is the comparison of all these farmers practice as well as the whatever the climate smart technology there, BBF, broadband furrow technology, with the farmers. We have implement this technology on the farmers fields in Nikra village, and we found that though there is a delay in the monsoon is there, though there is a dry spell is there, under such situation, you can see here through this BBF we have got the high rates. Net returns are higher also, BC ratio and rainwater use efficiency is also very higher in this broadband furrow. Then another technology under this real-time contingency, we have to have this conservation furrow. After the sowing the crop, whatever the interculture operations are there, after that we have to have the opening of furrow inside the crop itself, so that it will moisture, conserve the moisture. Whatever if suppose the farmer they are not having the BBF planter, or they are not able to sow the crop by BBF method, so after that also he can have this opening of furrow. So same result will be observed or they will obtain, and it will conserve the more 30% of this moisture, as well as the 450 kg yield cotton equivalent also he will get more, with the net benefit of the 19,000 rupees per hectare. Then we have conducted this demonstration of this opening of furrow also with the farmers field in Nikra villages. So this is the data of the particular years, how this conservation furrow is very effective in different crops like soybean. Then another important what happened in case of this particular area in the Marathwada as well as the Maharashtra, or wherever the rainfed area there, in that particular farm pond technology is very important, because for giving only one or two prototype irrigation, very must have the source of irrigation. And we know that the only due to this only one prototype irrigation, the crop can be saved, and whatever the effect of this dry spell is there on the crop, that will be minimized. So that each and every farmer must have the source of irrigation. Nowadays many schemes are also running by central government, state government, farm are also developing, scouting. So we have to excel with the farm pond, and we have developed the particularly dimensions of the farm pond. We have recommended to the state government also. State government is also using this criteria for this development of farm ponds as per the catchment area. If catchment area is 1 hectare, so by 20 by 20 by 3 we can have this farm pond. If suppose 2 hectare area, 20 by 20 by 3 meter depth deep farm pond must be there. And if suppose 3 hectare area there, 30 by 30 by 30 into 3, these are the some of the uh, dimensions for the particular catch area. And only how much irrigation we can give by giving this or excavating this farm pond. If suppose 1 hectare area is there catchment, in that we can give the prototype irrigation for the 0.75 hectare area. If suppose 2 hectare is there, we can have 2 hectare area for the prototype irrigation. And in case of 3 hectare area catchment, under that we can have the 2 hectare area can be used for giving this prototype irrigation. So this is, and land requirement is also very less. Land covered by the farm pond also very less, only 3%. These are some of the data on this prototype irrigation, how much yield will be increased. And we observed that there is a 43% of the high yield in case of soybean crop. We observed, if suppose 2 irrigations were given the safflower crop, we are having 43% higher in the yield. This is the soybean also major crop in the India, and here also we can give the 25% increase the crop yield. Then ex-situ soil management practices in case of this soy, pigeon pea and chickpea also we have conducted the experiments on the farmers fields, and there also we observed that it is a very beneficial. Then farm pond also, we have given the farm pond to the farmers, excavated farmers fields also, and it is beneficial. Another most important aspect of technology in the rainfed agriculture and this climate change scenario, that is the sustainable rainfed IFS model. So this model we have developed at All India Coordinated Research Project in Thailand Agriculture, Vasandrao Naik Marathwada Agriculture University, Parbhani. And we have taken the different components. Crop components are there, crops and crop system, fodder also there. Then rainfed fruit crops also we have used in that particular area. This is the photographs of that the same. Then you can see here the goats are also there. We can have the poultry, desi poultry also we have raised here. And we observe that we are conduct this experiment on the farmers fields also, and the farmers they are getting the 1,700 to 51 as a gross monetary returns from the only 1 hectare area, because we have taken here the whatever the existing cropping systems are there, then fodder crops, then fruit crops also we have taken. We have taken the poultry also and goat also. So we can see we are getting 88,298 rupees net profit out of this. And we observe that as compared to the crops, here we can have the more net benefit ratio through the rearing of these goats as well as the poultry. Another technology we have developed, that is the open well recharge technology. We know that the Marathwada region or Maharashtra region is a very rainfed region, and under this region many wells are there, but they are dried. So how to regenerate these wells, and how to develop this artificial well recharging model technology on the farmers fields. So this is the uh, diagram how this water, we have to collect water at the one source of the where well is there, and we have to excavate the one pit 2 into 2 into 2 meter, 2 meter length, 2 meter wide, and 2 meter depth. And we have to have this filtration also. We have to develop filtration also there. And through this filtration, all water, whatever the mud will be there, it will come with the water, runoff water. And from that runoff water, it will be filtered that, and then it will be went into the open well. So this is also very good technology, and under this rainfed condition, because we are getting 3 to 4 major rainfall events, under that events, there will be a flow runoff will be there, and that all runoff we have to catch into the well through this filtration model. And we have one experience with this on the farmer fields also. We have developed such type of this open well recharging models on farmer fields, and we don't know at that time in 2015 we have developed on the farmer fields in March or April, and after that, that was the very drought year. There was a 45 days dry spell was there, and under this dry spell also we can see the how the farmer they have taken the kharif crops as also, and he has raised the rabi crops like chickpea also, and he was given the protected irrigation to crop also. So, and many farmers they have sold their water for drinking purpose. We know that the Marathwada is the very hotspot of the dry spells, drought area. 50%, more than 50% of this region area is under the drought prone. And we know that we have got the water through this railway also, bogies. We have exported water from this bogies also, railway bogies also. So this is a very hot spot of this water. Then another point is the real-time condition. Though we know that we have sown the crop, farmers have sown the crop, but how to take the options or the techniques so that we can save the crop by the real-time contingency planning. Under this, delayed monsoon, onset of monsoon is there, or early season drought is there, or mid-season drought is there, or terminal drought is. How to manage the crop, and in that particular growing season only we have to manage all these things. So that we have to have the work on the very massively, so that the whatever the all covered area is there, that will be covered through these contingency techniques. So we have developed also contingency cropping plan for the Marathwada region. 8 districts are there in the, particularly this region, and each and every, this is the photograph of the dry spell during the 2015 only. So by only spraying of potassium nitrate, the crops can survive for the more 8 to 10 days. So this spray is also very important. We have also conducted the demonstration on the farmers. In case of cotton also, we have given this technology for spraying of potassium nitrate on the cotton crop. Stress management also in particular cotton crop. And we have developed this contingency crop plans for the Marathwada region. So what will happen if suppose there is a dry spell? What type of contingency plannings or techniques we have to adopt? If suppose there is a heavy rainfall, what type of the contingency we have to adapt on the farmer fields? So use of this agromet ROI is also very important. We are getting the data or the forecast from the IMD for the next weeks, and on that basis, what type of the actions are to be taken, that we are delivering on this agromet ROIs also for the all KVKs in Marathwada as well as Maharashtra region. Everywhere it is there. Then as well that the this climate change is there, and due to this lot of agris are going to place. So how to protect that? So under the protect cultivation we can have the different crops. Many vegetable crops we can take in the particular protected cultivation. So it can avoid the biotic avoided around the air condition will be there, extreme events will be compatible, control environment condition will be there. And in greenhouses, net houses, nursery and low tunnel walking tunnels also we can have the major uh, vegetable crops we can take under this protected. We have to increase the area under this protected cultivation. Nowadays it is less. So we have to increase many National Horticulture Mission is there. Many MIDS schemes are also under those scheme. We have to have the more area under this protected cultivation. We have developed also some mobile Android apps for this improved technology for the infant agriculture. Then we have to develop this app for the soil water conservation and recharging. How recharging will be there? What are the benefits of that? Each and every information we have developed under this mobile Android app. These are some of the publications. Then we are having the one project, Nanaji Deshmukh Sanjeevani project, that is the POKRA project on this climate resilient agriculture. And under this climate resilient agriculture projects, we have given whatever the technology are there, developed by our university that are totally implemented on the farmer splits. Near about 5,000 villages, this POKRA villages are there, and under that we have implemented all these technologies. And this is the first step. Now, second step is also coming. That intercropping, runoff, recharging of open wells, bore wells, rainfed IPS model, were adopted in the all these villages. These are some of the photographs of this particular POKRA project participation of this university. And finally, these are the conclusions. So in rainfed agriculture, we must have the short duration varieties, drought speaking varieties, use of BB planting for the major crops, increase the area under this intercropping system. In situ and ex situ rainwater harvesting is very important because whatever the uh, water is there, each and every drop of water we have to conserve in the soil. And if so excess is there, we have to store in the farm ponds, bore wells, or open wells. It's the very most critical component of the rainfed agriculture, rainwater harvesting. Then the successful production of rainfed crops largely depends on the how efficiently soil moisture is conserved in situ or surplus runoff is harvested, stored, and recycled for the supplemental irrigation. Then adaptation of rainfed IPS is a very important modules, increase the more and protected cultivation, more use of solar energy, agrophotovoltaics. We are having this agrophotovoltaic projects, and under this project we are trying to have the energy conservation as well as the under that agrophotovoltaic solar panels we are cultivating the crops. So both way, we have to increasing solar energy also as well as increasing the yields also. So double benefit is there. Then implementation of contingency crop planning effectively. This is also very much important for the rainfed agriculture. So these are the major aspects of this rainfed agriculture under this climate smart technology. So with this again, I am very thankful to Dr. Badwal Saab and all his team and Star also for giving this opportunity to deliver on this particular aspect of climate smart technologies for the rainfed agriculture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this great presentation. As there are some questions that I will write down on the chat box, you can look forward that.
Yes. What? So one question that is what are the three most effective climate smart technologies in this conservation agriculture because we have to conserve whatever the natural resources are there, maybe soil is there, water is there. That is the most important and effective climate smart technology. That is the conservation agriculture. Then another question is the which emerging technology, AI-driven predictive analytics or gene-edited, will most distribute transfer climate smart agriculture in rainfed agro ecosystems, and what R&D investments required to make? Okay, so nowadays we have to use whatever the AI is there, yeah, all artificial intelligence in the agriculture. So it will also have the precision agriculture, that also you have to use. Yeah. Then another question is that so that already I have given the answer of that particular question, which is the most important three climate smart technologies. That is the drought tolerant varieties, then conservation of soil and water. That to the rainwater harvesting is also very important. Then another question: why cultivation of medicinal plants are more sustainable than wild collection? And what is the importance of traceability and quality assurance in herbal raw material? This I have not understood. This
No, sir. Those questions were for Dr. Arun Chandan, sir.
maybe yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. So I think I have given the answers of remaining questions. Yeah. If anyone is having a direct question also, they can also ask. Okay.
Sir, I guess that's all with the questions.
Okay.
And yeah, yes, sir. And I thank you so much, sir, for this great presentation and commendable PPT on technologies for climate smart agriculture in rain-fed agro ecosystems. And I extend our heartfelt thank you to Dr. Bhagwan, sir, for his inspiring and deeply insightful address. Your pioneering work in dryland agriculture, climate resilient cropping system, and farmer centric innovations has not only enriched our understanding but also reignited our commitment to sustainable farming in the most challenging environments. Dr. Bhagwan sir, your expertise in invaluable and your dedication exemplary and your vision transformative. That thank you once again for gracing us with your presence and wisdom. We look forward to a continued collaboration in building a resilient agriculture future. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dixit साहब.
हाँ नमस्कार कैसे हैं
नमस्कार
सब
बस
बढ़िया?
बहुत बढ़िया
हम्म,
good to see you online.
चलिए yeah actually day after tomorrow minister is coming honorable
Okay.
agriculture minister
Yeah.
that installment has to be disbursed to the farmers by the Prime Minister of India.
19th program is there. Yeah. Yes.
So I was that meeting. So anyway.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Baral Saab.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. Thank you
Good
very
afternoon,
much.
बरवाल जी.
हाँ जी नमस्कार सर.
कैसे हैं? ठीक है.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this great PPT. As of now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it is with immense pride and honor that we introduce our guest of honor for this event. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anil Dikshit, sir, the esteemed Joint Director at the ICAR National Institute of Biotic Stress Management in Raipur, Chhattisgarh. As Dr. Dikshit is an alumnus of the prestigious Indian Agriculture Research Institute and holds a PhD in agronomy with over 3 decades of dedicated experience in teaching, research, and extension services in weed science and crop health management. He has made profound contributions to agricultural innovation in India. His great career is marked by numerous privileges, including the prestigious Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad ICAR National Award for Outstanding Research in Tribal Farming Systems, received just this year in 2025. Dr. Dikshit has also been honored with the ISA Gold Medal, an International Fellow Award, the Kisan Seva Ratna Award, a Lifetime Achievement Award, and three fellowship awards for his groundbreaking work in wheat science. His research, documented in various publications such as studies on quantitative harvest and post-harvest losses of major crop, has significantly advanced sustainable agriculture practices. As Joint Director of ICAR NIBSMS, Dr. Dikshit leads efforts in biotic stress management, focusing on resilient crop systems that benefit farmers across the nation. His expertise has not only shaped policy and practice but has also inspired countless researchers and agriculturists. Dr. Dikshit sir, we are truly privileged to have you with us today. We eagerly anticipate your insightful address, which we are sure will enlighten and motivate us all. So let's welcome him on this platform. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Sakshi, for giving a kind appreciation words about me on this platform. And first of all, I would like to compliment the Just Agriculture for making a great initiative on the agriculture and veterinary transformation approvals research and innovation forum. And basically, Just Agriculture is to organize such a wonderful program at different occasions at different places. So indeed, a great pleasure to be a part of this forum. And in past also, I was the part of this program. And again, I welcome all the participants on this platform regarding the agriculture and veterinary transformation. And this is really a great subject, especially for the scientists and the professionals, and in fact for the policymakers also, to address the distinguished gathering of this agriculture and veterinary transformation. And basically, this platform comes at a crucial time when the country is witnessing a rapid transition in the food, livestock, and natural resource system. And the challenges before us are complex, but the opportunities are equally transformative. So basically, agriculture and the livestock sector form the backbone of our national economy, and they contribute significantly to food and nutrition security, rural livelihood, and socio-economic stability. Today, as we strive to meet the demands of a growing population, evolving climate, and rapid technological advancement, it becomes imperative to transform our traditional system through research, innovation, and timely approval of new technologies. So basically, this conference serves as an essential bridge between scientific knowledge, regulatory bodies, and field-level implementations. So basically, what are the emerging challenges that needs to be transformed? So I would like to focus some of the area where we can give the address, because this conference is for the three days, I think, and many deliberations related to the latest agriculture technologies and the challenges might have emerged out. And basically, our challenges are multifaceted. And first, most important is the climate variability. Climate variability is increasing. The frequency of drought, floods, and temperature extremes, we are noticing it. Unseasonal rains, we are noticing. So this kind of climate change is really a great challenge in the agriculture sector, even in the veterinary sector also. So we have to be very focused one to address such kind of problems in the agriculture sciences. So, and again, the soil health degradation, this is also one of the issue where we can have a focus on it, declining productivity, pest outbreaks, because the National Institute of Biotic Stress Management is dealing with the biotic stresses, where we are focusing on the insect disease and weeds. So basically, the new disease incidents are now common, and we are noticing it the many times the different areas. We are noticing, as suppose the last years we had a fall armyworm in the maize. So basically, such kind of outbreaks are we are facing, and it's prevalent. And livestock too faces rising threats from transboundary diseases, fodder scarcity, and the emerging zoonotic risk. So zoonotic disease is also very important, and we have to focus on it. That's why the nowadays the institutions and organizations are giving addresses, and they focus on the One Health program. So in such a dynamic scenario, agriculture and veterinary sectors can no longer operate in silos. A united transformations agenda is the need of the hour. So one that combines crop science, veterinary science, biotechnology, climate resilience, and digital technologies into an integrated system. So these are the focus area where we can address those issues. And what we have to strengthening research for the real world impact. So future agriculture and veterinary science lies in the science-led farmer-centric innovations. So our research priorities must include the climate-smart agriculture, developing drought, heat, salinity, and flood-resilient varieties. Of course, the recent one, we have developed the varieties which are CRISPR-Cas9, and of course, that in public domain, the availability has not come, but in future, we may have those varieties in the farmer's field also. Now we are talking about the precision agriculture. So use of artificial intelligence, drones, technology, sensor, and Internet of Things for input optimizations and early warning system. And these technologies can be used for early forewarning system for the disease and pest outbreaks also. So, and again, the advanced veterinary research, we are dealing with the genomics-based breeding, indigenous vaccines, rapid diagnostics, and disease surveillance networks. And for the integrated farming system, combining crops, livestock, fisheries, and horticulture for high returns and risk resilience. So these are some of the areas we can focus on it, and there we can strengthen the research program for real impact. And of course, the feed and fodder innovations is also very important, the nutrient efficiency and the cost-effective fodder to strengthen the animal productivity. And research is meaningful only when it reaches the field. That's what the Honorable Agriculture Minister and the Prime Minister used to tell to us in the many forums, that the technology has to translate into the farmer's field. Then only the meaning of technologies have the impact of that. And therefore, the transformation we seek must focus not only on innovations, but also on translation and the disseminations. Now coming to the critical role of approvals and the regulatory mechanism. So pace of agriculture innovations depends greatly on the efficiency and transparency of the approval system. And many promising technologies, whether new crop varieties, veterinary vaccines, biosafety innovations, or diagnostic tools are there, they are faces delays due to procedural complexity. So we need to have a time-bound regulatory pathways to evaluate and approve the agriculture and veterinary technologies, and harmonize the guidelines across agencies to reduce the duplication of testing and paperwork, strengthen collaboration between ICAR institutions, SEUs, veterinary councils, and the regulatory authorities, the fast-track mechanism for innovations emerging from the startups, incubation centers, and young researchers. So a strong approval framework will ensure that science quickly reaches the farmers, veterinarians, and entrepreneurship. And now again, how to integrating innovations and the digital tools. So these are the important area where we are living in an era where technology is redefining agriculture. The important one is the digital extension platform offering real-time advisory services, the tele-veterinary services and mobile clinics research remote areas, drones for mapping, spraying, and disease surveillance, and then blockchain-based traceability for safe and transparent food system. These are some of the points where we can redefine the agriculture. And by embracing these tools, we empower farmers and veterinarians to make the informed decision, reduce risk, and improve the profitability. Now, coming to the capacity building, this is also a very important area, capacity building and the skill development. That's what the Just Agriculture is doing at the different occasions, at the different platform. So transformation is not possible without the skill development, skill human resources. So we must invest strongly in the training programs for the scientists, veterinarians, and extension personnel on modern research tools, farmer-centric training on the good agriculture practices, biosecurity, welfare-friendly livestock management, and climate adaptation. The capacity building for rural youth agriculture startups and FPOs to promote entrepreneurship and innovations. So basically, the strengthening of KVKs, we have 731 KVKs, veterinary hospitals, district level institutions, so must be central to our capacity building efforts. Now, I was talking about the One Health. So basically, One Health is also a new imperative, and many of the institutions, Gadwasu, Ludhiana, and the other institutions are ICAR institutions. They are doing a wonderful job in this area. And our institutions, National Institute of Biotic Stress Management, is also have taken some initiative on this One Health program. So basically, agriculture, livestock, wildlife, and the human health are deeply interconnected. And the One Health framework allows us to address these linkages effectively. So basically, integrate the disease surveillance for zoonotic and emerging infections, and coordinated response between the veterinary and the human health system, and safe food productions practices a strong biosecurity along the entire value chain. So basically, adopting One Health ensures that our transformation is not only productive, but also safe and sustainable. So coming to the policy and the institutions initiative, so transformation vision requires supportive policies. So basically, the supportive policy only empower the institutions, and these are the area where we can empower the institutions by greater investment in agriculture. Of course, the still we are investing less amount in the research area. So in the one of the findings also, we have noticed that how by spending a 1 rupee, we are getting a more than a rupee. So basically, our investment in the research should be more, rather than we are having a less amount of investment in the agriculture and the veterinary research and in the infrastructure. And to encouragement for the PPP model and industry partnership, that is also needs a supportive policy for strengthening the institutions. Incentive for the grassroots innovators, startups, and young scientists. We are dealing with the new startups and focusing on the, even the farmers are being told to have a FPOs, and countries are doing a wonderful job for the as far as the FPOs and the other startups are concerned. And integration of the climate resilience into the national agriculture and the livestock development program. This also needs important, and we have to focus on these issues. Then institutions linkages and across the agriculture, the research, and the extension, and the regulatory bodies. So basically, this will create an ecosystem where innovations thrives and benefits reach every stakeholders. So that's what the basically the policy and the institutional strengthening is important. So in nutshell, I would like to conclude my remarks on this 12th international conference, which is being conducted for the last 2 days. It's basically, we have to have a shared responsibility. And in closing, let me reiterate that the transformation we seek is not the responsibility of one individual or one department. It requires the collective efforts of researchers, policymakers, veterinarians, farmers, entrepreneurs, and the industry partners. And this conference is an important step toward creating a collaborative platform where ideas are exchanged, innovations are showcased, and the future-ready strategies are shaped. So together we can build an agriculture and veterinary system that is productive driven technology, enabled, environmentally sustainable and resilient to future challenges. So let us commit ourselves to these goals and work toward ensuring better livelihood for farmers, safer food system and consumers, and a stronger self-reliant nations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this great, commendable talking about the agriculture researchers. We thank you, Dr. Anil Dikshit, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Your contribution to agriculture research are commendable. And I also thank you for coming, for speaking, and for leaving us all a little wiser and more determined. Contribution to agriculture research are not merely commendable, they are the cornerstone of a food secure tomorrow. I also thank you, sir, for your insightful session on climate variety, agriculture, and veterinary sciences. Your deep perspective on future agriculture, precision farming, advanced veterinary researches, and integrated systems has truly enriched our understanding. Your emphasis on capacity building, skill enhancement, and training programs, and farmer training to promote entrepreneurship has added even great value to today's discussion. We are truly grateful for your valuable time, your expertise, and the inspiration you have shared with us all today. We truly thank you, sir, for joining, and it has been a pleasure communicating with you and learning from your insights. We thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now as we continue with the flow of our conference, we are delighted to transition into our invited talk segments. As Dr. Tapas Paul sir is joining us, let's wait a minute for them. Now, let's start with our invited talk segment. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests and fellow researchers, please join me in welcoming Dr. Tapas Paul, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Aquatic Environmental Management at the College of Fisheries, Bihar Agriculture Sciences University, Patna. A PhD from ICAR, Central Institute of Fisheries Education, Mumbai. Dr. Paul is a renowned with over 528 for his pioneering work on emerging contaminants in aquatic systems. His research on a widely used antimicrobial reveals its alarming impacts on fish immunity, growth, and genetic integrity, even at grace level, making his findings critical for sustainable agriculture and environmental safety. Today, we welcome Dr. Paul, and the stage is all yours, sir. It's all over you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. So, with your permission, can I share the slides, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can.
Okay, just a minute, ma'am. My slides are visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay. So, good afternoon, respected dignitaries present over here. Yeah.
Actually, sir, the slide is not visible, but your the PPTs, the columns are only visible, not the slide.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just share once again. Just a second.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Yeah, it is visible now, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So thank you. So good afternoon, respected dignitaries present over here. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for giving me the opportunity by the organizers to present my work here. So on behalf of my college and my university and my personal behalf, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the organizing committee who is organizing such a wonderful conference, which is a need of the hour, and also is providing us a platform to share our views. So today I will be discussing about this triclosan. So basically, I was looking to the schedule of the conference. So many speakers before me have talked about different important topics, which are related to the present scenario of agriculture, fisheries, veterinary, and livestock sector. So today I will be discussing as a part which is very important not only for the aquatic system but also for the environmental concern as an overview. So I will be discussing for the triclosan, an emerging pollutant for aquatic ecosystem. So before going into the topic, if you just have a nutshell about what is this emerging pollutants and why we are concerned about this. So basically these emerging pollutants, it means there are different n numbers of products, which includes the personal care products, the flame retardants, human pharmaceuticals, veterinary pharmaceuticals, your water disinfection products, pesticides, then industrial compounds. So these are all we are using in our day-to-day lives. Either we humans are using or we are using it in different livestock sector, in fisheries sector, agricultural purpose, fertilizers and all we are using. So these all are being used for different activities. So what happens actually, these pollutants or these compounds which we are using, why we are increasing the use of this pollutant is because in the left side of my presentation, we can see that how our world population has increased from 1974 to till now to 2027 if we are projecting, and if we are going it for 2046 the projection, so we can see there is an alarming rate of increase in the population. So, and also very recently we had a COVID-19 outbreak in the entire globally. So this pandemic has taught us like many things, like how we need to maintain our self-hygienic condition and all this thing. So during this COVID-19 period, there were many such kind of this antimicrobial agents which are being used, and which includes this triclosan. We can see in the left side one figure where it is used in the personal care products. In the case of detergents, the triclosan concentration has been detected. So not only triclosan, as such, there are n number of such compounds which we are using for our day-to-day lives, for our activities, we are using it. So what is happening, or why they are coming into the system, or why it is very important us to study. If we see the right side of my presentation, the slide, there is one sentence like around 70% of wastewater is being untreated, and over 40 million liters of effluent flow directly into the aquatic ecosystem every day. So this is a very alarming situation. Although our government is very much proactive in keeping these sewage treatment plants in entire cities of the country. However, in many of the remotest areas or many small T1, T2 tier cities, the small cities and all, there are the sewage treatment facilities is not that much adequate to treat these minute organic pollutants, this whatever listed here like personal care products, the human pharmaceutical, veterinary pharmaceuticals and all. So as a result, these are coming directly into our aquatic system. And moreover, when we say what is there actually there, if they are coming into the system, so what is the problem? The problem is these compounds like personal care products, they are endocrine disrupting compounds. So basically they are modulating or they are changing our hormonal system inside our body, not only in the aquatic organisms or in terrestrial organisms, but also the humans. So that's why it is posing a serious health risk to us. And also, if we see the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, this 2030, so where there is goal number 6 and goal number 14, which are showing that life below water and clean water and sanitation. So these two goals are also directly projecting towards the use of these emerging contaminants. So that's based on this aspect. So this research topic, the triclosan and emerging pollutant in aquatic system is again a serious concern in nowadays. So these are the different categories of pollutants which we are emerging pollutants which we are saying. So basically why they are known as emerging pollutant, because these pollutants are continuously being used by our human purpose for pharmaceutical products, for personal care, these pharmaceutical drugs, then your agriculture, veterinary, livestock, we are using it, and we are not able to treat them properly before directly releasing into the aquatic system. So our sewage treatment facilities are not that much adequate or that much advanced to treat these kind of pollutants which are coming into the system. So that's why they are called as emerging pollutants. So these are different types, like if we say pharmaceuticals and personal care products, which includes antibiotics, painkillers, hormones, cosmetics, and sunscreens. If we say endocrine disrupting chemicals, which includes the synthetic hormones, including the alpha-metal testosterone, estradiol, then pesticides, which are used in agricultural fields, then industrial chemicals that affect the hormonal balance. If we see the persistent organic pollutants, it includes the pesticides, industrial chemicals, dioxin. Dioxin basically, I would like to highlight here, dioxin is such a compound, it will not be available as such in the system, in aquatic system or any kind of environmental matrices. But what is happening when these are coming into the system, they are causing this all the different emerging pollutants which are coming into your aquatic system, so they will get degraded. And once they are degraded, they will form this kind of compound which is called dioxin. So this dioxin is a cancerous compound. Then we have these par and polyfluoroalkyl substances which are found in the firefighting rooms and waterproof materials. We have microplastic. Microplastic is one of the major aspects nowadays in government. We can see that in the research papers and all, there is a wide publications now coming out on this topic of microplastic, because in entire environmental matrix and not only in environmental matrix, nowadays microplastic is detecting everywhere. So this is a very serious concern, and also the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has put a serious concern on this microplastic and the use of single-use plastic. So they have banned it from 1st July of 2022. However, still now in many remotest part of the country, in many small cities, we are using these plastic bags which are not degrading in the environment, and they are finally causing this, resulting in the formation of microplastic. So the microplastic is also one of the major aspects, and also nanoplastic. Now microplastic is further getting degraded by the bacterial action or by photodegradation, and they are forming this nanoplastic. We have industrial chemicals, byproducts, which include surfactants, flame retardants, heavy metals from the manufacturing process. And last but not the least, we have antibiotic resistant bacteria and genes, which are generally due to the overuse of antibiotics in agriculture purpose and also veterinary and humans purpose. So now there are different types of pollutants are there, but we have to highlight that which are the priority pollutants. Priority means which are very much toxic to the environment, to aquatic ecosystem as well as to human health. Means if they are present in the system, if their persistence level is higher, so they will cause different kinds of pollutants into the system, different kinds of toxicity into the system. So we have in this the pharmaceuticals and personal care products, which includes the antibiotics. Among the antibiotics, ciprofloxacin and tetracycline is very important. We have painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. There are many researches going on ibuprofen and diclofenac, which are very commonly used pharmaceutical drugs. We have the hormones. These hormones are very used for the fishes, like for the breeding purpose and all. So these hormones are very getting important. Now, if you come to the endocrine disrupting compounds, chemicals, which we have this triclosan and benzophenone. So triclosan is very much nowadays getting prioritized because of its wide toxicity into the aquatic system as well as in humans. We have this bisphenol A, which is used in plastics, which is also one of the major compound and causing the endocrine disruption. We have these phthalates. And then if we go to the persistent organic pollutants, we have these polychlorinated biphenyls, which include the industrial chemicals, organic pesticides, organochlorine pesticides, DDT and all, dioxins. So these are the different persistent organic pollutants. Coming to microplastic and nanoplastic is also a major researchable area in the priority pollutants for aquatic environment. Heavy metals, which includes your mercury, lead, cadmium, arsenic, iron, many areas of the country nowadays, you can see these northeastern states as well as in Bihar, some parts of the Bihar also where particularly my college is there, which are working now. We have a project on this. So there the occurrence of iron is very much in the groundwater. It is above the WHO permissible limit also. So that's why there is a serious concern. And we have this perfluoroalkyl substances. So these are the list which you can get in the website, this literature available. What are the different types of pollutants which are there, and what are the different studies which has been done in the Indian waters over the years on different pollutants and their occurrence level. So this is very important for us. Like, what is the present status of emerging pollutants in Indian waters? If we see, so we have this some of the very emerging pollutant we can see in the left side of my figure presentation. There are prioritized 6 or 7 pollutants which are very important, like caffeine. Caffeine is also detecting in entire this area of this particularly the coastline. Along the coastline, if we see the Gujarat to West Bengal, this we have a long coastline of 1600 kilometers, this 8129 kilometer. So in that there is a wide occurrence of these emerging pollutants, which includes caffeine, carbamazepine. It is a drug. Then DDT, it is a pesticide. Caffeine means we are using in the coffee. Diclofenac, it is also again your pharmaceutical drug. Microplastic, which is I already told, which is formed by the degradation of plastics. And triclosan. Triclosan is an emerging pollutant, which is an antimicrobial in nature, which is mostly used in our these personal care products. So now coming to the fate, this is very important because if you are discussing about the emerging pollutant or any kind of pollutant, we need to know that what is the fate of that pollutant, how this pollutant is coming into the aquatic system, what is the source of that pollutant. So if we can see, the source is like there, it may come into the system by sewage treatment, improper sewage treatment, by industrial discharge, street runoff, precipitation, landfill filling. So these are the different way by which it can come into the aquatic system. In aquatic system, when it is reaching into the aquatic system, there are different process which may happen to it. There may be the photodegradation. Photodegradation means there will be the degradation in presence of light. There may be the volatilization. There may be microbial degradation. These are the process which environmental effects which may happen if the product, this compound is coming into the system. But however, if it may causes again the toxicity into the system, which by causing the bioaccumulation means it will first get accumulated into the filter feeding organisms like these aquatic plants and all. After that, from the by food chain, it will go past to the humans also. And it is very surprising that nowadays in human breast milk, in blood also, we are detecting these emerging pollutants. So we will discuss, when I am discussing about this triclosan in detail, I will discuss the fate more in detail. So now the problem is like we are saying that it is detecting into the system. So how it is detecting? Although this our sewage treatment plant is not that much advanced to detect this kind of pollutants. So how these pollutants are getting degraded into the system? So that is very important for us. So in that there are different analytical techniques over the years which is developed by different scientists, and they have a different advantages. So we are using them for detecting this kind of pollutant. Suppose if you say the triclosan, which is the compound which I have worked, so there we are working, we have standardized the determination technique of triclosan in HPLC, specifically the reverse phase liquid chromatography. Then we have this carbamazepine, which is also we can detect through GCMS. There is, we can say this bisphenol A, which is also detected by GCMS. So these are the different analytical techniques which we are using in our laboratory purpose for detecting this pollutant. Because these pollutants we are not able to detect by the using normal use of spectrophotometer or in the in our naked eye, or suppose by using the traditional sewage treatment facilities. So we come to this biomarkers in fish. So what are the different biomarkers in fish which we are used? So basically, what is the role of these biomarkers? These biomarkers means, suppose I am telling that these pollutants are getting detected into the aquatic system and they are causing toxicity to the fishes, aquatic organisms, and finally through food chain they are coming into the humans. So now we need to see that how we can trace out these pollutants, or what are the levels of these pollutants which we can find out, so that we can say that these biomarkers or this test we can do. So for by that we can find out the toxicity of this particular pollutant. So in that there are different types of biomarkers which are using. Biomarkers are basically the enzymes, your histopathological changes, your immunoparameters and all, which are of the host body. Suppose we are giving the exposure of that particular pollutant to a particular fish or any other aquatic organisms. So there will be some this internal innate immunoparameters, some enzymes will be there. So these enzymes will have a differential expression pattern. So with this expression pattern, we can say that this particular pollutant is that much toxic to the fishes. Because when we say about the humans, when we are going for any medical test for humans, we have a certain criteria that these are the different levels of GST or AST, ALT level which we need to maintain in our body. But for fishes or any other aquatic organism, there is no such reference standard. So we need to go for a wide range of toxicity studies, like starting from the behavior alteration. So behavior alteration means it includes that if we are giving the exposure of that pollutant to the fishes, what are the different behavioral disorders that fishes will show? It includes the air gulping, respiratory distresses, then uncontrolled swimming, sluggish movement, and all. If it includes the hematological indices, which includes your RBC, WBC, hemoglobin account, and all. And then it includes cytotoxic parameters, which include the cell parameters like the alteration of oxidative stress enzyme, which includes your SOD, that is superoxide dismutase, CAT means catalase, GR means glutathione reductase, GPX, GST, GSH, AROD, and ARND activity. So these are the different stress parameters, stress enzymes which we can use for the cytotoxic biomarker. We have histopathological changes. What are the histopathological changes? These are the different tissue changes which will happen when we are exposing the pollutant to the fishes. Then we have genotoxic parameters, biomarkers. Genotoxic biomarkers means it includes your DNA damage, which we are doing through COMET assay and micronucleus test. We have endocrine disruption and reproductive stress. This reproductive stress means it will affect into the newly fished larvae, which includes the hemorrhage in embryos, shrinkage of yolk sac, abnormal pigmentation in eyes. So these are the different things will be there. Also, there will be suppressed of fecundity, delayed hatching will be there for the fishes. We have immunotoxicity biomarkers, which includes your myeloperoxidase, phagocytic activity, lysozyme, serum total globulin, and ceruloplasmin. And further, if you are going to the more deeper to the gene expression and metabolic profiling, so there are different phase 1 and phase 2 genes. So basically, this phase 1 and phase 2 detoxification genes means they will be responsible for the entire detoxification process of particular pollutants. Suppose if any pollutant is getting inside the fish body, so there will be the phase 1 detoxification system. In the phase 1 detoxification system, there will be the hydroxylation reaction will be there. In the phase 2 detoxification reaction, there will be the conjugation will be there. So these reactions are carried out by several enzymes. So when this pollutant is getting into the fish body, these enzyme levels are getting increased. So these are showing that these are the different stress response which the this particular fishes is showing exposed to the pollutants. So these are the different endpoints. Now, when we say that we are going to study the toxicological study for the different pollutants in the fish body, so these are the different endpoints which we have shown. First, there are two types of endpoints. One is acute, another one is chronic. In acute means we are exposing for a short duration of time at a high concentration of this exposed pollutant. And we are determining different parameters like EC50, that is median effective concentration. LC50 means median lethal concentration. So these are the different parameters we are doing, estimating. And after estimating the acute parameters like this EC50 and LC50, based on the values, we are taking some environment relevant concentration of that particular pollutant. And our target is to say that suppose that pollutant is present in the system for a long period of time, suppose 10 years, 20 years, or like that. So what this pollutant can cause, what toxicity it can cause to the fishes. So that we find out through the chronic assessment based on these biomarkers which I have mentioned here. These are the different biomarkers of the chronic parameters. So these are different stats, this test we are doing to assess our ecotoxicity. So first of all, suppose we are doing the genotoxicity. So that means we are checking the DNA level changes, whatever happened. So we are doing through COMET assay and micronucleus test. If there is an endocrine disruption test, there is vitellogenin test we are doing. Biomarker based test means we are doing this acetylcholinesterase, which is a neurotoxic biomarker. We are doing the microbial toxicity test. We are doing acute toxicity test, chronic test. In chronic also we are doing the low observed effect concentration test. We are doing bioaccumulation test, then algal growth inhibition test, and microcosm study. And this biomarker test includes all other parameters also, like oxidative stress biomarker, then your immunotoxic biomarker, metabolizing biomarker, different biomarkers we are doing to assess the ecotoxicity. So now coming to my main topic. So basically this is triclosan. So triclosan is an emerging pollutant. So it is a lipophilic broad spectrum biocide which is used in personal care products, and it is an antimicrobial and antifungal agent. So that's why its use was very much higher in case of during the COVID period of time, because in entire all these products which we are using, the antimicrobial products which we are using, whatever during the COVID time we are using. So that entire in all the compounds, in all these chemicals and all, we will be getting this particular triclosan. And this triclosan is coming into the system due to the incomplete removal by wastewater treatment. It is coming into the aquatic environment, and it is found to be very much persistence in aquatic environment. And not only in aquatic environment, very recently it is also detected in the human blood, urine, and breast milk also. And in human, it is causing the endocrine disrupting failure and reproductive failure in the human organisms. So there's a growing concern that is development of low cost and effluent treatment system for removal of triclosan from water. Basically, this is because of that its concentration is getting increased day by day. It is persistence in the environment. So that's why it is a major serious research concern nowadays. And one more thing is that this triclosan is being already banned in FDA by FDA in the European countries. However, in India, it is still in use. If morning, if you just wake up, we go for taking our doing our this morning works. In that we are using this Colgate. In that Colgate also many times we are finding in different brands of Colgate we are getting this triclosan. So starting from the morning work activity to the we are using deodorants. In that also we are getting this compound, and also we are using this Dettol and different types of compounds, where we are nowadays government has taken a very good initiative. They are not including triclosan and bisphenol A in all these compounds. So that is very good initiative taken by the government. So next we have this, if we say about this fate of that particular pollutant. So this pollutant will coming into the aquatic system through the improper treatment of wastewater, and it is after coming to the system, it is causing it is persistent in nature, it is bioaccumulative in nature. So that means it is getting accumulated in the producers from their primary consumer, secondary consumer, and tertiary consumer, and then it is through the food tablet level, it is coming into the humans. And in fishes, it is causing different types of toxicity like cytotoxicity, genotoxicity, gene expression, endocrine disruption, and embryotoxicity. So this is a overview of how this compound is present in the system. So we can see this is the extreme left side of the figure. It is the entire the flow chart showing that how this compound is coming into the aquatic system and causing different types of stress in fishes, and finally through bioaccumulation and food web it is coming into the humans. In the right side, we can see that this triclosan, it is present in the toothpaste, disinfection product, hand wash and all, and through wastewater treatment plant, it is coming into the system. And also we can see that one more peculiar aspect of triclosan is that triclosan is a very unstable compound, because it is coming into the aquatic system after a certain period of time, it gets breakdown. So when it is getting breakdown, it is causing forming different kinds of products, water products, like dichlorophenol, chlorophenol, phenol, and as I told before, the dibenzodioxin. So these compounds are more toxic than the parent compound, triclosan. So that's why it is very important to us to know the study this particular daughter compound also as compared to the triclosan. So these are the different removal technologies which are presently used for the emerging pollutants, like your activated sludge method, membrane technology, phytoremediation, bioremediation, then sorption process, advanced oxidation process. So these are the different technologies which are used nowadays for the removal of emerging pollutants. So these are, if we say the physical process, which includes the adsorption, distillation, filtration, membrane technology, and ultrasonication. For chemical process, if we have oxidation, ion exchange, electrochemical, neutralization, and chlorination. For biological process, which is very, very much popular nowadays, which we are using is phytoremediation, algal bioremediation we are doing specifically, then biosorption, enzymatic bioremediation we are doing by using different kinds of enzymes, then biological contractor and microbial bioremediation. Microbial bioremediation is also getting very much important nowadays. So, but now the focus is that to develop an integrated treatment system for removal of this triclosan. Why? Because we see this physical process like adsorption process. There, what we are doing, we are specifically preparing a column. In that column, we are passing this triclosan through that column, which includes the bed. This bed will made up of biochar or any other different kinds of this particular low cost adsorbent materials. So they will absorb this particular triclosan, but they will not completely remove this triclosan. This triclosan will be as such adsorbed into the your bed, this adsorbent bed. So the next process we do for the chemical oxidation. In that chemical oxidation, we are using KMNO4 or K2Cr2O7. So they will be oxidizing this particular bed and they will put it in a different chamber. So that chamber, that water chamber containing this particular pollutant will be finally treated by the algal bioremediation or microbial bioremediation or enzymatic bioremediation to completely degrade that pollutant to carbon dioxide or water, very much that neutralize this compound. Otherwise, in the last slide I have just shown, this slide, this triclosan, it is getting degraded to form different kinds of compounds which are very much toxic in the nature. So based on that, we have started our work in the 2018, and the first work which we have done is on the effect of temperature on triclosan toxicity in the Plantation hypothalamus, and based on the hematology, biochemistry, and genotoxicity evaluation. And there we have done this extensive study. We have exposed this particular fish to 3 degree different temperature. Basically, our idea was that if this particular pollutant is present into the system for a longer period of time, suppose nowadays with the climate change and global warming, the average sea surface temperature is increasing day by day. So after 10 years, what will it happen? What is the fate of that particular pollutant in the system? How much toxic it can cause? So based on that, we have studied this effect of temperature on triclosan toxicity, and based on the different parameters like hematology, biochemistry, and genotoxicity. And the major observation which we got from here is that with a low temperature, the toxicity of triclosan is getting increased. So it is a very peculiar result which we got. The lower temperature causing higher acute toxicity. And also one more major aspect which we got here, that at a environmental relevant concentration. When environmental relevant concentration means the concentration which is present in the system now at present. In that concentration also, this particular pollutant is causing genotoxic effect to the fishes. So it is a very alarming sign that it causes the DNA damage to the fishes. So this is a review which we published in the year 2020 based on our study, which we have studied on the biomarker based assessment of triclosan toxicity in aquatic environment, which is a mechanistic review. And this is an environment. This is another study which we have done. So that previous study was on the effect of temperature, and this study we have done on the effect of pH. So there also we have taken 3 different pH like 6.5, 7.5, and 8.5. And we have studied the different biomarkers like hematological biomarkers, which includes your total leukocyte count, then total mean corpuscular hemoglobin concentration, RBC, WBC hemoglobin, then your red cell distribution, which entire data we have studied. Also different metabolizing biomarkers we have studied, which includes the GOT, GPT, LDH and all. We have studied different antioxidant biomarkers, which includes these SOD, catalyst, GST, ACHA and all. And also we have studied different genotoxic parameters also, including the COMET assay and micronucleus test. And based on that, we found that there are 3-4 biomarkers are there which can be used for assessing the triclosan toxicity in fishes. These are superoxide dismutase, LDH, then GOT, and acetylcholinesterase. So these are the 4 or 5 biomarkers which we can use in future for studying this triclosan toxicity in fishes. So this is one more study which we have done to evaluate this triclosan study on the immunosuppression. Like how this, in the previous 2 studies, we find that triclosan is causing toxicity to the physiology in different parameters we have found, but there was no such study on the immunoparameters, that how it is causing the immunosuppression to the fishes. So we have induced this triclosan into the Plantation hypothalamus. This particular fish we have taken as a model organism, and we have studied this immunosuppression. And after that, we have done a challenge study by using Edwards-Hiller turtle. So what we found that there was a significant reduction in the immunological parameters or innate or immunity of the fishes exposed to triclosan. And when we have done the challenge study, we found that the fish which are exposed to pollutant are showing a significant higher mortality as compared to the fishes which are not exposed to pollutant. So basically it is showing that this triclosan is causing a substantial immunosuppression in the exposed fishes. So this is a study which we have done to find out the stability of the triclosan, that how this triclosan is stable into the system that what are the different fate of this particular pollutant into the system when we are keeping that system, pollutant into the system for a longer period of time, then what is the rate of the stability and degradation. And we found that we have studied in different temperatures like 6.5, 7.5 and 8.5, and we found that at a low temperature the stability of triclosan was less, and at a near pH the stability of triclosan was also less, and the triclosan toxicity was higher at low temperature and near neutral pH, that is pH 6.5, that is slightly acidic pH we can say. And also there were varying degrees of your behavioral disorders was observed due to the exposure of triclosan. So this is a study which we have done to see the impact of triclosan on the bacterial part, because in the aquatic organisms not only the fishes are there, there are this bacterial diversity will be there, the sediments will be there. So that we have studied on the macrocosm based study we found, and here also we found that this we have exposed to this particular concentration of triclosan to these sediment samples which we collected from the Barsova Creek of Mumbai, and we exposed them at a two different concentration, 3 gram per liter and 4 gram per liter. And we have done the metagenomic analysis for this particular study. And based on the metagenomic analysis, we found that the proteobacteria was the most dominant phylum in all the samples which we have studied among the different bacterial genera. This is the study which we have done on the lamina. So basically our idea was to study at each trophic level. So we have studied on bacteria also, we have studied on aquatic plants also, and we have studied on higher fishes also. So when we studied in the lamina, these aquatic plants, we found that lamina is a very, very important aquatic plant as compared to we can say. So there we found a dose dependent significant alteration in the growth, pigments and stress enzyme of lamina minor, which is exposed to triclosan. So it was a very significant result which we got, and it was the first study which we have found that with the increase in the exposure duration and exposure concentration, there was a significant reduction in the growth of lamina as well as significant reduction in the stress enzymes. So which is showing that triclosan is negatively impacting the growth and metabolism of primary producer, which offers a crucial insight into the interaction of the aquatic plants, and this study established a baseline for the effective mitigation study of triclosan. So this is a recent study which we have done last year. We have developed a particular bed which is made of sugarcane bagasse to remove this triclosan from the aquatic system in presence of humic acid, and this paper is published in the Journal of Water Process Engineering. And there we found that if you are using the sugarcane bagasse biochar, there is a significant 99% removal efficiency of that biochar through using this in the column-based study. So this is a new recent findings which we got. And this particular study is a field-based study where we have done this entire pollutant. We have find out what are the different occurrence level and risk assessment level of this particular pollutant in a riverine system and estuarine system, and we have done a comparative study. And based on the comparative study, we found that there is a strong relation between the triclosan and occurrence of water quality parameters. And moreover, it is the first such report in India on the occurrence of triclosan and in the comparative assessment between the riverine and estuarine system. And also one more thing which I want to mention here, that this particular pollutant, it is showing high risk quotient value, which is a very serious threat to the Indian waters. So what are the different prospects? Now also we are working on it. Recently we have published a paper on this byproducts of this particular compound, that is on 2,4-dichlorphenol. We are working on that. We have also working on this green and sustainable remediation strategy. In that now we are working on using the spirulina as a dietary initiative. If you are giving the spirulina in the diet of fishes, they are eliminating or reducing the toxicity of triclosan. So this paper is also recently published in Science of Brutal Environment journal. We are also working on advanced detection monitoring. In that we are looking for different advanced technologies like using the enzyme technologies and integrated treatment system for removing the pollutant. We are going for different regulatory and policy improvements, and we are submitting our recommendation to the governments, to the DST. We had a project on the Department of Science and Technology. Under that we had worked on this project. And also we have done we are working more on the biodiversity aspect, that what are the different aquatic biodiversity, how it is affecting. And the future work which we are planning to work is on the effect of climate change and the pollutant interaction. So this is very important, that how this climate change and pollutant will be affecting their interaction between the pollutant as well as with the change of different climatic factors. And finally, our major aim is to contribute towards the sustainable aquaculture and fisheries through the clean water and sanitation technology. So thank you so much. This is all about my presentation. I would also like to thank this organizer once again for giving me this opportunity to present my work before this August audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very great presentation on Triclosan and emerging pollutant for aquatic systems. And also, there are some few questions, and I will drop it on the chat box. You can look after that.
Yeah, please. So basically, the first question which I got here is what transformation does triclosan undergo in aquatic environment and how do its byproducts further increase ecological risk? So the triclosan is a chlorinated compound. So it is getting degraded by the photodegradation because it is a photodegraded compound, or also by the presence of other different microbial enzymes, microbes. So it is getting degraded and it is forming the different compounds like 2,4-dichlorophenol, then your dioxin, then methyl triclosan. So these are different derivatives of triclosan which are forming into the aquatic system, and they are further increasing the ecological risk because they are persistence in nature. Persistence means their half-life is very much higher. So that means they will be in the system for a longer duration of time and causing the toxicity. This was the first question which I can see. The second question is, are there any regulatory frameworks controlling triclosan using globally? How effective have been introducing aquatic pollution? Yes, basically, yeah, obviously there are different types of regulatory agencies are there. As I mentioned, there is an FDA, Food and Drug Administration, which has banned the use of triclosan in the personal care products in European countries. In India also nowadays government is taking a very serious initiative on identifying the priority emerging pollutants and targeting their treatment technologies. And the third question which I got is how does this persistence and bioaccumulation potential triclosan affect the food chain? So food chain means basically what is happening, triclosan is getting accumulated into your filter feeding organisms and your aquatic plants. These aquatic plants or filter feeding organisms are being consumed by the smaller fishes. Then these smaller fishes are consumed by larger fishes. And then larger fishes which we are consuming, humans are consuming. And we are finding that this triclosan level is detected in the human breast milk, in human urine, blood. So which is, and also in humans it is causing reproductive failures. So that's why this persistence and bioaccumulation is directly affecting into your entire food chain, starting from a lowest trophic level to the highest trophic level. So these are the three different questions which I got here. I hope I have answered it. If anyone have any doubt, they can ask again.
Sir, I guess that's all with the questions. And I thank you, Dr. Tapas Paul, for highlighting this critical environmental issue with such depth and clarity. Your presentation was not only informative, but also profound through provoking, offering us a new perspective on the environmental challenges we face today. The way you connected scientific insights with real world implications has truly enriched our understandings. And your expertise and thoughtful analysis and engaging delivery has added immense value to our conference, inspiring us to reflect, act, and contribute more meaningfully towards environmental sustainability. With this, I thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I wish you all the best for the conference. Thank you.
Now, next up, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Dalpat Lal, Assistant Professor in Plant Biotechnology at the College of Agriculture, Mandore, Agriculture University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Dr. Lal is dedicated researcher whose work processes on modern crop improvement techniques and the application of biotechnology for sustainable agriculture. Today he will speaking On a highly significant and timely topic, advances in molecular breeding for Fusarium wilt residents in chickpea. The subject holds immense importance, especially as Fusarium wilt continues to be one of the most disruptive disease affecting chickpea production across India and the world. Dr. Dalpat Sir's expertise in molecular breeding, marker assistant selection, and genetic residence will offer us valuable insights into how innovative biotechnological approaches can strengthen crop resilience and enhance food security. We are honored to have him with us today. Dr. Dalpat Sir, the stage is all yours.
All right, good afternoon, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
All right. So before starting, thank you so much for night introduction, and I congratulate ISATSTR Society New Delhi for organizing such a wonderful conferences, not only national but internationals also. And especially thanks goes to the team of the Just Agriculture. The team is working last more than 2 months onwards to achieve this day. So I request, madam, can you play my slide? I shared already. Hello. Madam, can you share my slide?
Yes, sir. Just
Yeah.
give me a minute.
Can you maximize it? Can you maximize? Yeah. So in these 30 minutes, we will discuss the molecular breeding of Fusarium wilt in chickpea. So next slide, please. So you know that in India, not only in India, in the whole countries, overall the world or globe, you know that this chickpea is one of the very important crops in legumes. Next, please, slide. Next. So you know that this is all about introduction part. It is one of the second most important food crop in the world after the dry beans and chickpeas, and you know it's belong to the Fabaceae family and highly self-pollinated diploid crops, and the genome size already discovered by Varshney group in 738 MB of size. And as you know that it is one of the most important crops under the legumes because it contains the carbohydrates, protein, and minerals. Next, please. Not only minerals, vitamins, and other also it containing. Therefore, this crop is very important in agriculture scenario. Next, please. So you can see here the nutritional label as compared to legume other crops is like mung bean, kulti, or pea or tur. You can see the gram or chickpea which has the nutritional somehow all the minerals or vitamins it contained because the highly nutrition it containing the crops. Therefore it is our job as a agriculture scientist job how we can protect this from biotic and abiotic stresses. Therefore this again our responsibility how we can enhance the production of these crops. Next, please. Next, please. Can you next it? Yeah. So to produce this chickpea overall the globes, we can have several constraints or the problems in the chickpea productions. As you can see, there are several biotic and abiotic stresses are there. Among them, if you look at the biotic stresses, so many are pesticide and disease are highly affected to the crop yield. Especially in the diseases, we can see the fusarium wilt and other rot diseases are blighted are also drastically affect to the crop yields. And among these diseases, the one of the major disease occurs in the chickpea. That one is the fusarium wilt, and this disease is highly infection to the plant, especially into the peninsular region of the India, where it causes the yield losses approximate 90% during the favorable climate of these pathogens. Therefore, this fungus is highly deleterious to the crop yield, and our motive to how to problem solve with the help of modern tools. Next, please. So if you look at the fusarium wilt biology, this disease is one of the major disease, which disease is caused by the fusarium of the Spirium subspecies Caesari that we call as fog. And as we discussed, whenever in the environment is favorable to this fungus, it losses about 90% crop losses during the different stages of the crops. And so far, people had discovered total 8 races have been identified. Those races are based on the different locality of that area, as well as the some symptoms, especially the how this fungus is showing on the crops. If you look at the Indian scenario, the race 1, or we can say that Indian isolate, which is widely spread throughout the India, especially in the peninsular regions, and other races 2 and 3 are especially found in North India, whereas race 4 is found in Central India. And most of the Indian scenario, this race A1 is identified. Therefore, our focus is on race 1. We studied in very wide way. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the symptoms which showing in the field of the chickpea, where especially most of the races are showing the wilting symptoms. You can see in the figure 1 and 2 how in initial stage wiltings are showing as a drooping of the plants, and later on the yellowing symptoms occurs on the leaves. Later on, for the confirmation, we can check the xylem. We have uprooted the one plant and see the xylem, whether xylem is showing any blackish in color. Therefore, there is a discoloration occurs in the xylem, and it one of the confirmation symptoms in the field stage. Whereas the other races like 1, 2, 3 are showing are yellowing symptoms especially. Next, please. So if you look at the genetics of the fusarium, this is one of the exceptionally, you can see here the this fusarium wilt genetics is majorly controlled by 2 to 3 loci, and these loci are controlling whether your genotype is resistant or susceptible towards the fungus. If you look at, as with the thumb rule is totally contrast in case of the fusarium wilt in the chickpea, where you can see the whenever the recessive loci at both the loci is there, then and then plants show the resistance. Whereas in the genetics, we know that if the recessive loci at there, then most of the plants showing the susceptibility. But in the case of chickpea, this is one of the interesting studies done by Bindra and Ravi Kumar group, and they have shown that whenever both recessive are susceptible, you can see the resistance. If any one of the loci is recessive, then intermediate or late resistance plant are there. Whenever both the loci are dominant, it means the plants showing the early wilting, or they are the susceptible towards the wilt. So this is how the contrasting somehow as compared to other genetics. Next, please. Yeah. So all these things, we know that there is some problems why molecular breeders are so far not achieve the target or not develop the resistant variety towards this wilt, because still they are facing some of the major problems. You can look at the major varieties are susceptible and spread it throughout the growing areas of the chickpea. And you know that this pathogen is especially soil borne and survive for the many years, and it's not easy to develop screen in the plot. Therefore, to introduce these kind of problems or handling of these problems, we can take the help of the molecular breedings, and that molecular breedings so far doing the wonderful job in the chickpea breeding. And we also try to develop some of QTL which showing the resistance towards the this fog or one race against. So far in the literature, there are several molecular maps have been identified, but those maps or QTLs, they are not validated. Therefore, we also tried to whatever we achieve the QTLs, those QTLs again we will in different genetic background, we will try to achieve the validation of those markers. Next, please. Next, yeah. So with this background, we have two objectives we determined here. One is first to develop the genetic map, and then followed by identification of QTLs for wilt resistance, and then second, whatever QTL we achieved in the here, again we validated with the different genetic backgrounds. With these objectives, we have started our experiments. Next, please. Yeah, so initially as a plant material, we have used 125 intraspecific reels. Those reels are obtained the cross between JG62. This JG62 is highly susceptible towards fusarium wilt resistance, and the different parameters you can look here. It is Indian origin, desi type of chickpea, and early flowering, double podded. Yeah, this is one of the very fantastic characteristic features of the JG62 genotypes is double podded and small seeded and early genotypings. Whereas the WR315, it is one of the resistant variety against race 1. So with the help of these two genotype, our lab has developed the real population, and this reals population we used for the mappings. Further, we also did the in vitro as well as sick plot experiment, where we phenotype our real populations across the different regions. Next, please. So for the lab experiment or for the in vitro experiment, initially we obtained a pure culture from the Agri set of RES1A, and then we maintain on PDA in the medium. You can look at the picture of the pure colony. Next, please. And after that, next, please. We yeah, you can see here whatever pure culture obtained in the on the PDA medium, then we multiply this culture on a sand corn meal medium, where you can see the different ratio of the sand corn and meal medium, and on this approx half kg of sand and 50 gram of corn and remaining 100 ml of water, and we sterilized it by the help of autoclave, and then we added under controlled environment conditions whatever the actively growing this culture, we just added 6 mm diameter of this culture, and we airtight it and then kept for the 15 minutes under observations, and it multiply. You can see the photographs. Next, please. So this is how further whatever after multiplication of the cultures, we develop the pod, which we call them chick pod. So in sick pot, we have fitted approx in different ratio 1:19 inoculum and soil under each pot. We sowed the 6 seeds of the each reels in different pots, and then in a center we also shown a 1 seed of susceptible genotype, that is JG62 for the check. So after 15 days of sowing, we shown that the most of the plants are died and almost complete wilting symptoms showing by these pot plants within 15 days. So in this way, these plants showing wilting symptoms which confirm whatever we pot developed where inoculum has been sprayed successfully. So now over this plot we can use for the screening of the genotypes. Next please. Next please. Yeah. So after that, we have evaluated our real population in the greenhouse condition, where in based on this percent will incidence, and we have observed the data on 16th and 30th as well as 60th day after sowing. We have taken the data and we calculated the wilt percentage based on this observations, number of wilted plant divided by total number of plants, and in each pot we have shown the 6 seed of each reels. So this is how the photographs, and in the center a cross check where JG62 plant is showing highly susceptible towards the wilt. Next please. So same case, we also screen our genotype under the RCVD in a Agri plot, and for the 2 years this we successfully screened our plant material as well. So next please. So in this way, we screen our mapping population in vitro as well as in vivo also. So side by side, we did the lab experiments or genotyping of the real populations. So we first isolated the DNA by the CTAP method with the parental population as well as the reals populations. And we tried to initially the several markers from chickpea as well as other related crops, and you can see here this linkage map along with QTLs in the literature. We collected all those linked marker or flanking by this QTL, and we selected those markers and used in our mapping populations. So nearly we screened total of 600 SSR markers, and out of them we got only 60 polymorphic marker in parents. On those polymorphic marker, further we studied in our segregation in the real populations. So next please. So in the linked marker, you can see the 1 or 2, 3 markers. They are irrespective of the races. Means in different races, same markers are showing linkage. It means there is a locus on a gene which is showing these different markers with irrespective of the races. Say for example, CS27 marker, which showing highly linked to the not only races 1, but it's also showing the linkage towards the fork 4 also, as well as fork 1, as well as fork 4 or 5. So there is something, a chance of super locus will be there. Therefore this kind of information further we are trying to explore. So next please. Next, so these are the forward and reverse primer sequences which are showing the polymorphic in our parents. Next please. So these are the 60 markers we used for QTL mappings in our mapping populations. Next please. And this is the PCR reaction mixture as well as profile of PCR, and then next please. Next, please. Next, yeah. So after scoring of these markers, DNA profiling, bending data, we did some analysis like chi-square test, single marker analysis, and then followed by linkage map and QTL identification, and we did with the help of software ICAM QTL mapping version 4 and with a load score of 3, and recombination frequency was 0.3, and we did the composite interval mapping methodology for QTL analysis. So this is all about materials and methods. Now come to the results. Next, please. Yeah, in the results, you can see here there is a clear-cut observation in the pot where the susceptible reels are showing complete wilting within 30 days, whereas the resistant reel, they are not showing up to the maturity or in the pot development stage. They are not showing any wilting symptoms. They are healthy. And if you look at all the mean percentage in both the stages, in both the experiment, the mean value of wilting was 0% to 100%. It means some of the real plants are showing totally resistance, where most of the plants are also showing the 100% resistance in a single pot. This results suggest that, next please, this population is highly segregation population for the early as well late wilting resistance. It means there is some real plants are showing the susceptibles, some are resistant, or some are intermediates. You can see the 30 at the days of the 30 days of wilt showing the most of the plants are died, whereas in later day after 60th day or later on are showing those plants are considering as a resistant real populations. Next, please. Yeah, this is how the marker segregation. In marker segregation, we used both gross screening as well as the page. You can see the clear-cut observations of segregation of the markers. Next, please. So these are the 60 markers we used for the chi-square test, and most of the markers showing the segregation you can see are the non-significant. It means there is no difference between the segregation patterns, but only 9 markers are showing distortion. It means they are not as per our Mendelian expectation. Remaining markers are you follow the Mendelian ratio in the real population. Therefore, these all 60 markers further be utilized for linkage map as well as QTL analysis. So next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So this is a result showing in the single marker analysis, and these markers are showing us the different field as well as pot experiments. Number of markers are associated towards the wilt with the load as well as the phenotypic variance and additive effects. Next, please. So this is our one of the major result we obtained from this analysis. So a total 56 marker mapped into the 2 linkage groups. We achieved 2 linkage groups, linkage group 1 as well as linkage group 2. The total length of the linkage group was 768.92 centimorgan, and with on an average market density of 13.73 centimorgan. And you can see here the most of the markers are situated on the linkage group 1, whereas some of the markers are also situated on the linkage group 2, and the different arrows shows that in this study we had obtained 13 markers which are showing irrespective of the stages, and these 12 QTLs are there, and these 12 QTLs are flanked by these 13 different SSR markers. So further with a different load as well as the phenotypic variance. Next, please. Yeah, here you can see in the both the cases, field experiment as well as in the pot experiments, you can see here the different QTLs, whatever we detected in those QTLs, you can see the R square value, phenotypic variance, as well as the load score. The load score in the most of the QTL was, we observed that that was more than 3 in most of the QTLs. Therefore, it suggests that these QTLs are very strong QTLs or major QTLs. Next, please. So, whatever we observed here, total 13 markers are tightly linked to the fusarium wilt resistance. It means these 13 markers, further we try to validate whether our results are showing accurate or not. Therefore, we select these different 9 different genetic backgrounds of the chickpea genotypes, and we did the wilt reactions, and we find that these wilt reactions compare with the genotypes. Same we did in the greenhouse experiment. We screened those 9 genotypes, and we recorded all the observations on the wilt reactions, and they shows the out of 9, only 1 resistance that is currently showing susceptible towards the wilt, whereas the remaining 2 are highly resistant, and remaining 4 or 5, they are showing the late resistance to all the wiltings. These selected 9 different genotypic background of the chickpea genotype because they are very important, and they have the characteristic features, maybe black seeded or high yielding or national checks. Therefore, we use these genotypes, and further we isolated the DNA by the same CTAP methods, and then we again use these linked 13 markers for the screening or for the genotypings. So next, please. Here you can see the bending pattern of the linked marker. Out of this total 9 genotype, with the 2 parent, we use this highly linked 13 markers. You can see the bending pattern. They are very classically segregation showing in the agarose gels. So next, please. Yeah, here you can see those 13 markers are linked to the QTLs or fusarium wilt resistance, and you can see out of those 13 markers, only 2 markers are follow the wilt reactions, whatever we observed, or it will be useful for further study, whereas the remaining 11 markers, they are not at par with the wilt reactions. There is some deviation it's showing from the wilt reactions, but only 2 markers, one is CS37 and another one CAM402. These 2 markers, except in the one genotype, in remaining 8 genotypes, it's showing tightly linked or tightly correlated with the wilt reactions. Therefore, we can say that out of total 13 linked marker, we achieve only 2 markers are validated in different genotypic background of the chickpea genotypes, and therefore we can say that these 2 markers we can use for the breeding work, for the screening of the genotypes of the chickpea. Next, please. So this is in a conclusion, we selected 2 parents, JG62 and WR315, where JG62 was highly susceptible toward the fusarium wilt resistance, and WR315 is a resistance. And then our lab has developed this mapping population of reels, and then we did the screening in both field as well as pot screening, and in the laboratory we did the genotyping also. With the help of both the data, genotypic as well as phenotypic, we constructed the linkage map and identify the QTLs. Further, whatever we achieved the QTLs, and we have seen total 12 QTLs and 13 markers were there, and those 13 markers again we validated in different background of the chickpea, and for that we selected the 9 genotypes, and we found that out of 13 markers, 2 markers are highly showing the linkage towards the fusarium wilt resistance. And therefore, those two markers we can use for the further screening of the chickpea genotypes. So this is all about our experiments, and you can see with this we also published these some papers. And with this, thank you so much. I especially thanks to team Just Agriculture for inviting me as a lecture, and I also congratulate our team of Just Agriculture as well as organizing committee members, conference director, and especially thanks to the organizing secretary to invited me to deliver a talk. With this, again I will congratulate whole this team for organizing of this conference, and especially thanks to my university, Agriculture University Jodhpur, to permitted me to deliver such a informative lectures towards delegates. With this, thank you one and all, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very great presentation. As there are some questions, and I'm going to write it down on the chat box. You can look forward that.
Oh. Yeah, I have seen one questions. That questions about CRISPR-Cas. See, so far in this we are not confirming this susceptibility as well as resistance with the help of CRISPR-Cas, but we are trying to the next step of we are doing after QTL mapping. We are trying to do the physical mapping, where we are trying to those QTL where it's exactly located on the chromosomes. We are trying to that one. So far we not achieved this CRISPR-Cas. Another question is how can it. Yeah, second question is also very interesting questions. So they mention or they want to ask how this pot experiment as well as inoculum. Yeah. So any in vitro experiment, whenever we are conducting, we have to first develop the sick pot. For that, as we discussed, we have to take the pure culture of that pathogens, and here we have selected the fusarium wilt. And to surety of your pure culture or avoid any controversy, we selected first this folk culture from the Agri set, and we multiply in the PDA media, and then followed by mass multiplication on sand culture, and then we confirm first with the help of showing the susceptible genotype into that pot. If your plants or your genotypes is showing a death of those plants within early phase, it means those pots are developed for the pathogenicity, and we can use those pot for the screening of our genotypes. And further, those phenotyping results we are correlated with the genotypes, that is the molecular works, and here we use the SSR markers to compare the linkage between phenotypic as well as genotypic. And of them you have seen two markers, CS27 and CAM1402. They are very tightly linked to the wilt resistance. Therefore, these two markers we can use the material or genotype which is available in the market or in any institution. We can screen it and followed by confirm from these markers. This is the we try to do something else. Yeah, only two questions on my screen.
Yes, sir. There was only that I got from the.
All right, all right.
Yeah, yes, sir. And with this, heartily thank you to Dr. Dalpat sir for sharing such cutting edge insights into the field of molecular breeding. Your presentation has illuminated the remarkable progress being made in developing Fusarium wilt resistant chickpea varieties. A breakthrough that holds immense promise for farmers, researchers, and the future of pulse production. Your expertise in genetic improvement, marker assisted selection, and biotechnology not only broadens our scientific understanding but also inspires new pathways for enhancing crop resilience and agriculture sustainability. We deeply appreciate the clarity, dedication, and passion you brought to this today's session. And thank you, sir, for enriching this conference with your valuable knowledge and vision. We really thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for giving me a nice opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Continuing our session of insightful, continuing with the season of our insightful sessions, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Pavan Tejaswi, Assistant Professor at the University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot. Dr. Tejaswi is a distinguished academician and researcher known for his innovative work at the intersection of food technology and emerging digital fabrication tools. Today, he will be presenting on a truly futurist and our transformative topic, that is 3D printing in the food industry. This subject represents a major leap in how we understand food processing, customization, nutrition design, and sustainable production. From personalized diets to noble textures, from precision nutrient delivery to reducing food waste, 3D printing is reshaping the possibilities of modern food systems. We look forward to exploring these advancements through Dr. Tejaswi's expertise and vision. Dr. Tejaswi, the stage is all yours. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, thank you, Sakshi. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you very much for providing me the opportunity in this 12th International Conference ICAVRI. On behalf of UHS Bagalkot, I thank you for providing the opportunities to all organizers. So can I share the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay. Yeah. Today we speak about. I speak about the 3D food printing technology, which is a quite a new technology in the food industry. So we have done some projects on this 3D food printing, and based on what projects we are carrying out, I need to share some things about this. But as we know that 3D printing is a process of printing three-dimensional object using objective process where layers are laid down in succession. That means any object, it's an basically we call it as an additive manufacturing process. So where we are going to make an 3D object layer by layer. So we are going to make a 3D object layer by layer by placing it layer by layer. So why with the quite in case of food industry with materials being added together such as vegetables, fruits, liquid, milk, and meat, typically layer by layer. So software we use here is an AutoCAD Fusion 360 software, which can be used to produce different shape models in the computer, and then we can produce it on the 3D printing machine by using different parts like extruders. So typically, we use a dough or smash meltable materials like cheese or chocolate, and powder elements like sugar can be added. So 3D printing has also found usability in food production, uh, and this technology has made possible to use of a mixture of ingredients for conventional manufacturing. So usually we can see in this picture that an dough is being used to produce a cookie. The food prepared by using this technology has totally unique flavor and textures, which is not possible to achieve while with the traditional cooking methods. So two options of manufacturing that are tailored in the 3D printed food. One is to by use of large materials that is sufficient to give society the value of the customer. Second is to use of a material set that is small and can be combined in varying proportions. So usually we can produce both the customized food as well as even in the large quantity food can be produced. So customized food can be used to provide to the elite customer which are having some demand, and they are giving some tailored ingredients to manufacture the food. And for large manufacturing, it can be adopted in a factory, so that in the large scale with the good quality, the food can be manufactured. The main aim of 3D printing is to create tailored food layer by layer with the objective specified cooling. So this is the block diagram of 3D printing where we can see that there is a material input. So material input is taken care in the next stage by tempering unit. So in tempering unit, the food is subjected to various processing temperatures depending upon the ingredients, and then it is sent to the pump unit where usually lobe pump is used to extrude to send it to the next stage, that is the extruder head. So apart from a extruder head, the electronics part is controlled by the computer, where we install the 3D printing software like AutoCAD 360 Fusion, so where different shapes and designs are being created in the software, and that is sent to the extruder motion controller. So extruder motion control is a control system which controls the movement of the head at the X and Y axis and also Z axis to move in a different direction and to create a model which is already there in the computer. So different materials we are going to use here, such as these materials, raw materials as the vegetable extract, fruit extracts, and in the case of in the form of powder or in the form of the plasma material. That means in the plasma state, we are using it as a raw material, and then it is sent to the 3D printing, where it is being extruded. And of course, you can see that the other the extruder is again in the other side. It is connected to the electronics part, that is the computer, where software is there, and control systems are there to create the coding. So coding for the extruder movement in different coordinates, so that is being done. And after extruder prints the material, that means food material in 3D form, three-dimensional form, it is being taken out and it is being sent to the processing unit, such as you can do it bake, or you can fry or boil for final
Sir,
consumption.
sorry for the interruption, but only your first page is visible in the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, now it is visible. At first, there was only one slide visible.
Okay, now is it visible?
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, can I go ahead? Can you see the slide has been changed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can clearly see that.
Okay. So, history of 3D food printing. So it begins in 1981 with Dr. Hideo Kodamas patent applications for rapid prototyping devices. In 1983, Charles Hull he he actually gave the idea of how to create a 3D model using UV lamp and curing the photosensitive material. And then this technology was taken to the next stage, that is the stereolithography, and was present in 1986. Organizers, I just want to confirm me that my slides is been visible or not. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Sir, only history of 3D food printing is visible.
Okay, I just you see, tell me that is this? I have changed the slide now. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. The process flow chart of
Yeah,
3D
yeah, yeah.
printing. Yeah.
Then it is okay. Then
Yes.
yes. Now it
Yes.
is changing. Okay. Now it is principles of 3D food printing. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So, coming to the principles of 3D food printing. So, a 3D food printing main principle is to give a digital model. That means digital input. You are giving a model into a software, computer software like AutoCAD Fusion 360, where you are creating a 3D model, and that model is being sent to the in the form of codes to the controllers, and controller will guide the extruder to form the model of 3D printing the technology and layering technology. Yeah, selective laser sintering is there. Then curing technology is there. And layer by layer forming technology is there. But main thing is, I told you that whatever the technology is there may be, but final output is the model in the form of 3D form, which is being designed in the computer. So coming to the 3D printing technology and material, so different, I told you about different types. So you can see that in this fusion deposition modeling is one type of technology in 3D printing, and selective laser sintering is one type, and SLA is one type, stereolithography is one type of technology which we are using. Digital light processing is another type. So the basic principle all are same, but curing method is different. So in fused deposition modeling, we use some resins to cure with the help of UV light to make it into a solid structure. In selective laser sintering, we use the powder made up of different material, and laser light is there to pass through that powder so that the powder fuses and converts into a solid form. Stereolithography, we use here again a lithographic resins where resin is being cured using the light. So digital light processing, again here also we use infrared light to cure the resins to form the 3D model. So different technologies is being used in different ways to create the model. So 3D food printing is a transformative potential in the food industry. So this technology has been there for some 25, 30 years in the industrial, in the mechanical industries. But now, not only in mechanical, in other industries also it is being used. But in food technology, this is a very new concept, and potentials of this 3D printing is customized food design, personalized and digitized nutrition, broadening the source of food material, creating a new value chain, simply supply chain. So all these are the broad potentials of the 3D food printing. So what are the materials and methods that we are using in 3D food printing? Materials, ingredients like proteins, carbohydrates, fats, hydrocolloids, vitamins, sweeteners are used as ingredients. In case of some industries, chocolates are used, vegetables are used, cheese are used, sauces and minced meat are used. The printing method, we use the extrusion method, deposition method, and bioprinting method. These are the three printing methods which are used in food industry. So you can see the classification of the 3D printing food printing. One is basically you can see that this is the extrusion method we use in the food industry, where extrusion will be used, in the type of non-phase change extrusion, melting extrusion, and gel forming way. Another type is a heating mode where powder is being heated and being fused to form the 3D model. So just this is about the extruder that it defines. You can see that the extruder is printing layer by layer of to form a 3D model. It can be seen here. So basically three movements can be given. One is in the X direction, one is in Y direction, another one is in the Z direction. So you can see that this extrusion is being fed by different ingredients which is coming out of the heating chamber and the mixing chambers. And also, of course, it depends on the diameter of the nozzle at which the deposition rate also come into picture. So based on the thickness of what is the diameter, you get the thickness of the layer. So you can see in the extrusion based mechanism, there are three types. One is a syringe type of extrusion, one is the screw type of extrusion, and last one is the air pressure. So in syringe type, just like in a syringe we use in medical field, that is where it is being pressed. And screw type, we have screwed type of rotating extruder which can be rotated, and it extrudes the material out. And air pressure is used to push the material from the extruder to create a layer. The three types of extrusion method is in here. So then you can see that yes, of course, this also tells about the same thing, but mainly in the extrusion type, we use mainly the character, what we want to have the hardness, after curing, the material should have a good strength. It should not melt and it should not fall. So that is very important. Usually, viscosity plays a very important role of the ingredient which is coming out from the extruder. So basically, we can see that there is a great application of 3D printing, that is serial-based 3D printing. Serial-based ingredients can be used to manufacture cookies and basically a cookie which is in market today. People consume a lot, right? And if you go to the non-veg meat-based, so minced meat can be used. Some of the countries use insect-enriched printable food as a high-protein food, and 3D printed food from fruits and vegetables. 3D printed chocolates can be used. Applications of plant-based meat and seafood. Okay, so seafood like you can use the minced fresh meat of the fish or other sea creatures for printing 3D based meat analogs. Then military foods. So usually military food like so ready to eat bars, ready to eat cookies which with high calorific value and high protein and high minerals are today supplied to the military. These are usually manufactured by 3D food printers and the space foods. So astronauts go to the space, so they cannot prepare the food. So basically, most of the food today, what astronauts take are 3D printed foods. So that is a ready to eat food with great vitamins, proteins, and minerals in that. So that can be used great for this for the astronaut who are going to the space, and this dysphagia patient who dysphagia patients today in hospitals are given 3D printed food with high vitamin, mineral, protein, which can be customized and manufactured in the form of cookies and chocolates, and directly can be given to the patients so that they can recover at a very faster rate. So these are the enormous applications of 3D printing in today's arena. So next is the how to select the edible ingredients for 3D food printing. So selection of the ingredients plays a very important role in 3D food printing. So like that. So many basically I told about the rheological characters, like the viscosity of the ingredients, adhesion property. So adhesion is where the property to get to fuse. So it's a property where they go to stick on to each other very fast. Plasticity is required. So plasticity, why it is required? To maintain the shape. Shape maintenance is very important. So it should not melt as soon as it comes out of the extruder. We should not melt and the shape get destroyed. So that should not happen. For that reason, plasticity plays a very important role. That should be there. So these are some of the basic characters or rheological properties 3D food printing should have, ingredients should have. And we have so basic sources of ingredients like wheat based ingredients, rice based ingredients, carb, sugars based ingredients can be used. Another this one thing that ingredients that we use is maltitol and xylitol. These are the artificial sweeteners are being used in printing the chocolates and cookies. So other proteins sources like fatty, surimi, edible insects, and egg proteins can be used as a future food for 3D printing. So all these are the basic sources of food printing ingredients that is being used. So basically, food texture design for 3D printing again. The textural properties are commonly studied for getting a good food texture, such as hardness, coziness, springiness, adhesiveness, chewiness, and firmness. So these are all called as the textural properties, which are done in texture profile analysis, TPA, texture profile analysis, wherein all these parameters are studied, and then based on the results that are being obtained, it is been applied for different to manufacture different food products. Of course, the obstacles in 3D food printing. So there are a lot of obstacles that are used in 3D food printings. Like one is mainly that it requires a skilled person. So skilled person is required to run the 3D food printer. Without the high knowledge on software and coding, we cannot run the 3D food printer. Then next is the regulations. You should know some of the regulations while handling the 3D food printer. Next is the cost. So the cost, one of the main problems with 3D food printer is the cost. So the basic cost of the machine is itself is high. So if you have good applications and your rate of manufacturing is high, then only you can go for a 3D printing. Otherwise, you should have a good customized product where you will get a good uh, price in the market. Then only you can go with the 3D printing. Either you should manufacture in large abundance, or you should have a very good customized product which is not available in the market. So these are the two conditions you have to satisfy to use the 3D printing. And finally, the preparation time also it requires a little bit time to take the preparation. Finally, after preparing, after printing the food, texture plays a very important role. Texture plays a very important role in after getting the final product. So these are all the obstacles that are there in 3D food printing. The benefits, of course, I told you that personalized nutrition food you can manufacture. So where I want this much percentage of protein, this much percentage of carbohydrate, this much vitamins, minerals. Yes, you can print accordingly with this personalized nutrition method. That means personalized nutrition ingredients using that in the 3D food printer. And second thing is easier in swallowing. This dyslexia patient I told you that these patients have got difficulties in swallowing the food. For those patients, we can yes prepare the personalized nutrition, whatever nutrition they want, kind of food in the 3D food printer. And as soon as they keep that food with controlling the rheological characters like viscosity, hardness, chewiness, and all these things, you can actually you make them easy to swallow, which provides nutrition to their body also, and the swallowing becomes very easy. Then plant-based meats, meat can be prepared. So you can use various plant extract to prepare the food that is called plant-based meats. And of course, the other advantage is, main advantage is you can reduce the food waste. Food waste can be reduced at a larger rate. So no, in this 3D food printing, you can eliminate the food waste like anything. 98, 95% of the ingredients can be effectively used in printing the food products. Hence, reduction of the food wastage by processing the food can be reduced at a greater level. And of course, it can be used for manufacture unconventional food consumptions, which is, can be adopted in the space travel as well as in the military applications. Yes, you can see the difference between 3D food printing and traditional manufacturing. So additive manufacturing, 3D food printing is called additive manufacturing, and traditional method is a subtractive manufacturing. That's why, since it is an additive manufacturing, the wastage can be eliminated a lot. Lot means almost 90% wastage can be eliminated. But since in traditional manufacturing is a subtractive manufacturing, we cannot eliminate the waste there. So cost, yes, of course, cost level, yes, of course, based on the application, we can get the cost level. So production cycle, yes, the machine can be manufactured at that means you can manufacture the food at a very short time. And here in traditional method, it takes a very long time. Here in 3D, if you take efficiency, 3D food printing has got higher efficiency, but traditional method has got lower efficiency. So these are the difference between the traditional method and 3D food printing technology. Of course, advantages I told you: low maintenance, easy to develop, wide range of food can be prepared, reduce health risks. Disadvantages, yes, long fabrication time, and it will have low precision. That means the shelf life is very limited. That is the main drawback of 3D food printing. And there is a limitation of to manufacture so many products. You cannot manufacture all the products in that 3D printing. And again, one disadvantage is lack of knowledge and awareness is there. So it requires a skilled labor to use the machine. And post-processing, yes, of course, you require some post-processing for some of the food products, not all. So here we will take some of the case studies related to the 3D food printed products. So effect of hydrocolloids on rheological properties, printability of vegetable for 3D food printing. So materials here used is hydroxyl methyl cellulose, okay, and low-cost bean gum, and gore gum, sucrose, inositol, acetic acid. So this xanthan gum, gore gum are all the gelling agents, and sucrose is usually a sweetener, and acetic acid is the acid regulator, and gelling agent. This hydroxyl propane methylose is an gelling agent that is being used. So basically here various method is being used, but one method is the preparation of vegetable. Here we have prepared the product with the vegetable that is completely natural, and we have studied about the water hydration capacity. So where this formula has been adapted to find out the hydration capacity of the water, and the printable assessment is been adopted. You can see. So after, so you can see that there is a different graph which has been plotted with the 3D printed food products with respect to complex viscosity and angular frequency. So what happens is as complex viscosity is reducing, angular frequency is also reducing. So you can see in all the graph it is like this, but in this where this one is used xanthan gum in the third case, GG, that is xanthan gum is been used. Here you can see some difference between the blank printed material and some difference. The sucrose used is the sucrose material, which is having a very less viscosity. Okay, but in case of HPMC, that is hydroxy propyl methyl cellulose, you can see that sucrose has the highest viscosity. And next comes the blank material, which does not have any of these gums. Then next comes the NaCl, the acetic acid, and finally the last one is yes, the last one is the acetic acid, and hydrochloric acid is above. So different graph, you can see the different results in different types of these gelling agents and polymer and sweeteners is been mixed in the 3D ingredients of a food printer, and it is being printed. So different complex viscosity is been you will get with different gumming agents and the polymer, which you can see in this graph. Yeah. So finally, you can see that water hydration capacity, that is water retention capacity. So which that is water mainly we tell that ability to hydrate the water. It's a material. So when you add a xanthan gum, it gives the highest water hydration capacity, due to which the final 3D printed object have got good mechanical strength. Next comes the gore gum. Next comes the LPG, which is again a type of gum. And finally, this is a hydrocolloid methyl cellulose HPMC, which has got least hydration capacity. And if you take the products, the ingredients based on broccoli, carrot, spinach, so these have got very low water hydration capacity, where it it typically fails to withstand as a final structure when product comes out from the extruder. So you can see the shear modulus and extruder hardness of these various hydrocolloids, which you can see, and where all these guar gum, xanthan gum, and hydropropylene methyl cellulose, you can see that powder retention content is for 1030, 1030, 1030. The 10%, 30% powder has been added of these hydrocolloids to these vegetable-based ink like broccoli, spinach, and carrot, and you will find different shear modulus and hardness. So different ratio has got different this one. So I can show you that in this picture where these vegetable inks has been used along with the hydrocolloids to print the different structure of the broccoli, spinach, and carrot based based 3D printed models. So here you can see that the XG xanthan gum has got the highest structural stability when you compare to the HPMC and HPMC at 10% powder rate. When you add 30% of these xanthan gum and HPMC, yes, the models, the structure has got good strength, especially the xanthan gum structure has got the good strength compared to this HPMC. So what I can tell from this picture is so 30% is the ideal rate of powder that can be added to these vegetable base vegetable ink for these to manufacture these 3D food products, which have got good stability of the structure. And these are just the microstructure of vegetable ink with 10% of hydrocolloids, which has been added on these spinach, broccoli, and carrot. So this usually it has been shown with a laser scanning microscope, and these traces of red color, what you can see is been zoomed to 200 microns, and you can see that the percentage of the hydrocolloids is being seen in the form of red, and this is 30% of powder has been added, and in the laser scanning microscope you can see red color in the form of these 30% vegetable these hydrocolloids which has been added. Conclusion that yes, xanthan gum, as we saw, is the highest having good hardness of all the hydrocolloids. So xanthan gum is preferred to get good structural stability when you compare to other types of products in the structure. And yes, of course, the result confirms that maximum vegetable powder content gives the fine resolution. Yes, vegetable powder of the broccoli, carrot, and spinach will give the good retention of the structure. We'll take the next this one case study on optimization of chocolate 3D printed for thermal and flow properties. The materials we are used here is dark chocolate, magnesium citrate. Okay, magnesium citrate. So it's an chemical which is used to improve the viscosity of this one chocolate. So temperature we are taking from 25 to 50 degrees. So between these temperatures, how the chocolate flowability, viscosity, and the structural stability is being maintained, that is being studied. So a geometrical model has been designed as a mold for this chocolate for to create the chocolate structure in like you can see a cross support structure is there. And second one is a parallel support structure is there, and there is no support structure. These three are the different types of this one model that has been created in the 3D software, that is AutoCAD Fusion, and according to this model, the printer has to print the chocolate, final chocolate product. So printing rate, of course, been calculated using this formula. You can see that there is a result that the flow behavior, how the chocolate flow behavior is been carried out, and from the result, viscosity and temperature. So we have plotted two graph here with the viscosity and temperature. So with the without magnesium citrate, you can see that viscosity of chocolate is dropping linearly, and at 32 degrees centigrade, it drops all of a sudden. But with the addition of magnesium citrate, the viscosity at this point, okay, that means at a particular point, it becomes stable. And after this particular point, that is around 28.8 degrees, chocolate linearly starts melting. That means, see, at certain temperature, that is around 28 degrees, you can see that the chocolate has become stable. That means the stable structure can be obtained at around 28 degrees with the help of the magnesium citrate. That is what this graph explains. And you can see that we have arrived at different results in this table. For cross support, we have taken average diameter of these 343, 53, 63 for all cross, parallel, and no. And average weight of the chocolates we have been taken for all the different three types of structures. And three model design of 3D printed chocolates has been printed in a 3D food printing. So you can see that according to this table, the final product is being printed in the 3D printer. Yes, you can see that the total diameter, of course, the printing rate is being calculated for cross support, for parallel support, for different diameters, and different printing time is being assessed in this particular table. So sample with 43 diameter has higher printing rate than sample with 53 diameter for both parallel and cross supports. Chocolate layering depositions were mainly observed under cross-sectional movement of the extruder. This is what this table is been telling. The thermal properties of the chocolate, you can see that the mainly the magnesium citrate melting point was higher at approximately is 82.54 degrees Celsius, and all samples were added with magnesium citrate at a higher temperature ranging from 33 degrees to 35.1 35 degrees Celsius. So you can see that chocolate from printed offer had the temperature of this 29 to 34, but in case of chocolate with the magnesium citrate added around added. So for 30 minutes of extrusion, you can see the temperature is ranging from 29 to 25. So I told in the graph that around 28 degrees, the chocolate becomes stable with addition of the magnesium citrate. This gives a good structural stability to the chocolate. So more than yes, sir. So even 24 hours, you can see the same result. So in the next slide, you can see that the mechanical strength of the 3D constructed support structure of three different types of chocolate design is been taken, and a force this one mechanical strength is being tested. So for all the three types, there is a cross support, parallel support and with no support. So usually you can see that the structure with the cross support has got highest mechanical strength, that is 56.91 Newton force is required to break that support, the structure, and with this parallel support 57. Compare, so these cross support has got highest structural stability compared to parallel support and no support, and with the addition of the magnesium citrate. Conclusion that 3D structures were successfully built using chocolate with edible inks, and cross support was more effective than the parallel support in creating the more stable hexagonal shape constructions. And also rheological properties of the chocolates were also improved by the adding of the magnesium citrate. So this is what the conclusion of this particular experiments that conducted. And last case study that I'm going to talk about is programmable texture properties of cereal-based snacks. So here we are using wheat flour based snacks, where wheat flour, olive oil, sodium chloride, water is being used for the dough preparation. And here these are the molds that is being used for creating the different structures of that ingredients, what was there in the previous slide. And 6 different structures with different significant variation in porosity is being taken from 18 to 54%. And objects were cooked in an ordinary oven at 150 degrees Celsius for 18 minutes and preheated at 150 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. You can see that the sample after baking of the with the dough and other ingredients were taken out with the hardness of samples to determine the hardness of the product that has been taken out from those ingredients. So in this table, we can see that all the different 6 types of samples were extracted out, and mainly we can see that the Q1 sample has got higher moisture content, water activity is high, functional weight is almost increased to 22.54%. And we are using here 3 types of light to see the lightness index. Red and yellow index lights are being used, and all the values here you can see which is quite higher compared to other structures models like Q1 564 and this one. So Q26 has got second highest moisture content retention, water activity, functional weight increase, and also the lightness index compared to other types of models. We can see that this is a 3D virtual model which has been used in which has been designed in the AutoCAD software, and then photographic images of water using the dough ingredients. We have printed different types of models, and here 2D cross-sectional images of cooked sample is being taken. So cross-section design of virtual model, photographic images, and 2D sectional images of the cooked model is being taken out for the study. Okay, and finally there is the porosity fraction. So where porosity fraction is where it is a ratio of volume of pores to total volume of the material. So how much pores are there for 1 cubic volume of the material is being studied here, and the graph is being plotted for finding out the porosity ratio. So usually you can see that the porosity ratio for the 3D printed biscuits had got the high compared to the porosity ratio of the virtual model. So comparing the porosity profile of 2D sectional images of 4, 5, 6 model is been plotted here. So with the maximum porosity fraction of 37 and 75% of Q1 and Q1.5 and Q2.5 model is being taken into account. That means what we can tell that more the porosity, the more will be the hardness retention ratio and structural stability. That's what we can arrive at the conclusion of this. And you can see that mechanical strength of the 3D printing snag depending on porosity and relative density. So finally, the highest porosity what we obtained in this previous graph is that Q1.5 and Q2.5 is also having a good hardness ratio. As I told that more the porosity fraction ratio, more the porosity ratio in the printed model, more will be its hardness and the structural stability. That's what you can see in this graph also, hardness graph, which is being plotted for different forces that is being used for in a hardness testing machine. So usually in Q1.4 sample, it is been breaking at an force of almost 280 newtons, and the second one, Q1.5, is breaking at around 220 newtons, and Q2.4 is also having a good structural hardness that is being breaking at around 240 newtons. Conclusion that 3D, yes, the overall size of the printed snack showed a reduction of 8% after baking, and some of the printed samples were smaller than the virtual model. What we have seen. Hardness of printed samples reduced from some of the samples were reduced from 289 to 84 newtons, and baking reduces the hardness and therefore increases the power of the model. Comparison test showed a reduction of hardness of 3D printed snacks. So usually 3D printing may be used to generate controlled force into serial-based snacks with the aim to create novel food with different structural properties. Overall conclusion of 3D printing technology is an emerging technology that occupies a higher rank because of its ability to create the complex and edible shape. So,
Mike,
yes. So finally, three-dimensional printing technology has the capacity to reduce food wastage, and 3D printing keeps savor, flavor, original taste, and adapting the required texture and shape. So 3D food printing is also called as a food on a go for astronauts and military personnel. So with this, I like to conclude the presentation. So references what I have taken some of the pictures and graphs is from these. So yes, thank you for the patience listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Tedasvi, sir,
Welcome.
for this great presentation. As there are some few questions, and I am dropping those questions on the chat box, you can check it out.
Yes. Yes, 3D printing can be used to enhance the personalized nutrition. See, based on the requirement of the nutrition, like how much percentage of protein I require, how much percentage of carbohydrate is required, vitamins, minerals, and based on the ingredients, which ingredients we have these contents, so that can be used for creating the personalized food. That is what it is being used today in the military personal applications as well as in the space industry. So usually a 3D printer is been used in these fields today to prepare instant food depending on the requirement of the nutrition. How can a 3D printing reshape the future of food? Is of course it has a lot of potential and it can reshape. But in some of the Western countries, people are using 3D printer in the bakeries and restaurants to create the personalized food according to the nutrition and dietary requirement, so which gives you without wasting of the ingredients, and while manufacturing the food, you can create a very good product with most hygiene, with most nutrition, and with having a good requirement of the dietary. So this is the future of the 3D printing, so which can have these excellent features and which can add the value food to the next level. Yes, safety, hygiene, regulatory barriers must be addressed, of course, because it is a touch and free. Without touching, we are manufacturing the food. Then there is no question of contamination. So it becomes absolutely contamination free. So what? Just we have to put the ingredients, and remaining things is being done by the control systems. What is there inside the machine? So there is no question of this regain. Of course, the food which is coming out has to be preserved with hygiene. That is what that has to be taken care. Apart from that, this whatever the food is being manufactured in this one, 3D printing is absolutely, it is without contamination and hygiene. And of course, post processing, while doing some post processing processes, we have to take care that it is maintained hygiene without directly touching with hand. You should handle the processed the food which is coming out of the 3D food printer.
Sir, I think that's all for the questions.
Okay.
Yeah. And I thank you for answering those questions to us. And thank you so much, Dr. Pavan Tejasvi, sir, for taking us into a fascinating world of 3D printing technology and its application in the food sector. As your presentation beautifully showcased how this cutting edge innovation is redefining food design, nutritional precision, and product customization and sustainable production practices. It is truly inspiring to see how technology, once limited to engineering and manufacturing, is now revolutionizing the way we think about food, right?
Yes.
And your clarity, depth of knowledge, and forward-looking perspectives have given us a new appreciation for the future of food processing. And also, we are grateful for the insight you shared and for opening our minds to the immense possibilities that lie ahead in this rapidly evolving fields. And with this, I really thank you for this great presentation on 3D printing technology, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I again thank you for ICAVRI 2025 for giving me the opportunity to present my topic, and also the organizers like VNKV, Parbhani, and US Dharwad, Goa State Agriculture College for providing me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And for now, I would like to say that our next invited speaker is Dr. A.S. Mailappa, who is a professor in the Department of Natural Resource Management and the Principal Investigation at the College of Horticulture and Forestry, Central Agriculture University, Arunachal Pradesh. And with an extensive background in soil science, natural resource management, and agriculture innovation, Dr. Mailappa has been at the forefront of research and development initiatives that directly benefit farming communities, especially in the northeastern region of India. Today, he will be addressing two highly relevant and impactful themes: agri-tech startups empowering farmers and agripreneurs in the northeastern region of India, and caring for soil, measure, monitor, and manage. These topics lie at the heart of modern agricultural transformative, where technology, entrepreneurship, and scientific startups of natural resources come together to build resilient and sustainable farming system. Through his expertise, we hope to gain deeper insight into how agri-tech startups are that rural livelihoods, how innovation is unlocking new possibilities for farmers and agripreneurs, and how soil monitoring and management practices are essential for long term agriculture, productivity, and environmental health. We are honored to have him with us today. Dr. Malappa sir, we warmly invite you to begin your session, and the session is all yours.
Thank you very much. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, fine. So first of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on agri-tech startups. As I also parallelly have class for the students, I'll just quickly go through. And if there is any doubt, definitely questions are welcome. Today, I'm here as a lead speaker. As I am the founder and former principal investigator and chief executive officer of ICAVRI Agri Business Center, right at Pasigat College of Horticulture and Forestry. So now, before actually getting into the actual topic, all of us, we must have a prelude about what is startup. Many times you might have heard about the term startup. So startup is a term which is again, as the word itself, it says that it's a startup. Somebody want to start a business scientifically, then this startup is going to be very much useful. Mostly, this is actually in a very beginning stage. Normally, when we start a startup, it goes in a small scale, and later on, we can elevate to the next level. Then there are so many advantages of these startups. So when we start any business, all of us, we know a lot of investment is required. In turn, ultimately, the total expenses for the particular startup is going to be more in comparison to the revenues. After some years only, you started getting net profit. Then if you ask me that why these startups are required, because startups, they are going to yield in a sustainable manner. And we are also going to enjoy many benefits out of this. And we can also attract the fund from different sources. Many investors may be interested to invest in your startup. So from that perspective, as it is going to attract many, we call it as venture capital, VCs. So this is going to have a greater benefit. As per the DPIIT, the startup is actually, it should be incorporated as there are certain terms and conditions. How a startup supposed to be registered? As per GSR 127E, the startup may be incorporated as a private limited company or LLP, limited liability company. And the turnover of any of the startup must be less than 100 crores in the previous financial years. And any entity or any company, when it is being registered, up to first initial 10 years, it is going to be considered a startup, not after that. And the basic requirement to start a startup is you must have innovative idea in that startup, innovative business idea. Otherwise, it cannot be treated as a startup. And as I've told you again, I've summarized in this 10 years, it is going to be considered as a startup. It can be incorporated as a private limited company or LLP, even partnership one also. The turnover should not exceed 100 crores and it must have the new innovative ideas. And as far as agriculture is concerned, this startup is a common term. This startup is very popular, especially in infotech industries. But now this startup is actually gearing up, especially in agriculture sector also, because agriculture is the backbone of our Indian economy, and being a largest industry in the country, many people started, focusing on this agri-tech startups as it is having greater potential. And there are so many key reasons to encourage these agriculture startups. First one is innovation. We have a lot many innovative ideas, especially in agriculture sectors. In agriculture, we have so many departments like, agronomy, soil science, pathology, entomology, post-harvest management. So in all these disciplines, we have many innovative ideas, and we can take the advantage of this, innovative ideas in different disciplines. And moreover, we have competitive dynamics. Then whatever the information that is being generated through research, it can be transferred to the market. And this ultimately create an entrepreneurship culture. Otherwise what will happen? People will go only in a business mode without bothering about, incorporating these innovative ideas. Ultimately, once the entrepreneurship ecosystem is being developed, this ultimately creates, instead of a job seeker, you can be a job provider, and ultimately it benefits many of the beneficiaries, and thus, benefiting this economic growth of a country. As far as agriculture sector is concerned, as I told you, so this is having lot of untapped potential, especially in processing and export sector, then steam supply chain, stakeholders empowerment, resource maximization, digital technology. These are the areas where this untapped agriculture potential can be made use of. And as I told you, this startup, once you start this startup, and we are going to enjoy many benefits. First and foremost thing is that the startup is going to enjoy the tax holiday for the first 3 consecutive years, irrespective of the turnover, irrespective of the profit, whatever you are going to have. And as I told you, if you want to, as per DP80, your company is eligible to start as a startup once it is registered as a private limited company or limited liability company. And the startup should have been started after 1st April 2016. The tax holiday is the main important point that I would like to focus. And we have many agri startups in India. These are all the examples of the startups related to agriculture sector. And if you look at this startup scenario in the country, we are in the 3rd position out of this global startup ecosystem with the annual growth rate of 12 to 15%. And 14.5 billion plus dollars are being, that is the total outcome of this since 2019 onwards. If you take the average age of the startup founders, it is very encouraging that young minds are with the age of 28 years are the main startup founders. As of now, we are having 280 plus incubators. I'll come to what is incubators a little later. And we have we have 280 plus incubators or accelerators in the country with a growth of 40% since 2016. You can take the scenario of these startups, US, UK, India, Israel, and China. So we are in the 2nd position. Then if you take the India startup apps, this gives an idea about where we are having major startup apps. So 27% of the startup apps are focusing on Delhi, then 25% in Bangalore, 16% in Mumbai, then 6% in Hyderabad, another 5% in Pune. And we are having 50,000 plus startups recently being added, and another new startups are being added. This is the total startups. Then 9,000 plus tech-based startups we are having, and through which 1.5 lakhs jobs has been created. And out of this, many women, 45% of them are women co-founders. And many seven unicorn startups are there in 2019 alone, which was the 3rd highest in the world. And later, many other unicorn startups are in the row. And India jumped into 52nd rank in the Global Innovation Index. And there are, as far as startups is concerned, we have many phases. Let us see what are all the phases. First phase of the startup is, if you want to start a startup, first you must have an idea. This we call it as ideation stage. So this innovative idea only will helpful in terms of proceeding further to the next stage of concepting. Suppose if you have the idea, you have to convert the idea into a concept. So then third phase is commitment. Once you started this, we have to come out with a product. For that, this third phase is committing. Once your product or service, anything is ready, then it is to be validated. Unless validated, it cannot be considered as a valid product or service. Then next stage of this startup is that scaling. Once your business is going well, then definitely you can go ahead with the scaling. Then after that, the next step is establishing this to the next level. And as far as startup is concerned, Government of India, they have taken many startups initiatives. These are all the Startup India's initiatives. Startup India, then Make in India, Digital India, then Skill India. These are all the examples of initiatives that are taken by Government of India. Besides that, to strengthen these agriculture startups, many of the key promotive schemes are being introduced. Before actually getting introduced into those schemes, attractive schemes, we need to have a basic idea about incubators. When we do for these startups, there are two important things we have to keep it in our mind. One is business incubators like us. Another one is incubatees. The incubatees are nothing but trainees. The incubators are nothing but trainers. Why these incubators are required and what are incubators? So these incubators are basically, a non-profit oriented entities, and they are going to provide training to the incubatees. And these incubators, both the incubators and the incubatees, they are going to enjoy a series of benefits. As far as incubators are concerned, we are going to get many of the financial assistance from Government of India. And, we are going to have access to the experienced business consultants. Then we are going to have many kind of, infrastructure facilities in terms of creating a incubation center. Then this is the entire list of, as far as agriculture is concerned, we have many attractive schemes through RKVV Raptor schemes that is being distributed through agribusiness incubators all over the country. This is the entire list of agribusiness incubators in the country. And this agribusiness incubators are being divided under the control of knowledge partners. And these are all the list of knowledge partners we have. ICAR, IRI, then Manage, NIAM, then UAS, Harvard, then Assam Agriculture University. And the agribusiness incubators, RKVV Raptor agribusiness incubators are in short called as RABIs. These RABIs are actually taking the science, converting them in terms of startups. And we have basically two programs. One is called pre-seed stage funding to the incubatees. So the funding support is up to 5 lakhs. And second is that we have another important flagship program called the seed stage funding. Here the beneficiaries, they are going to get the funding support up to 25 lakhs. And the scheme goes like this. The total program goes like this. You will get an advertisement every year by the RABIs. Then after that, we need to apply. After that, every incubatees, those who applied, they will be subjected to, their applications will be screened, and after that, they are getting selected, and they have to go for a rigorous 2 months in residency program incubation period. After that, we have a review committee, and the review committee will assess, are they eligible to get the fund? Then later on, the fund will be released. The fund released will be done in 2 installments. So first installment will be 60% and second installment will be 40%, which means that out of 5 lakhs in the pre-seed stage funding, 3 lakhs will be initially released. After submission of the utilization certificate, the remaining 2 lakhs will be released. The remaining 40%, 2 lakhs will be released. As far as the seed stage funding is concerned, so the eligible thing is that they must have a already established startup. If they want to scale up a startup, they can go for this seed stage funding. There, they will be eligible to get 25 lakhs. So this will be released in 3 installments, 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs, and 5 lakhs. Of course, each one of them subjected to submission of the utilization certificate after it is being released. And this already I've explained to you. And we can proudly say that as far as Northeastern region is concerned, Central Agriculture University is the only university. We have 3 agri-business incubators. One is right at our campus, CHF Pasighat. Second one is College of Fisheries, Lambuchara, Agardala, Tripura. Third one is College of Veterinary Science in Aizawl, Mizoram. Then we 3 of them are coming under this Assam Agriculture University. Assam Agriculture University is our knowledge partner. And we have taken a lot of initiatives, and so far we have incubated more than 50 incubators. More than 2 crore has been released to these incubators, and they get very good support from the incubators. And apart from that, they also have the option of getting financial assistance from Niti Aayog through Atal Innovation Mission. Then we are also supporting them in terms of getting bank loans, then other kinds of technical and financial support from other sources. Then as far as financial support is concerned, already I've explained to you, we have 2 flagship programs. One is pre-seed stage funding, where they get the support up to 5 lakhs. Second one is seed stage funding. They will get a funding support up to 25 lakhs. And, as this is really gearing up well in the Northeastern region, I can proudly say that one of our incubator in Manipur, so now she is progressing like anything. And she, through her startup, Dayanthe, she has established the startup. She has applied for in the pre-seed stage funding. Now she has entered into seed stage funding. Now she is selling her product like anything. She is having her own showcasing her product in the info airport and other many such incubators they have done. Incubation center is really doing well in terms of strengthening agri startup ecosystem. We are mainly here to promote this awareness among the incubators or general public regarding agri startups. And this promoting innovative ideas is our main recommendation. And we are also providing marketing strategies. For example, Arunachal orange is the most popular orange. But the problem is that marketing linkages is very poor. So we are helping them in terms of improving these market linkages so that they can sell their product to other places where the product will get a very good price. We conduct many kind of exclusive campaigns on startup compliances. We have a good relation with many of the chartered accountants and technical experts, and this is actually ultimately paved the way to increase more number of startup ecosystem. We also face many kind of challenges. Challenges, if you say that as far as agriculture industry is concerned, especially agriculture startups, lack of awareness, and many of them they don't have the knowledge about this agri-tech startups, and they also have lack of knowledge on how to raise their fund. Then sometimes they think that when they try to invest at first, they may have a fear whether I could be able to succeed in the startup or not. These are all the main important challenges. Then many kind of complaints are there. Suppose when they go for startup, so when they go for startup registration, they must come out with the innovative ideas without which it cannot be registered as a startup company. So that fear still is there for many of them. Then compliances, as I told you, when you go for the startup, you need to go for a auditing and rigorous procedures, then income tax filing, all those things are there. So then another important area where the main important challenge is that risk proportion. Investors are they need to have a good risk bearing capacity. Then as far as Northeastern region is concerned, based on our experience, we have come out with some of the specific challenges. No doubt, when there is a lack of awareness in rest part of the country, no doubt lack of awareness is the major challenge, especially in the Northeastern region. And here fulfilling these compliances And many times these incubators, when they look at the advertisement, initially they feel that some fund is being provided. Let us apply simply. It's not so because as they need to go for a long way, it is not like one time tapping these 5 lakhs or 25 lakhs or so. And the many of those applicants, they think that let us take this easy money of this 5 lakhs that is being provided by the government. So the government is actually providing this fund not to make use of this money as a one-time investment or something like that. So the government is actually promoting many kind of agri-tech startups in terms of encouraging these incubators to nourish in a sustainable manner. We also have many kind of marketing issues, as I told you. Orange is one of the example. Then again, here the incubators or the applicants, they face many problems in terms of getting loan from the banks. Then lack of motivation. Then here now only for the last 5 years, only we have many success stories. But otherwise, the lack of success stories to promote or to encourage this applicants or incubators is definitely lacking. Then lack of online support in terms of mentoring, because all the time these incubators, they cannot be in physical contact with the incubators. We need a good support. Then lack of mentoring support, lack of information, marketing, survey, then supply chain, etc. This keeping in view of this, my conclusion goes like this. As far as agri-tech startup in Northeastern region is concerned, this is definitely having a greater potential. So definitely we need to strengthen this agri-tech startup ecosystem in the Northeastern system. For that, greater awareness programs and campaigns are going to be very much useful, which will facilitate to understand the startup compliances so that the startup ecosystem is going to be promoted in the whole country, and more specifically in the Northeastern region. Because organic agriculture is coming up in a big way. Natural farming is also coming up big way in the Northeastern region. If this is going to be followed, definitely agri-tech startup is going to be a win-win-win option and a gateway to economic prosperity of Northeastern region as a whole for the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us through this topic, agri-tech startups, empowering farmers and agripreneurs in the northeast region of India. As there are some questions that has been asked through the group, so I will share it to you on the chat box. You can check it out there.
Please, please. How can agri-tech startups be tailored to overcome the unique geographical infrastructure and socio-economic challenges of Northeastern region? Sir, this is all about the startup specific or the product specific. We cannot give you a overall a strategy like a tailored strategy for a particular region as a whole. So we require to get into more in-depth detail about the product or service that is being rendered by the startup. Based on that only we can proceed further. We cannot give the overall strategy for a tailor-made overall strategy for geographical and infrastructure as it is specific. How does the poor soil management contribute to decline farm productivity in the Northeastern and integrated strategies? Yeah, of course, this is definitely a most important area we need to focus. In fact, I'm here in the Northeastern region for last 2 decades. So we have popularized many of the soil management strategies that are suitable to acid soils of northeastern region. And in fact, we go for this integrated nutrient management. Though on one side, organic agriculture and natural farming is getting popularized. So, and accordingly, the soil management strategies are being popularized in the northeastern region. So that is why farmers are getting greater benefit from our incubators and as a whole from our university. What kind of policy support or training program or capacity building initiatives are needed to strengthen agri-partnership internship and promoting scientific soil management among the farmers? No doubt, sir, as I told you, now, for example, we have 3 incubation centers in the northeastern region. If this number of incubation centers, if they are going to get increased automatically, so they are going to, take up the initiatives in terms of providing many training programs or campaigns, then many kind of financial support through the many of these flagship programs I have addressed earlier. So then, as I told you, time to time we also offer many kind of capacity building training programs to the many of the stakeholders, those who are involved in agri-tech entrepreneurship, and also in terms of soil-related aspects. So that is why farmers are getting benefit. In fact, every year we are taking care of issuing around 1,000 soil health cards to the farmers. So the farmers are actually getting greater benefit out of this.
Thank you so much, sir, for your answers to these questions. And also, thank you, Dr. Mailappa, sir, for your insightful dual focus on agri-tech startups and soil management. Your perspectives, especially rooted in the northeastern region, offer immense value and direction for sustainable agriculture development. And your contribution today has broadened our understanding and inspired meaningful action toward innovation and responsible resource management. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. And it was great to have you with us as an invited talk. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. If there is any doubt more specifically, so please kindly ask them to contact me through mail so that I can provide any kind of support to them. I have shared my email in the chat box. Please kindly share with them if they have any other doubts, or they can approach through you also to have greater access. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you very much, sir. And for now, I would like to say that please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Bella, who is a professor and head at Kerala Agriculture University. Dr. Bella is a distinguished academician and a respected expert in the field of food science, nutrition, and agriculture innovation. Her extensive work has contributed significantly to improving the nutritional profile of stable foods and strengthening food security initiatives across the country. Today, she will be presenting on a highly relevant and impactful theme, that is rice fortification, a pathway to nutritional security in India. As rice is a major staple for millions of people, fortifying it with essential vitamins and minerals has the potential to address hidden hunger, combat malnutrition, and uplift public health on a national scale. Dr. Bella's expertise will guide us through the significant technological and policy dimensions of rice fortification, while also highlighting its role in ensuring a healthier and more nutritional, secure India. We are truly honored to have her with us. And Dr. Bella, ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Um, First and foremost, let me thank the organizers for putting up such a good seminar at international conference. And also, I would like to extend my gratitude for the organizers to have invited me for this session, and also to give an opportunity to give a session on rice fortification. So now I just would like to talk about what rice fortification is and how it is actually transforming India, and how it has become a staple. The staple food of India is rice, and how it is becoming a powerful tool for combating malnutrition and building a healthier nation. First and foremost, the nutrition challenges in India. Let's just go through that. Over 57% of women of reproductive age and 67% of children under 5 are suffering from anemia. This is according to data of NFHS. And iron deficiency anemia is leading to cause of different disabilities. If you look at anemia, it is contributing to 20% of maternal death in India, highlighting the urgent need for effective nutritional intervention. Micronutrient deficiency extends beyond iron to folic acid, vitamin B12, and vitamin A. It's severely impacting cognitive and physical development in children. So now, coming to rice, as every state, in most of the states, rice is one of the staple food, and it is staple for 3 billion people. Rice delivers energy and protein, but critically lacks essential micronutrients like iron, vitamin A, and folate. So when you want to, improve the nutritious status of the population, the ideal method is, because rice is consumed by many of them. 65% of the Indian population relies on rice daily. So making micronutrient malnutrition is a pressing public health challenge. We have decided that India has decided that rice may be considered as one of the tool or the food to fortify. Now, if you look at the hidden hunger crisis, though rice fills stomach, it leaves millions suffering from hidden hunger, a silent epidemic of micronutrient deficiencies affecting physical and cognitive development. Almost 2 billion and more people are suffering from micronutrient deficiencies globally, and 35% of the anemia prevalence of global population affected by iron deficiency anemia. So this is the reason why we have taken rice. Now let's see what rice fortification is all about. It is basically the deliberate addition of essential vitamins and minerals to rice, improving its nutritional quality without changing taste or cooking properties. So the targeted nutrients are, it is iron, folic acid, vitamin A, zinc and B complex vitamins, micronutrients critically lacking in polished white rice. It is a cost-effective and sustainable public health strategy which is also endorsed by WHO and India's FSSAI for combating nutrition. Now let's learn about what the technology of fortification is. The modern fortification technology, it transforms ordinary rice into a nutritional powerhouse through innovative scientific process that preserves taste, texture, and cooking properties. So let's see how it is. Now, before I really go into the technology, we will have to really mention the role of IIT Kharagpur, because IIT Kharagpur is the first institute which has come up, to give this instrumental in making the indigenous fortification technology and making India self-reliant in producing fortified rice kernels at scale. The institute has created processes specifically suited to Indian rice varieties, ensuring compatibility with local taste, cooking methods, and climate conditions. And they have been transferring the technology rapidly to the manufacturers, those who are millers and who are into rice milling. To understand what is rice fortification, the first step is basically the micronutrient premix preparation. So the essential nutrients including iron, folic acid, vitamin B12 are combined with stabilizers and binders to create a nutrient mix. The second process is extrusion. The rice Flour is mixed with a nutrient premix and extruded through specifically designed machines to create fortified rice kernels that closely resemble natural rice grains. And then finally, the extruded kernels are coated with a protective layer to prevent nutrient loss during storage and cooking, then carefully dried to achieve optimal moisture control. This FRK, that is a fortified rice kernel, are blended with regular rice at a ratio of 1:100, ensuring nutritional enhancements whilst maintaining the taste, aroma, and cooking characteristic. And finally, the quality control is done. It's a rigorous testing, ensuring the nutrient retention, uniformity of blending, and compliance of the FSSAI standards before distributing through the government channels. Now, let us look by one. The step 1. So it is a precise formulation creating an exact blend of micronutrients, which includes iron compounds, ferric pyrophosphate and folic acid, vitamin A, zinc oxide, and essential B vitamins. Each nutrient is carefully selected and formulated to ensure maximum absorption by the human body during digestion. The premix is engineered to remain stable during storage, washing, and the high temperature of cooking processes. After that, there is this next step is the extrusion technology. It is a mixing phase where rice flour is thoroughly combined with the nutrient premix and water to form a uniform, nutrient-rich dough. The dough passes through a specialized extrusion machine. The picture is shown on the right-hand side. Through a specialized extrusion machine that cook it under pressure and shape it into rice-like kernels. So the finishing, the extruded product, that is kernel, are carefully dried and polished to perfectly resemble natural rice grains in size, shape, and appearance. So we also conduct competitions to identify which is the kernel and which is the rice. So this kernel looks exactly like the rice. It looks like in the shape of the rice, and it is actually an extruded product which has got the nutrients, the micronutrients in it. In the step 3, once the fortified kernels are made, then what is important is the controlled blending. It has to be blended properly with the rice. So the fortified kernels are precisely blended with regular milled rice using automated system that ensure uniform distribution throughout each batch. The optimal ratio typically is 1:100 ratio, just one fortified kernel for every 100 regular grains, maintaining the natural taste while delivering essential nutrients. This carefully blending guarantees that every serving provides the intended nutritional benefits without any noticeable change in appearance or flavor. So this is an extrusion machine that you can see, and this advanced extrusion technology transforms nutrient-enriched dough into perfectly shaped rice kernels. This sophisticated process ensured that fortified rice is visually identical to regular rice, promoting consumer acceptance while delivering vital micronutrients to all. The next step is ensuring quality and nutrient retention. So rigorous testing protocols are there, and every batch of fortified rice undergoes comprehensive quality assurance to ensure safety, nutrition adequacy, and consumer satisfaction. Regular laboratory testing verifies exact nutrient levels match specifications. Statistical sampling ensures consistent distribution of fortified kernels and nutrient verified to remain stable during storage, washing, and cooking. Compliance verification is adherence to FSSAI and WHO guidelines for safe human consumption. So the rice fortification, now since we have learned about the technology, let's know what are the scientific evidences from the researches that has been done across the globe. So I've just consolidated some, and it's a comprehensive review of the global research demonstrating the impact of fortified rice on public health and nutrition outcomes. So there are evidence from 17 global studies that are in multiple continents and around done on more than 10,000 participants in 10 countries. The major studies are conducted in India, Bangladesh, Philippines, Thailand, Brazil, USA, Cambodia, Mexico, Burundi, and Indonesia, which has examined fortified rice containing iron with or without vitamin A, zinc, and folic acid. So it is found that they have consumed, they have reduced 35% of iron deficiency among the populations consuming fortified rice regularly, and it has the hemoglobin level has increased by 1.83 on average, significantly improving anemia indicators, and deficiency risk reduced while serum folate levels increase substantially. So the WHO recommendations on rice fortification is that fortified rice with iron to improve population iron status in country where rice serves as a staple food. And it is also mentioned that vitamin A and folic acid fortification strongly recommend to address widespread deficiencies. So the WHO evidence-based guidelines provide a robust framework to countries for implementing rice fortification programs tailored to local nutritional needs and infrastructure gap. Now, coming to some of the PATH, it's an NGO which has also conducted some studies, and the studies have shown that the fortified kernels blend seamlessly with the regular rice, maintaining taste and appearance, and it is successfully integrated into existing food systems without disrupting the traditional consumer pattern. So this is the basic, the PATH study, and there are many more studies. The Peru's social assistance program, it has reached over 3 million people and through social programs, and it had created consumer demand before scaling private sector supply. Peru's innovative model prioritized establishing demand through social assistance programs before engaging the private sector, ultimately leading to legislative change. This approach serves as a blueprint for other countries combating iron deficiency anemia through rice fortification. So this Peru strategic approach demonstrates how demand-led fortification programs can successfully transition from social assistance to market-based solution, creating sustainable impact. Now, some of the recent advances are that fortification has reduced childhood infection by significantly improving zinc status and immune function. And some studies have shown that large-scale food fortification programs rapidly expanding across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And the growing evidence is mounting evidence supports positive impact despite coverage data gaps in some regions. India's fortification initiatives align strategically with global best practices, positioning the country at the forefront of addressing micronutrient malnutrition through evidence-based intervention, continuous monitoring, and evaluation strengthen program effectiveness. Now, some of the challenges that the researchers face doing rice fortification is that the implementation challenges, especially in ensuring the consistent micronutrient levels in fortified rice throughout the supply chain, overcoming local production and distribution infrastructure hurdles, and monitoring sustained health impacts and cost effectiveness over time. That is, longitudinal studies are still lacking. And diverse populations, need for more randomized controlled trials across varied demographic groups are yet to be done. Now, Indian research, a good research work has been done by Thangachan in the Christian Medical College. He's from the St. John's Medical College. And it is a landmark study by Thangachan colleagues, which has highlighted the significant improvements in iron bioavailability from fortified rice. Their findings demonstrated that iron fortified rice led to an average increase of 15 to 20% in iron absorption rate in iron deficient individuals, significantly contributing the combat of iron deficiency anemia in rural population. The study emphasized the stability of the fortificant through conventional cooking method. The NIN, the National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, have conducted extensive trials on the health impact of fortified rice among school-age children. The results showed a reduction in anemia prevalence by 30% within 12 months of consistent consumption of fortified rice. Beyond iron, the co-fortification of folic acid and vitamin B12 also demonstrate improvement in cognitive function and overall nutrition status in these vulnerable groups. All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi, was a study from AIMS focused on the effectiveness of fortified rice in pregnant women, a demographic with high nutrition needs. The research indicated that regular intake of fortified rice resulted in 25% increase in hemoglobin levels and a substantial decrease in maternal anemia complications. It underscored the potential of fortified rice as a scalable and sustainable intervention to improve maternal health, maternal and child health outcomes across India. Now, coming to the studies that we have done in the Kerala Agriculture University, we have evaluated the iron and zinc retention in fortified rice during cooking and storage under tropical conditions, establishing optimal fortification levels for Kerala's climate, and sensory evaluation research was done, and comprehensive consumer acceptance trial across rural and urban Kerala population showed that 89% acceptability of fortified rice with no significant taste or texture differences. We also, through the a study was done to find out the impact, because this fortified rice has been distributed to the Anganwadi schools. So the intervention study in 50 schools demonstrated that 28% reduction in anemia prevalence among children consuming fortified rice through midday meal schemes. Another study by NIA has shown that it was a comparative study, and there was no significant, showed that significant differences nutrition status between intervention group, that is a group that consumed fortified rice, and the control group, particularly in the improvement in iron, folic acid and vitamin B12 intake. Also, the study was also showed that the children who were taking fortified rice had better cognitive development. Now, another study which has been recently published is that it has shown that the fortification approaches for diverse population and regional dietary pattern in India, particularly focusing on awareness. This study was basically to find out the awareness of fortified rice among the public, and we gave extension training programs to stakeholders in different pockets, and shown that after the training program, most of them have got an idea about fortified rice, because when they see these kernels, some of them, they thought that it is a plastic rice or an adulteration, and they used to remove it. So after extensive campaigns, we found that once the knowledge and awareness of fortified rice was given to the rural and the urban homemakers, there is a change in the consumption. So to understand what rice fortification, it is a public health game changer, and it has proven its efficiency. Once you consume fortified rice, it reduces iron deficiency, vitamin and folate deficiency, and it has a lot of studies have been shown that the scientific evidence is there that once you consume fortified rice, you will not have iron deficiency. And it is also cost-effective, scalable intervention, adaptable to diverse cultural contexts and food system. Essential tool in India's fight against hidden hunger and micronutrient malnutrition affecting millions. So if you ask the call of action, it is to strengthen the fortification policy, scale existing programs, and invest strategically in research to build a healthier, more nourished future for all Indians. So rice fortification represents one of the most promising public health interventions available today, combining scientific rigor with practical implementations to address malnutrition at large scale. So the future is fortified, or rice fortification stands as a scientifically validated, economically viable, and culturally appropriate solution to combat micronutrient deficiency. With robust evidence from across the globe and growing momentum in India, fortified rice can transform public health outcomes of millions. Though I have already mentioned the challenges, so it can transform the lives. It is nutrition for all, not only because mostly if in young women, adolescents, and especially the middle age, they don't realize that they are having vitamin A, iron deficiencies. Those symptoms are there, but they just don't give more importance or focus on it. The iron deficiency, my vitamin B12 deficiency. So it is very good that if all the citizens of India consume fortified rice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this very great presentation. As there are a few questions, and I am going to write those questions on the chat box. You can look forward that.
How can consumer awareness, sorry, the question just disappeared quickly. Yes. How can consumer awareness, acceptance, and behavioral change be strengthened to ensure widespread adoption of fortified rice in both rural and urban community? We need to, in Kerala, what we have done is we gave a lot of campaigns, talks in Doordarshan, in the local FM, and also we conducted a lot of programs, field level programs through Krishi Vigyana Kendras. So, it is very important that the midday meal schemes and what of rice we are getting through PDS. Normally, people think that the rice that we are getting through PDS is of lower standards. But right now, what we are getting is fortified, which is more expensive than the normal rice. So, these are the methods that we have taken, campaigns through social media, through visual media, through print medias, and especially telling them that we have come up with vernacular Malayalam videos, which is saying not to throw away the kernels. It is not plastic rice or adulterants. It is the kernel which is having the nutrients in it. So these are the methods that the consumer awareness have been done here. The Kerala Agriculture University is a technical support unit for doing the rice fortification awareness. With the support of United Nations World Food Program, we are able to do it. So next is what are the major challenges in scaling rice fortification across PDS, midday meal scheme, and ICDS, and how can you overcome? The major challenges is that the blending, once it's done, what happens in PDS through the challenges to scale up in PDS was not an issue. The only thing was awareness. Now all the districts in Kerala are distributing fortified rice through PDS. So there was no challenge in giving or distributing the fortified rice in PDS. And midday meal schemes also, the students are now consuming fortified rice, though they are not aware of it. They are being given fortified rice. And now in ICDS, through ICDS, now we have got another project where we are making snacks through fortified rice, making products for pregnant women, adolescent, as well as lactating women using fortified rice. So like, how instant rice porridge, instant rice snacks, and rice bars, all this has been made. So I think it is... the challenges of scaling up is not a big issue. What does mean plastic rice? There are no, I don't know whether there is any plastic rice. Maybe there are plastic rice, but unfortunately, the kernel, it looks exactly like the rice, but sometimes if you look closer, it is a translucent, it might look plastic, but it is not plastic, it is an extruded thing. So people sometimes they have a, they get skeptical by seeing the kernel, that they think it is plastic rice. So we always say that whatever rice you're getting through the PDS and through the midday meal and the ICDS, if you see the kernel, don't mistake it as a plastic rice or anything, but it is a kernel. The kernel is basically made out of the rice flour, which is also been blended with the, it is having the vitamin A, vitamin B12 and folic acid. Any other questions?
No, ma'am, I think that's all for the questions. And thank you for answering all the questions to us. And ma'am, very much thank you for enlightening and impactful presentation. Your talk on achieving nutritional security through rice fortification shines a spotlight on one of the most urgent public health priorities in India. The clarity with which you explain the science, the implementations challenges, and the immense potential of fortified rice to combat hidden hunger was truly remarkable. And ma'am, also there is one more question that major health side effects of the plastic rice.
No, actually, I just said it. There is nothing called plastic rice. Plastic rice is basically an adulterated thing. We are not promoting plastic rice. Got it?
Okay, ma'am. Okay,
There
totally
is,
got
see,
it.
the thing is, there is plastic rice, but it is, we are not aware of it. It may be some adulterated thing. Why sometimes what people think is that when we are adding kernel to the, that is, we are not, we are fortifying, we are not adulterating. When you are fortifying the rice with the kernels, that is a kernel which has got the in the nutrients, sometimes people think that it is plastic rice, because somewhere we heard that there is something called plastic rice, and they have made unnaturally, or looks, which looks like naturally rice, but it is not rice. But I have not come across or seen a plastic rice. Since this rumor is going on that there is plastic rice, the FSSI and the WHO and other global agencies have repeatedly clarified there is no verified case of plastic rice being sold in markets. There is no plastic rice like that. It is a rumor that is going, over people. Some common reasons people think they encounter is because of the over polished rice that looks shiny and artificial, like that. Actually, fortified rice kernels, which looks very normal rice, but of course, since it has been extruded and made into the size or the shape of the rice, it looks little unnatural, but that is not anything called plastic. I hope it's clear.
Yes, ma'am. I think it's clear to our audience. And thank you so much for answering this again. And ma'am, also your expertise grounded in years of research and leadership in food and nutrition science has not only informed us, but also inspired us to reimagine how simple and interventions can transform millions of lives, right? And the passion you bring to advancing public health through scientific innovation is truly commendable. And ma'am, thank you for enriching this forum with your knowledge, your vision, and your commitment to building a nutritionally secure India. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With this, next we are honored to welcome Dr. Nagarajappa Adivapar sir, Professor of Horticulture and Principal Investigation at the Arikanat Research Center, Keladi Shivappa Nayaka University of Agriculture and Horticultural Science, Shivamogga, Karnataka. Dr. Adivapar sir is a respected academician and a leading researcher whose extensive work in plantation crops, horticultural systems, and livelihood improvement has contributed significantly to sustainable farming practices across the region. Today, he will be sharing his expertise on a highly relevant and impactful theme, that is, role of plantation crops in sustainable agriculture and livelihood. At a time when climate resilience, economic stability, and ecological balance are crucial, plantation crops play a transformative role in enriching soil health, supporting biodiversity, generating rural employment, and strengthening farmers' income. Through this, Dr. Adivapar Sir's deep insight and field-based research, we look forward to understanding how plantation crop systems can serve as powerful drivers of sustainability, profitability, and long-term livelihood security for farming communities. With great pleasure and anticipation, we invite Dr. Adi Vapar sir to the floor. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us,
Thank
and
you.
the stage is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Is it visible, madam?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Visible. Oh, yeah. Good evening to one and all. Thanks for giving an opportunity to share my views regarding role of plantation crops in sustainable agriculture and livelihood security. See, India is now the... Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Madam, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Slides are moving properly?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now I am in second slide. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah. According to the first advance estimate by Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, the total production of Indian horticulture crops is 362 million ton. This is the record high production compared to earlier years. With respect to area production and productivity of horticulture crops, if you take the data from the last 3 decades, the area and the production has increased slowly, but the productivity has become stagnant. The productivity has not increased as the phase we have seen with respect to area and production. And with respect to status of land holding, if you see the statistics of 1970 to 71 and 2015 to 16, the number of marginal farmers have increased drastically. This also major concern in plantation crop sector. And why we have to concentrate on plantation crops? We have a lot of advantages. We can say compared to advantages. We are the largest producer of coconut, cashew nut, and tea. And we are the largest producer and exporter of spices. And the total share of plantation crops in total horticulture production in India is just 9.6%. Means we have still scope for increasing the area under plantation crops. We have a lot of strength with respect to plantation crops because we have diverse climatic conditions from north to south and east to west. Different climatic conditions, we can grow different plantation crops particularly. But presently, if you see the status of plantation crop, mostly it is concentrating in southern states. And we have different varieties in cashew, arecanut, coconut, tea, coffee, and rubber. And these are most amenable for inter and mixed cropping system, which we have not seen in other crops. And it is most amenable for organic and natural farming practices because throughout the world, we are concentrating mainly on organic and natural products with safe from pesticides and insecticides. And our quality of production is also superior compared to other countries. Say, for example, if you take a pepper as an example, whatever the pepper quality we are producing in India is far superior compared to Vietnam and Indonesia. And high domestic consumption. We have a lot of domestic consumers with respect to spices and plantation crops. And great demand in the international market also for the Indian plantation crop products. And we have a lot of challenges also. At present, old and unproductive orchards are there. The productivity will be low. We have to concentrate to enhance the productivity by reducing the cost of the production. And inadequate supply of allied planting material. In successful establishment of the orchard, the allied planting material plays vital role. If you are not getting allied planting material for propagation, for planting, then more than 30% of the yield may reduce. That is also biggest hurdle in the present situation.
Apart from this aberrant weather conditions, if you take the example of from 2020 to 2025, we have seen 3 years heavy rain, 1 year drought, and 1 year normal rain. In such situations, the productivity of the plantation crops will be affected drastically. And low adoption of good agricultural practices. In almost all crops, we are not following good agricultural practices, which also hinders the productivity. And incidence of pests and diseases. Very good example I want to quote is arecanut. In 2022-23, arecanut is affected by leaf spot. Almost 54,000 hectares of arecanut has been affected by leaf spot, one disease. Imagine per acre, they are getting 8 to 10 quintals of arecanut in our area in Karnataka. The present price is 60,000 rupees per quintal. If you take example of 10 quintal per acre, almost they are losing 6 lakh rupees. Means per hectare it is 15 lakh. 24,000 hectares to 15 lakh. That much cost, that much amount farmers have lost. And scarcity of skilled manpower. See, these plantation crops require skill-oriented manpower. Simply manpower will not work here. Say, for example, harvesting of oil palm, harvesting of coconut, harvesting of arecanut, processing of arecanut, all requires skill-oriented manpower. That is also the biggest challenge in plantation crops today. And poor post-harvest management. In pepper, poor post-harvest management leads to loss of the quality. It also holds good in other plantation crops also. See here the state-wise area and production of plantation crop, almost the plantation crops, this is the green area, almost the plantation crops holds around southern India and part of the middle India, and very little in respect to northeastern states. Similarly, with respect to production also. And a lot of advantages by growing of plantation crops, less price fluctuations. If you compare the other horticulture crops like onion, tomato, chili, the plantation crops price will not be fluctuating much. High value, just I have quoted the example of arecanut, almost 60,000 rupees per quintal. From the last 6 to 7 years, the price is not changed. Almost it is hovering around 50 to 60,000 rupees. And you can store it for prolonged time, high storability. That is also biggest advantage. When the rate, if it is bit less, we can store it for some time and we can sell when the rate is high. Organized marketing system compared to other crops, plantation crops have organized marketing system. Lot of cooperative institutes have come, lot of cooperative farmers organizations have come forward for selling of these products. And here we can start farmers, producer organizations, community groups, and based on cluster basis, so many groups have been formed by the government as well as non-government organizations, even farmers organizations also. These plantation crops are bit climate smart. Very good example is the cashew. Cashew can go from 500 mm per year rainfall to 5,000 mm per year rainfall. Even temperature also, and well-defined government support. See here in plantation crops, commodity boards are there, coffee board, tea board, Directorate of Arecanut and Spices Development, Directorate of Cocoa and Cashew Development. Like this, so many organizations are exclusively dedicated. This is not the case in other horticultural crops. It also provides nutritional security. Cashew is a very good example. It provides very good protein, minerals to the human. And risk mitigation. And government have started a lot of crop insurance, weather-based insurance, and rainfall insurance schemes in plantation crops that will come into rescue in unforeseen incidences in weather vagaries. These schemes will protect farmers. And we are importing a lot of edible oil. Almost 80,000 crore rupees of oil we are importing every year. If we enhance the cultivation of oil palm, this can be reduced drastically. That much amount will be saved to our country. Recycling of organic waste. Almost plantation crops, a lot of organic material will be generated that can be utilized, that can be converted into valuable compost, and that can be recycled. By using this, around 50% of the recommended nutrients we can meet out from these wastes. As I mentioned, nutritional security cashew, it is rich source of proteins, vitamins, minerals. Coconut is rich in polyunsaturated fatty acids. Arecanut enhances digestion power of the human being. Cocoa, it provides very good fat and minerals to the human. See, the productivity, just I was explaining, productivity has not increased. If you take the statistics of last 2 decades, the productivity remained almost stagnant, whereas area and production has increased. This is the dire concern. It has to be thought why the productivity is low. The major crops, what we want to cover in plantation crops is arecanut, coconut, cashew nut, oil palm, rubber, and other crops like spices. So many spices we are growing: coffee, tea, cocoa. Tea, we are the largest producer in the world, and almost 24% we are exporting. And coffee also, we are the 6th largest producer in the world. If you consider the area production and production of a few crops, almost coconut we are producing 21.3 million nuts per year, and arecanut almost we are growing in an area of 10.62 lakh hectare with the production of 14.82 lakh ton. Almost 57% of the world's arecanut production is in India. And in cashew nut, almost 12 lakh hectare it is covered, and we are producing 7.95 lakh tons. With respect to cocoa, it is being cultivated in 1.11 lakh hectare with the production of 0.28 lakh ton. Oil palm is being cultivated in 5.56 lakh hectare with the production of 3.80 lakh ton. Whether we are meeting out our actual requirements in India? No, not at all. Almost, as you can see here, I have represented here cashew. Our requirement is 16.5 lakh ton per year, whereas our production is just 12 lakh ton. Almost 4.5 lakh ton deficit is there, so that we are importing from other Afro-Asian countries. You can see here cocoa also similarly. Similarly, cocoa also, we require 1.24 lakh tons of cocoa. The production is just 28,000 tons only. Whereas in pepper, we require 1.41 lakh tons of pepper, whereas our production is just 70.77 lakh ton. Means almost 50% we are producing and 50% we are importing from other countries. You can see here the production share of arecanut. Almost 79% of the arecanut is contributed from Karnataka only, and other states contribute almost 21% of the arecanut. Where as far as cashew export is concerned, it is very meager. We are exporting very less, whereas we are importing raw cashew nut from different countries. In India, we have almost 6,000 processing industries. We are unable to cope up with the need of these industries, so that we are importing from other countries to meet out the requirement of this industry. And in juvenile cashew gardens, say once you plant, after 3-4 years only it will yield. After 6 to 7 years, almost yield will go on increasing. After 10 years, the yield will stabilize. During initial period, that is juvenile gardens, we are growing different vegetable crops and other crops also. One very good example which we have seen is elephant foot yam. It is a very good vegetable which can be grown as an intercrop in cashew. Almost per rupee investment, they are getting 2.6 rupees, and almost 30 ton yield they are getting as an intercrop. Similarly, farmers they are also cultivating the pineapple as an intercrop in juvenile cashew gardens. Here you can see first year and subsequent years, first year, second year, and third year, almost they are getting the 2 lakh to up to 2 lakh as an additional income apart from cashew yield third year onwards. With respect to cocoa, also the export is very less, whereas we are importing a lot, because I mentioned the need, the requirement is very high. Demand and supply is very low. Our supply is very less, whereas demand is very high. Hence, we are importing from different countries. Whereas the domestic and international price of cocoa are almost the same, means whatever we are producing in India is also having a good quality, and farmers are very interested in the production of cocoa as an intercrop. You can see here so many farmers in and around Shimoga, even Kerala also they are growing, even Maharashtra also they are growing cocoa as an intercrop in arecanut, coconut, as well as in oil palm in West Godavari district and East Godavari district in Andhra Pradesh. They are growing cocoa as an intercrop in oil palm gardens. Here, this cocoa very good remunerative crop in arecanut as an intercrop. You can see it is evergreen and almost it sets the leaves. Those leaves serves as organic matter, and here the organic carbon content slowly enhances. The soil properties are increasing. The soil physical, biological, and chemical properties will be good, and the weed menace will be completely avoided. Hence, the farmers are saving a lot of amount. Almost per acre in Karnataka, farmers are spending 8 to 10,000 rupees for cleaning of weeds and maintenance. That can be indirectly saved by growing cocoa as an intercrop. And farmers are also, they can take up related enterprises like beekeeping and manufacture of value-added products and production of neera and coconut. Like there's so many value-added products and other related enterprises they can practice to enhance their income. Apart from this quality planting material production, this is also during the initial explanation, I have given the insights about importance of quality planting material. In plantation crops and spices, quality planting material plays vital role. If we are not getting quality planting material, we are ending up with low production and low yield. Vermicomposting, it is also whatever the additional we are producing, like organic waste, that can be converted into valuable compost by using these earthworms. We can also explore dairy. 8 to 10 animals in coconut-based farming system we can keep. And whenever we are going to the field visits, training programs, campaigns, majority of the farmers they're concentrating on monocropping. If we ask what are the major reasons why they are not following a multi-story cropping system or mixed cropping or intercropping, they say that the main crop, it will compete with the other crops for nutrients, space, sunlight. Hence, yield will be less. That is not the case. When we explain about the scientific basis for intercropping and mixed cropping, then farmers have convinced. In our area, almost arecanut, they are growing arecanut plus cocoa and pepper, arecanut, pepper, and nutmeg in 8 to 10-year-old arecanut gardens. Whereas in juvenile gardens, almost they are practicing vegetables. In coconut also, they can practice coconut, cocoa, and pepper, coconut, pepper, and nutmeg. 2 to 3 crops, so that any problem with the one crop due to any unforeseen incidences of pests, disease, or natural calamities, in such situation, other crop will rescue the farmer. In cashew, now they are growing turmeric or ginger, even vegetables also. Just one example I have quoted about this elephant foot hemp. Like this, so many crops they are practicing. In juvenile gardens, arecanut, vegetables, even flowers also very good demand, especially this marigold, anthurium, even this Rosandra, lot of jasmine. Flowers are being cultivated in arecanut as an intercrop. Farmers, they are also practicing papaya as an intercrop, and drumstick, pineapple, and turmeric. These are the important intercrops. You can see here very good pepper garden in arecanut. They have used arecanut as a life standard, and they have grown pepper with proper drainage system, means good agricultural practices. You can see here whatever the runners they are producing, the runners they have come, they are removing regularly to avoid further disease spread. And proper drainage system in excess rain also, excess water has to be drained out. In oil palm also, we are conducting good training programs for the farmers to adopt good agriculture practices, harvesting methodology. All these things we are teaching to the farmers. And frequently we are visiting to this disease affected. So many farmers wish to come to the university for any problem with respect to pest diseases and other issues. We are regularly visiting and building confidence among farming community, especially rural farmers, so that their livelihood should not be affected. Any reduction in the yield that will affect it. Hence, in such situations, we are visiting to the farmers' plots and giving a lot of information. You can see here in Arecanut, they are growing different spices and cocoa as an intercrops. In juvenile gardens, they are growing vegetables. Even agriculture crops like maize also they are growing. Here tomato, nicely it will be cultivated due to high prices. Majority of the farmers they are opting vegetables. And if they live barren, definitely during the summer conditions, in summer season, the mite infestation will be very high. In such situation, we are recommending a banana. Now you can see here they have planted banana. And pepper also, it also protects from this shoot borer. Recently, it is being noticed in our area. And farmers, they are very eager to grow other crops also in rubber, but now almost they are using cover crops to protect the soil as well as manage the weeds. Apart from that, we are mainly concentrating on skill development for rural youth, especially in plantation crops. Skill is very essential, especially for harvesting of coconut and arecanut. We are making a group of 20 to 30 youngsters, and we are training them to training for arecanut and coconut climbing and proper harvesting. Now they have started their own business, and they are making 10 to 20 member group and approaching farmers for harvesting, spraying also. You can see here the intercropping of pineapple. It is a very lucrative intercrop in arecanut. Almost arecanut crop is not being seen here. That much it has grown, and almost 2 to 3 years they will take pineapple as an intercrop. And according to our study as well as CP Kasaragod study, we found that the multi-story cropping system or intercrops or mixed crops is highly profitable compared to sole crops. If you grow only one crop, the net profit is less compared to multi-story cropping system. According to our study also, the multi-story cropping system has a higher benefit cost ratio compared to only a single crop. And we have studied the economics of cocoa as an intercrop in 8 to 15 years old areca plot by taking into consideration of 30 farmers. Almost per rupee investment, they are getting 1:2. You can see in some years also 1:3. Apart from that, they are also enriching the soil with the higher organic carbon, organic matter, so that the organic carbon slowly increases. Hence, the soil will become very fertile. In coconut, according to the study of CP Kasaragod, 8 to 10 cows can be maintained in 1 hectare of coconut-based farming system, and 3 batches of poultry birds, and almost 300 poultry birds can be maintained, and cultivation of fodder grass for animals. And we are generating around 900 additional man days per year. By this, during 2007, this study was conducted. At that time, it was just 1.2 lakh, almost it is, and during present situation, it may be around 3 lakh rupees per hectare. Production of quality planting material, it is also very important event in case of rural areas to enhance their life security, because arecanut, pepper, cashew, coconut, cocoa, and rubber, almost only 30% of the quality planting material will be produced from organized sector. Remaining 70% is coming from unorganized sector. Even though Directorate of Arecanut and Spices Development, Directorate of Cocoa and Cashew Development, National Horticulture Board, they are accrediting nurseries, but it is not sufficient. lot of planting material is required. If you take the case of Shimoga district this year, not only in university, apart from university, other nurseries, approved nurseries and unorganized nurseries, they have produced 30 lakh planting material. It has gone to different district as well as different states. I have given only one example of pepper. Like this, other crops also, a lot of planting material will be produced. Proper check is required to maintain the quality, even rate also. This is our university, our Arecanut Research Center, Arecanut Nursery. Almost we are producing 25 to 30,000 Arecanut seedlings every year, and we are producing very good quality Arecanut to the farming community. And we have considered and we have calculated the cost of production of Arecanut seedlings. Almost for 10,000 nuts means 10,000 seedlings per rupee investment, we are getting around 2 to 2.6 rupees. Means within a 1 year, whatever the amount we are investing, it will be doubled. No other financial agency will give the double amount to the farmer. This is a very lucrative business. One can explore. And frequently, we are also visiting to the cocoa nurseries along with the department officials to maintain quality and teaching the farmers and even the nurserymen for production of quality planting material. And we are also serving, I'm also serving as a member in DAST and DCCD nursery accreditation teams, and frequently we are visiting to monitor the quality of the seedlings. Like this, the very good pepper nursery we have. And you can see here lush green leaves and no spots, no pest and no disease. Such type of seedlings are required for propagation. And grafting also, cashew, almost 5 to 6 lakh cashew grafts we are selling every year, and 5 to 6 lakh of pepper cuttings we are selling every year, quality seedlings. And this plantation crops also favors us to consider the secondary agriculture, mainly processing and valuation. A lot of scope with respect to processing and valuation in almost all plantation crops. One case study with respect to Arecanut, you can see here the total value of Arecanut in Karnataka is almost 12,000 crores per year. And one in Arecanut orchard, we are getting 5 to 10 tons of leaf seed, ratches and husk. This can be converted into valuable compost, and these leaf seeds will be converted into valuable plates, cups and bowls that can be used for daily uses, and these are eco-friendly, no side effects. And compost can be prepared according to our study, almost 1,600 crore worth of compost can be prepared. Otherwise, these farmers are putting that husk along the roadside. It also leads to so many problems. Arecanut processing, a lot of opportunities here for the youngsters, and whenever Arecanut season is there, thousands of farmers are engaged in processing. Now it is a small scale business. They are also starting Areca mill. That means if you give the fresh Arecanut, they will give the processed Arecanut. Means per quintal almost they are giving 12 to 14 kgs of processed Arecanut. Earlier it was completely manually based. Now, because of labor scarcity and due to high price of the labor wages, now they are employing machines. A lot of machines are being employed for the processing. Pepper also, a lot of manpower is required for processing. Here also invariably, it is inevitable for us to go for mechanization. Similarly, in case of nutmeg and clove, turmeric and cashew also. Just I mentioned 6,000 plus cashew processing industries are there. They require a lot of rock nut, and very good quality cashew nut will be we are producing in India, and export oriented. All different grades you can see here, grades of 180, 210, 240, 320, 450 and 500. 180 and 210 grades we are exporting to different countries. This 180 means how many number of nuts per pound of cashew. That is the standard method we are following in grading of cashew. With respect to cocoa also, cocoa at this stage we have to harvest when it turns slowly, color change will be there. We have to remove all the beans, then it will be subjected to fermentation. After fermentation of 5 to 6 days, it will be dried in sunny condition for 4 to 5 days based on the sunlight. Then it will be sent for marketing. One more case study we have conducted with respect to production of areca plates, cups, and bowls from areca leaf seed. Here we have taken into consideration of 60 small-scale industries in and around Shimoga, Chickmagaluru, Davangere, and these all areca growing belts. We have visited to different units and collected all the details, and the highlights are here. Number of plants produced during 6 months is 1,80,000, and total cost of production is around 2.5 lakh, and gross return is 4.21 lakh, and net return is 1.89. Per rupee investment, almost they are getting 1.32 rupees. It is a very lucrative micro enterprise, and here small even age-old people also can practice in the home, and even leisure time, evening hours, early in the morning hours, they can practice and they can earn. These are all subsidiary units related to plantation crops. And a very good example of NERA production unit at Barandur, Bhadravati Taluk in Shimoga district in Karnataka. More than 3,000 farmers have started the FPO, and they are now extracting the NERA from the coconut and sending to different parts of the country. This is also very lucrative business, and so many farmers are now encashing this. And major, we have also a lot of, even though we have seen all the plus points, we have also a lot of problems, mainly biotic stresses. If you take the example of arecanut, we have leaf spot, almost 54,000 hectares has been affected. Fruit rot this year, a lot of orchards are affected by fruit rot because of this polyroga. 30 to 40% yield has come down. Wild yellow leaf, this is still, we have not come to the proper methods for management, because whatever the farmers are following, they are unable to contain the disease. And bud rot, mites in high temperature, where when the temperature crosses 38 to 40 degrees centigrade, at that time, mites major problem. And root grub in arecanut growing belts in high rainfall areas. Coconut also a lot of diseases, especially root wilt, Ganoderma, black-headed caterpillar, red palm weevil. And oil palm also we are noticing bud rot and Ganoderma. In pepper, major is the wilt, that is quick wilt and slow wilt. In cashew, tea mosquito bug and root and shoot borer. With respect to cocoa, again, tea mosquito bug, Charella wilt, millibug. These are the important threats, biotic stresses, which are reducing the yield of plantation crops, even quality also. Millibug also in case of pepper and cocoa, it has created a lot of problem among the farming community. You can see here the fruit rot, that is polyroga, muhalin, arecanut, and leaf spot. Almost all majority of the gardens in arecanut growing areas have been affected, both in hillocks as well as coastal belts. While it is restricted to only few pockets in Karnataka and Kerala. Yellow leaf disease also. Next, root wilt of coconut, Ganoderma wilt of oil palm. Nowadays, it is rampant in oil palm growing areas. Mites, I explained, when the temperature is very high, when we used to visit a lot of gardens, we have seen the mite infestation. Recently, we are also noticing this whitefly menace in coconut as well as arecanut. And root grub in arecanut, this is almost orchards will be wiped out in heavy infested areas like Vasanagara and Sagara taluks in Karnataka. Apart from this, so many state government as well as central government agencies are assisting financially and for developmental issues also. That is Directorate of Arecanut and Spices Development, Calicut, Directorate of Cashew and Cocoa Development, Cochin, National Horticulture Board, Gurgaon, and National Horticulture Mission-related programs, and state government schemes, particularly Mahatma Gandhi national rural guarantee, rural employment guarantee schemes, and technical, as far as technical issue is concerned, state agriculture universities, central agriculture universities, apart from that, ICAR institutes are giving a lot of technical support to the farming community. And we have some success stories I want to quote here. Say one, Mr. Amanullah Khan from Sagara Taluk in Karnataka. He received the International Pepper Community Award. I am very happy to say that two of our farmers have got the International Pepper Community Award. Last year, Amanullah Khan has received 2-3 years back. Mr. Jeremy Matthews from Shamavi also received International Pepper Community Award. Means our farmers are very intelligent and extraordinary with respect to pepper as well as arecanut and coconut production. And they have also their own models, which has not been there in any other research institutes or books. They have developed their own models. Again, we are visiting frequently to these plots and we are validating. And we have also published research papers with respect to these models. They are telling that these models, the productivity is comparatively high what we are practicing presently. That has to be again scientifically validated. We are at it. And one more farmer, Lokeshappa, again it is in Shimoga district only. He is cultivating cocoa as an intercrop from the last 20 years. And he is getting almost 80,000 rupees additional income from cocoa per acre. Apart from arecanut yield, this is the net profit he is getting from cocoa only. One more farmer in the same region, he is also getting very good income from this cocoa and pepper. And to give Pakka details, he has submitted all the cocoa, whatever he has produced, he has sold to Campo. And he has given the details date-wise when he has submitted what is the amount he has ensured. You can see here 5,78,000 rupees he has got last year only due to cocoa. Apart from this, he has got around 9 lakh rupees, 8 lakh rupees, sorry, 5 lakh rupees from pepper and 31 lakh rupees from arecanut. And apart from this, additional income 5,78,000 rupees he got from cocoa. And this is not the situation. Other situations also we have a lot of problems related to plantation crops. These problems to be considered to enhance profitability are small and marginal holding. This is the biggest problem because when you are going for mechanization, small and marginal holdings means the production cost will be very high. And mechanization, because the labor cost is very high nowadays, hence invariably we have to go for mechanization. And competition at international level. The one very good example I want to quote is pepper. In international market, pepper price is comparatively low. Indian production cost is very high. In such situation, we have a lot of competition at the international market. And we have to concentrate on increasing the productivity per unit area. That is also their concern. Next, quality production. When it comes to quality, organic, majority of the European countries, they ask us to provide organically produced and less pesticidal residue. In such cases, quality production is the important aspect we have to concentrate. And skill development, especially for harvesting, spraying, processing, marketing, skill is required. These are the important points to be considered for enhancing profitability of the farmers. And with this, I want to conclude with few points. We have still immense potentiality for plantation crops to enhance production and export, import. Wide scope for export and importing. We have to import raw material and process it and export to different countries. This is a very good point to be noticed in case of cashew. Processing and value addition. Recently, one entrepreneur has come up with this vegan leather from areca leaf spathe. Very good quality leather he has produced. And one lady entrepreneur, she has produced areca wine from fresh areca with the betel leaf tinge. And income generation, a lot of other micro enterprises are there to enhance the income of the farmer at rural places. And entrepreneurship avenues, just I explained, compost preparation, vermicomposting, mushroom cultivation, dairy. So many entrepreneurship can be explored by keeping the plantation crop as a base. And we require concerted efforts from the growers, policymakers, scientists, research and developmental institutes. And apart from this, government support is very essential. I take the opportunity to thank planters who have given valuable information, and thanks to the officials of DCCD, DAS, and Department of Horticulture for supporting R&D activities in our university. I thank one and all for listening. Any questions, please let me know. I try my level best to answer. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for this great presentation. As
Thank you.
there are some questions, and I am writing it down on the chat box. You can check it out there.
Yes, just a minute.
Yes.
Yeah. How can consumer awareness, acceptance, and behavioral change be strengthened to ensure widespread adoption of sorry. How can integrated farming system involving plantation crops enhance resilience and resource efficiency in agricultural landscapes? Yeah, just I have given one example of coconut-based farming system. There they can practice dairying, poultry, vermicompost, so that all additional income and in adverse conditions, it will protect the farmers. Next question, what are the major challenges faced by plantation crop growers today, such as climate variability, market fluctuations, and pest pressure, and how can these address to research and policy support? Yes, definitely. Just one example I have quoted is arecanut. 54,000 hectares has been affected. Government intervention, government has taken care, and we have surveyed those areas, and a special package has been launched for such areas. And climate variability from the last 5 years. That's why I stress to grow different crops in the same plantation-based area. Instead of concentrating and monocropping, you can go for 2 to 3 crops. Any problem with the one crop, other crop, you can get some yield. Market fluctuations. A lot of commodity boards have come forward. See, cocoa, Camco is there, very big cooperative organization. In Arecanut, MAMCOS, Malnad Arecanut Growers Association is there. So many organizations have come forward. They are taking care of this market situation. Pest pressure, a lot of research and developmental activities still required in ensuring proper production. Here it requires long-term policies with respect to management of pests, diseases, even value addition and climate resilient activities. I hope I have given answer for your question.
Yes, sir, totally. I think these answers are satisfied to the audience. And also, sir, thank you for shedding such valuable light on the sustainability and livelihood dimensions of plantation crops. Your presentation beautifully underscored how a plantation-based system not only support ecologically balance but also play a crucial role in strengthening rural incomes, empowering farming communities, and building long-term agricultural resilience. Your deep expertise, enriched by years of dedicated research and field engagement, truly shone through in every insight you shared today. And you have given us a broader and more meaningful understanding of how plantation crops can serve as engines of both environmental sustainability and socio-economic development. We sincerely appreciate the clarity, depth, and passion you brought to this session, sir. We truly thank you for connecting us today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
We now move forward to our lead paper presentation, and it is our pleasure to introduce Dr. Randhir Singh, Assistant Professor in Veterinary Medicine at GADVSU, Ludhiana. As Dr. Singh is a distinguished clinician, researcher, and academician whose contribution to small animal medicine, particularly in nephrology and advanced therapeutic interventions, have earned significant recognition in the veterinary community. Today, he will be presenting on a highly specialized and rapidly evolving area, advancing renal replacement therapies in companion animals, evidence based strategies, interventions, and challenges. As renal disease continue to be a major concern in companion animal health, the exploration and dialysis and other renal replacement modalities and represent a groundbreaking shift in veterinary care. Dr. Singh's expertise promised to provide us with deep insights into the largest advancements, clinical protocols, practical challenges, and future directions in this field. Bridge the gap between research and real world clinical application. With great respect and anticipation, we invite Dr. Singh to take the screen. The audience is all yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the
Thank you.
introduction. So, start. So, good evening, everyone. So, today we'll be dealing with very interesting topic, advancing renal replacement therapies in companion animals, evidence-based strategies, intervention, and challenges. So, as we all know that at present, pet industry is blooming here in India, and within 3-4 years, it will grow multiple folds as it is right now. So in pets, we have dogs and cats, which are most commonly kept in Indian households. So today we'll be specifically dealing with dogs with renal failure. So all my presentation, it will first focus on a brief introduction of renal failure, then dialysis, its types, principles, and potential risks, indications in companion animals, and potential interventions which we can carry out while doing dialysis, and the challenges involved with undertaking dialysis in pets, and then the dialysis outcomes. Some case discussions, very interesting case discussions will be there. So coming to introduction. So as we all know that there is a pair of kidneys in each animal, also dogs, and they are basically bean shaped, and around at any point of time around 25% of cardiac output is towards your kidneys. So where cortex receives 80% and medulla receives 20% of the blood supply. So nephrons are the basic functional units of the kidneys, and in any medium-sized cat, there are around 2 lakh nephrons per kidney, whereas in a medium-sized dog, there may be around 5 to 7 lakhs nephrons per kidney. So, renal failure, or we have renal injury, or we have renal disease. So there are different terminologies, but right now we'll be talking about acute kidney injury and chronic kidney disease. So acute kidney injury, that is AKI. So it is a continuous and dynamic process that can range from a mild, acute, clinically asymptomatic lesion to severe complete renal failure. So whereas so it is the alteration in renal structure, and or function that affects one or both kidneys and persist for a minimum of 2 to 3 months. So basically, acute kidney injury is spontaneous, so it can occur due to any incident or any accident which leads to reduced perfusion towards kidneys. So there may be blood loss, there can be any toxic causes, toxicities also, which can cause acute kidney injury. Whereas CKD, so it requires continuous injury to the kidneys over a period of time, mostly up to 3 months, and it is mostly irreversible because there is structural loss of the nephrons. So it has been estimated that CKD affects up to 50% of cats regardless of their age, and 80% of cats older than 15 years are usually affected with CKD. Whereas in case of dogs, the prevalence is less, but nowadays more and more cases are cropping up regardless of the age of the dog. So coming to dialysis. So what is dialysis basically? So dialysis is a process of removing excess water, solutes, and toxins from the blood when kidneys can no longer perform these functions naturally. So dialysis is basically, in veterinary medicine, it is at this time, it is one of the most advanced modality which is being used. So you can judge the importance of dialysis by the fact that worldwide there are only 7 to 8 veterinary institutions which are providing this modality, treatment modality. And the cost is very high. In UC Davis, I think they take around 10,000 USD to admit a dog for dialysis. Whereas in India also, some 1 or 2 private hospitals, they are running dialysis and they are taking around 80,000 to 1 lakh per session. So that's basically very much costly modality also. And the main thing is that it is very, very technically sophisticated, and it is very advanced modality where a veterinarian has to be very much trained while for performing this dialysis. Okay. So that's why, due to this fact that you need very, very, very expensive and very, very broad knowledge before performing dialysis, because you are taking out blood from the body of the animal. Okay, so it is very risky procedure, and you have to be very much trained before going for dialysis. Okay, so there are different types of dialysis. So broadly speaking, so we have peritoneal dialysis and we have hemodialysis. So hemodialysis can be further divided into intermittent hemodialysis or IHD, or continuous renal replacement therapy or CRRT. Although there are some new machines, some new dialysis platforms where there are some other modalities like online hemodiafiltration, online HDF we say. Then there are other renal replacement modalities also, or extracorporeal modalities like hemoperfusion. Okay, so I will not be dealing with those things. I'll be dealing with intermittent hemodialysis right now. So first, coming to peritoneal dialysis. So it's a type of dialysis which uses the peritoneum in abdomen as the membrane through which fluids and dissolved substances are exchanged with the blood. So here you can see the picture. So that the dog's abdominal cavity has peritoneum membrane, and we use it as a semi-permeable membrane. So there is a commercial diazolate solution which is coming. So you have to infuse that diazolate solution through a specific peritoneal catheter into the abdomen, into the peritoneal cavity of dog, and then this peritoneal dialysis will start. From one side, you will send the diazolate fluid to the abdomen, and then through the process of diffusion, the uremic toxins will be dissolved in that diazolate fluid, and then they will be taken out through a drain line. So peritoneal dialysis is usually not preferred in veterinary science, veterinary medicine, because of many potential risks and complications. So they include, first of all, peritonitis, because there is a huge risk of developing infection at the site of catheter insertion. Then there is abdominal pain due to continuous drainage of the dialysate solution into the abdominal cavity. So there will be continuous abdominal pain and discomfort. And if you are performing peritoneal dialysis over a period of time again and again, then there will be weakening of abdominal muscles. And ultimately, when there will be weakening of abdominal muscles, they will lead to hernia. So chances of hernia are more in your peritoneal dialysis. So due to these reasons, we don't prefer peritoneal dialysis in pets. Although where there is a lack of hemodialysis equipment, you can perform peritoneal dialysis, but you have to be very, very, very much careful about all these potential risks and complications. Now coming to intermittent hemodialysis. So it is a renal replacement therapy that is defined by short and efficient hemodialysis sessions with the goal of removing endogenous and exogenous toxins from the bloodstream. So here we have in this intermittent hemodialysis, we have one dialysis platform. So, and we have an artificial kidney. Then we have tubings from one side. We are taking out the blood from the animal body. Then that blood is passed through the artificial kidney. After filtration, that blood is again sent back to the animal body. So that's how this intermittent hemodialysis works. Then another modality is your continuous hemodialysis or continuous renal replacement therapy, CRRT. So it is a continuous process, and once treatment begins, therapy continues until renal function returns or the patient is transitioned to intermittent hemodialysis. So this CRRT is more time and financially demanding therapy as compared to intermittent hemodialysis. So if you want your pet to be going to CRT, so you may require around only 25 to 28,000 as consumables only. So this machine uses consumables of 25 to 28,000 only. So it is very expensive, and it is not that much recommended in veterinary medicine due to this financially demanding reason. And even then you can have it. It is a very good therapy when you want to undertake dialysis in unstable patients, those patients which are hemodynamically unstable. So you can hook them on this CRRT machine and let it clear the blood for around 24 to 30 hours slowly and slowly. Whereas in intermittent hemodialysis, the cost of consumables is much less. It is around 2,000 to 3,000 only, and it takes around 4 to 5 hours only. So in veterinary medicine, intermittent hemodialysis is the preferred hemodialysis modality, which is recommended. So principles of hemodialysis. So here hemodialysis aims to remove accumulated metabolic waste products and correct blood electrolyte composition by means of an exchange between patient blood and dialysate fluid across a semi-permeable membrane in a countercurrent mechanism. So we can also remove excess fluid from the body by means of ultrafiltration. So
removes wastes and water by circulating blood outside the body through an external filter or an artificial kidney called the dialyzer that contains a semi-permeable membrane. The blood flows in one direction and the dialysate flows in the opposite direction. There's hemodialysis. It removes.
So then the next principle is countercurrent
blood dialysate. This means that the dialysate is flowing in the opposite direction to the blood flow in the extracorporeal circuit. Countercurrent flow maintains the concentration gradient across the membrane at a maximum and increases the efficiency of the dialysis. This approach is used for intermittent hemodialysis to provide maximum effusive gradient and maximum removal of uremic toxins as fresh dialysate fluid is continuously exposed to solutes, uremics, and toxins laden in blood. The countercurrent blood dialysate flow. We find that in the first part of the blood, entry of the dialysate fluid is already concentrated, but it is less concentrated than the blood. Thus, there is still a concentration gradient. While in the middle, the concentration gradient remains the same. The blood is depleted of solutes at the same rate as the dialysate is enriched by it. At the end of the blood circulation from the dialyzer, the concentration gradient remains the same. The solutes depleted blood is exposed to a completely clean dialysate as the concentration gradient remains unchanged. So we have a blood pathway and a dialysate pathway and a diffusion process all through the dialyzer.
So then another principle of dialysis, also involves convection.
The second basic principle of solute removal is called convection. Convection is the simultaneous transport of solvent and solutes from the blood compartment to the dialysate compartment across the dialysis membrane, sometimes from the dialysate compartment to the blood compartment, and is called backfiltration. Solute transfer across a semi-permeable membrane by pressure makes solute drag, and the convective transport across the membrane has many determinants, like water flux across the membrane. Increased water flux leads to increased dragging of solutes and increased convection. Pore size of the membrane. The bigger the pore size, the more the molecular removal. Molecular size. Larger molecular movement is less. So in conventional therapy, we find that very big molecules like albumin are not removed, while middle-sized molecules can be easily transported. So movement of fluids carrying dissolved solutes depends upon ultrafiltration rates and transmembrane pressure and more efficient middle-sized molecular removal.
So then there are also potential risks and complications associated with hemodialysis. So the first and foremost is your hematoma formation at catheter site. So before performing dialysis, we have to introduce a double lumen catheter into the jugular vein of the dog, and this catheter, its tip must be positioned at the junction of cranial vena cava and right atrium. And when you take out that catheter from the vein, so there is every chance of uncontrolled bleeding, and that is one of the major potential risks. And then the infection at the catheter entry site. So from the entry point where we are inserting the catheter, so it can easily catch up infection. And then during dialysis, as you are taking out blood from the animal body, so there will be chances of hypotension, and then the thrombus formation if the blood clots in between the tubing or in the catheter, so then there is chances of thrombus formation. Apart from that, so there is a syndrome termed as dialysis disequilibrium syndrome, or DDS, which happens when you perform dialysis too fast. You try to clear the uremic toxins in a very short period of time. Then due to fluid shift, there will be edema in the brain, and it may cause dialysis disequilibrium syndrome, or DDS. So that is a potentially life-threatening condition, basically. So coming to indications of intermittent hemodialysis. So indications for dialytic interventions in acute kidney injury. So you have to initiate dialysis if serum creatine is more than 5 mg per dl and trending higher in a hydrated animal. So the second indication is persistent anuria or oliguria, unresponsive to appropriate fluid therapy and medicinal management. The third indication is severe and life-threatening overhydration unresponsive to diuretic therapy and promoting TOD, that is target organ damage. electrolyte disturbances which cannot be controlled by medical or surgical management. So all these conditions warrant initiation of dialysis in pets. So then indications of dialytic initiation in case of chronic kidney disease. So when clinical signs cannot be controlled effectively, and when all other means are not sufficient, however, before animal have decompensated substantially, means you have to start dialysis in those dogs which are suffering from chronic kidney disease, which have not decompensated substantially, means they have not entered a catabolic state, means that they have not reduced much of their body weight before initiation of dialysis. And the main focus of starting dialysis in dogs suffering from chronic kidney disease is to increase quality of life. So coming to basic requirements of intermittent hemodialysis. So the first and the foremost is the double lumen catheter or DLC, which is basically a complete kit. This is a double lumen catheter. Then you have vessel dilators, you have insertion needle, you have a J wire or guide wire, you have a BP blade, and this is the whole kit which you usually get. And this double lumen catheter that comes in various lengths and diameters. So you can see that this is a 11.5 French 13 centimeter catheter. So this catheter may be good for a dog which is a small breed dog or a medium sized dog. But for dogs more than 20 kg body weight, you may require a double lumen catheter having around 19 to 20 centimeter length and around 11.5 to 12 French your diameter. So these catheters can be temporary and or permanent pump cats. So temporary catheter, you can easily manage a temporary catheter for around 3 to 4 weeks without any infection if you properly manage the catheter. Whereas permanent catheters, they can be kept in place for extended period of times, usually months together. Then the second important thing is your blood tubing. So this blood tubing, they comes all in different sizes. So here you can see these blood tubings are of Fresenius Medical Care. So they come in different sizes. You can see the filling volume. This is important. So this filling volume is basically the volume of blood which the tube will take while performing dialysis. So you think that if you have a dog which is around 15 kg and you are using a blood tubing with volume of around 155 ml, so that will endanger the life of the animal because it will cause hypovolemia. So you have to make sure that you are selecting an appropriate blood tubing according to the size of the animal, according to the blood volume of the animal. Then is the dialyzer or artificial kidney. So these dialyzers, they are also coming in different sizes and there are different membranes, different materials. Some are polysulfones, some are haloxone. Okay, so these dialyzers, basically they are selected based on their surface area. So this is, for example, this is a 1.4 meter square surface area. So there are different dialyzers. So here I am dealing with Fresenius Medical Care dialyzer. So they can be FX5, FX8, FX10, and you can see the surface area over here: 1 meter square, 1.4 meter square, 1.8 meter square. The larger the size of the animal, the more surface area you have to use. Then the dialysate solution. So this dialysate solution, it is basically composed of two parts, part A and part B. Part A is acidic solution, whereas part B is sodium bicarbonate. So you can see this is a bibag sodium bicarbonate, whereas this is a part A which contains all the electrolytes: sodium chloride, potassium chloride, calcium. Then you have magnesium, also acetic acid. So it comes with dextrose, without dextrose. So there are different variants of this part A solution which you can use depending on the condition of the animal. For example, if an animal is diabetic, so I will not use a part A which is having dextrose in it. I will use a dextrose free part A. So that's how it works. And anticoagulant, so this is an important aspect of dialysis because you are taking out the blood from the body of the animal to an extracorporeal circuit, to artificial circuit. So you will need appropriate anticoagulation. So most commonly used anticoagulant is heparin sodium. So you are using it at a dose rate of 50 international unit per kg body weight. And basically this heparin therapy, it is recommended evaluate the activated clotting time, ACT, of the animal during dialysis, and according to the activated clotting time you have to give heparin. So it is recommended to keep ACT between 180 to 200 seconds, and whenever it gets lower to that 180, so you have to give heparin accordingly. Then is the platform selection. So there are various firms which are providing hemodialysis machines. So I will be talking about only those machines which are having global presence. So reputed brands include Fresenius Medical Care Germany. This is what we are using here at Guru Angad Dev Veterinary and Animal Sciences University. So then we have B. Braun Germany. So this is also a very good machine. Then we have Baxter International USA. Then we have Medtronics Ireland. Then we have Divata USA, and we have Nipro Corporation Japan also. And this is another hemodialysis machine that is basically a HDF machine, hemodiafiltration. This is also of Fresenius Medical Care. And here in India, I mostly recommend Fresenius Medical Care machines because they work very well with animals. Although you can use any other machine also, but I recommend Fresenius. And latest, all these machines, basically they are a human machine. There is no specific animal specific machine. These are all human machines which are being used in veterinary medicine. And of late in America, they just introduced a new machine, that is Carpedum by Medtronics, which means cardio-renal pediatric dialysis emergency machine. So this machine can perform dialysis from body weight 2.5 to 10 kg. That's very good machine for veterinary use. But as what I know is that they produced only a limited number of these machines on a pilot basis, and the company now doesn't produce this machine. That's what I know till now. I tried to get this machine, but what I know is that they produced only a handful of these machines, and they are not producing it in commercial level. So that machine can perform dialysis from body weight 2.5 to 10 kg. So these machines, they can perform dialysis from body weight 14 kgs and above. So you can perform dialysis of less than 14 kg dogs also, but then there you have to do some modifications, like you have to use pediatric blood tubing, you have to use pediatric dialyzer. So according to the body weight, you have to make many changes. So before starting dialysis, you have to keep in mind the priming volume and priming fluids. So extracorporeal circuit should ideally be less than 10% of animal's blood volume. If it exceeds 15% of animal's blood volume, be cautious about hypovolemia, hypotension, and hypoxemia. And if it exceeds 20% of animal's blood volume, synthetic colloids like plasma or whole blood prime is recommended. So the expected hematocrit should be should be more than 20% after dilution of blood with priming solution. When hematocrit is less than 20%, blood transfusion prior to treatment is indicated. So that means that if the hematocrit is less than 20% before I start dialysis, so I will not perform dialysis in that case. So before that, I have to first give blood transfusion, and then only I will proceed for dialysis. So this is a very important point. Your extracorporeal circuit should ideally be less than 10% of animal's blood volume. So the extracorporeal circuit will include your blood tubing and your dialyzer. Then another important thing is the dose, urea reduction ratio, and treatment duration. So urea reduction ratio, or URR, it is a measure of how well dialysis removes waste product from the animal body. And then you have fractional patient urea clearance, that is KTV. It describes the delivered urea clearance provided to the patient, normalized to the patient's urea distribution volume. So in a simple language, if I tell you, so if the animal's BUN is less than 200 mg per DL, so you have to remove its urea BUN to less than 50% in the initial first session. And if the BUN is ranging between 200 to 300 mg per DL, so you should make sure that you are not reducing this BUN by more than 50%. You have to keep safely between 30 to 50%. And if the BUN is more than 300 mg per DL, then your reduction of this BUN should be less than 40%. So this is very important. If you increase the intensity of clearance, so there the animal will go into dialysis disequilibrium syndrome. So it is always slow process. In the first session, initial session, you have to deliberately go very slow. You have to deliberately keep the clearance level at a slow pace. And then in the subsequent session, you can slowly increase your urea reduction ratio and clearance. So there are various online calculators also available where you can calculate this KTV and URR ratio. So for example, this is one omnicalculator.com, where here you can put your pre-dialysis urea level, post-dialysis urea level, and your urea reduction ratio will come. And the same thing is for your KTV also. Then another important aspect of dialysis is ultrafiltration. So it is the process of removing excess fluid from the blood through the dialysis membrane by means of pressure. So indications: any life-threatening component of overhydration resulting in pulmonary edema, refractory hypertension, congestive heart failure, and oliguria. Non-life-threatening overhydration like peripheral edema, congestive nephropathy, ascites, and gut edema. Pleural effusion is not effectively corrected by ultrafiltration and required theracocensis at least 2 hours prior to dialysis heparinization. So you have to make sure that you are not using ultrafiltration in dialysis as a treatment for pleural effusion. So this dialysis will not remove fluid from the pleura. Okay, and you have to also make sure that if the animal is having pleural effusion, so you are draining that pleural effusion, you are doing theracocensis at least 2 hours before actual dialysis heparinization, or there will be increased risk of uncontrolled bleeding. So generally dogs tolerate ultrafiltration rate up to 8 to 10 ml per kg per hour, whereas cats tolerate ultrafiltration rates up to 5 ml per kg per hour. Coming to challenges, so first one is hemodialyzer. So everyone may not get the required surface area of hemodialyzer at their place. So I also hear many times get this problem that when we get a patient which is having less than 6 kg body weight, I can't get a dialyzer which is having surface area of 0.2 meters square. Although in India, I think they don't supply, they are not licensed to supply this small surface area dialyzers. So it is very difficult to get it here in our local market. And the same thing applies to your blood tubing also. I'm getting blood tubing and it is very tough to get that in Indian market. Then another important thing is your dialysate composition. So as I told you earlier, dialysate, it includes part A and part B. So part B is your sodium bicarbonate, whereas part B includes all your electrolytes. And you can alter the composition of part A according to the requirements of the patient. Okay, that is very much possible. For example, the dog is having hypokalemia, it is having low potassium. So you can normally the can parte, it comes with 2K potassium. So you can add potassium chloride KCl into it and make it up to 3%, 4% accordingly. Okay. Then we have anticoagulation. We know we are using heparin routinely, but in some cases you can do citrate anticoagulation also. And nowadays another modality, even I have tried it in many animals which were having increased risk of bleeding, that is heparin free dialysis. Just you have to do is that you have to adequately monitor the animal, and you have to give routine normal saline flush in the extracorporeal circuit so that the blood doesn't clot. So after initial priming with heparin, you can carry out the whole dialysis with repeated normal saline flush, and that is also a very safe procedure. But the thing is that you have to be very much particular about the clotting. Then the diastolic temperature. So this is also important thing. It is the machine is having a setting where you can set the temperature of the diastolic. So mostly try to keep that diastolic temperature less than the normal body temperature, because it will cause the cooler environment, the cooler diastolic will cause vasoconstriction, and it will allow more blood towards the peripheral vasculature, which will help maintain the blood pressure of the animal. If you keep the diastolic temperature towards higher side, so it will cause dilation, so that will reduce the blood pressure and there will be chances of hypotension. And then another important aspect of dialysis is water purification. So dialysis, 3 to 4 hour dialysis may consume around 60 to 70 liters of RO water. So that is very important that your RO plant is serviced every few weeks, and you are regularly testing the quality of the RO water before undertaking dialysis. So according to Association for Advancement of Medical Instrumentation, product water and diastolate must contain less than 100 cloniforming unit per ml of bacteria and less than 0.25 EU per ml of endotoxin. So that's how important this RO water purification system is. You just imagine that around 60 to 70%, 70 liter of water is coming in contact with the blood, and if there is any endotoxin in that water, so then that will directly transfer to the blood of the animal, and that will cause infection. In fact, most of the dialysis related infections, complications, they arise through this water system, RO system. And then monitoring. So dialysis is a very much you can say monitoring process. It is not that you just start dialysis and go somewhere else. It is not same as in humans, where they do nocturnal dialysis also, that a person goes to a dialysis center in the night, they hook that person to a dialysis machine, and then he sleeps for 4 to 5 hours. The dialysis machine goes on filtering the blood, and in the morning the man again come to home. But it's not same in pets. So in pets you have to continuously monitor the patient for different parameters, including your heart rate, your temperature, your blood pressure. So you have to monitor each and everything round the clock during an ongoing dialysis. And complications. So as I told you earlier, so dialysis involves complication. This is a risky procedure. This is an invasive procedure where you are inserting catheter tip up to the right atrium, and then you are taking out the whole blood of the animal outside the animal body in an extracorporeal artificial circuit. So anything can go up and down, and you have to be very much particular about routine monitoring. And it is advisable to please don't venture into performing intermittent hemodialysis without proper training from experienced experts in the field, as it may lead to serious life-threatening consequences in an already compromised patient. So please don't venture into dialysis that yes, I can do it or anybody can do it. If it has been so much easy, then throughout the world there might be having so many dialysis centers for pets, but it is not there. It is because of the technicality involved, because of the knowledge, because of the expertise which is required to perform safe dialysis in pets. So quickly, I will go through application of companion of dialysis in companion animals. So at our place, at our dialysis unit at Guru Angad Dev Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, we routinely undertake dialysis which are suffering from renal failure that may be due to hemoprotozoan infection, especially E. canis babesia, then pancreatitis, then toxicity induced by NSAIDs, hydrocarbon ingestion, then in female pets, pyometra is very common, and this pyometra may lead to acute kidney injury. Then post-operative AKI is also very common, and toxicities like scrapes and snake bites are common. And yes, of course, in case of CKD, where we think that by performing dialysis, we can improve the quality of life of the animal, we perform dialysis in these cases also. So these are some cases of dialysis which whose lives were saved by the dialysis unit. So this is a golden retriever breed Tyson, around 1.2 years male, having 17 kg body weight. So this dog, basically, it was given high dose of NSAID, that is meloxicam, Melonex, for around 15 days, and it suffered from acute kidney injury. So when it was presented to us, we diagnosed it with acute kidney injury, and through history taking, we came to know that it was given higher doses of Melonex for continuous for 15 days, and then we performed dialysis in this dog, and this dog, although we thought that we may have to take we have to do 4 or 5 sessions of dialysis on this dog, but to our surprise, only with 1 session. So this dog just survived only after 1 session. We don't need to do another session in this dog. In this first session, we reduced the creatine to 5.1, and then after that it was kept only on medicinal therapy fluids and antifibrotic drugs, and this dog survived. And then another dog, this is also a golden retriever, it's Noori. It was from Jammu, and it was a female dog, and this dog was having history of habit of leaking engine oil, leaking from the car. So engine oil, so it is basically hydrocarbon, which is nephrotoxic, and we performed dialysis of these dogs. There were around 4 sessions, and these are the reports that how we started from 13.7 creatine, and it was totally, we took it to 1.4, and this, I think that another post IHD it is missing from here. So this dog is also surviving right now even after 1 year of dialysis. So I think this was after 6 months when it was again presented to us for re-evaluation. So then another dog, this was Maggie. So same thing. So it was also suffering from renal failure, and dialysis saved its life. So it is like that, all those cases in which this dialysis was done, if the dialysis was not done, have not been done in these cases, these dogs might have collapsed within 1 week or 10 days. But all these cases, they are still surviving even after 1 year of dialysis. So that's a normal dialysis routine at our dialysis unit, where we maintain all the compliance with regard to the sterility of the environment, with regard to the around the clock monitoring during ongoing dialysis. We have a teaching hospital, and here we also train our internship students, next generation vets, on this advanced renal replacement therapy. And at last, I would like to tell you something about dialysis unit. So this unit was established in year 2020, and within few years, our dialysis unit has managed to be the topmost dialysis unit in India, although there, and this is right now at present, I'm talking with you. And right now in India, this is the only fully functional veterinary dialysis unit, institutional veterinary dialysis unit in India, and and one of the few among in the world. Okay, and we found our dialysis unit found reference in the book Reflections on India's Public Policies, which was forwarded by Honorable Vice President of India. So our dialysis unit was in news for very good reasons. We have many security dogs. We have one Tyson from BSF, which was posted at Indo-Pak border in Gurdaspur. So that dog was treated, his life was saved by dialysis unit after dialysis. Then latest we have a Railway Protection Force dog Annex, whose life was also saved after dialysis. So this dog was an explosive detection dog posted with Northern Railways Ambala, and this dog's life was also saved by the dialysis unit Gudwasu. So we have pet referrals from across the country. We get here in dialysis unit, we get pets from Uttarakhand, UP, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, Haryana. So from different states, pets are being brought here for this life-saving procedure. So thanks for your attention. So any question? So I'll be
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. The presentation was very impressive and very commendable. And as there are some questions for you, and I will drop the questions in the chat box. Please have a look.
Yeah. I can't find. Okay. What critical clinical criteria determine whether a companion animal should transition from conventional kidney treatment to advanced renal replacement therapies such as dialysis or hemoperfusion? So that's a very good question, and I think one slide was there where there were indications for starting dialysis in case of acute kidney injury and in case of your chronic kidney disease. So I will again repeat that in case of acute kidney injury, if the creatine is more than 5 mg per dl and it is increasing day by day, even after proper fluid therapy, after proper hydration of the animal, so then that animal require dialysis. And if there are severe toxicities, if there is severe fluid imbalance, or there is overhydration, or there is fluid overload which cannot be controlled by medicinal therapy, then that patient is a good candidate for undertaking dialysis. And in case of chronic kidney disease, when all the medicinal therapies they have failed, and you just can't control the clinical signs like vomiting, like your seizures, that is uremic encephalopathy, then in those cases you can start dialysis. And the next question is, how do different renal replacement modalities, hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, hemoperfusion, compare in terms of effectiveness, long-term outcomes, and complication risk, and how should evidence-based protocol guide their selection? So that's also a very good question. So basically, your peritoneal dialysis, that is that we don't recommend performing in animals, because you can't maintain the proper sepsis in animals. So there is high chance of getting infection while performing peritoneal dialysis. So we reserve peritoneal dialysis in those cases, in those scenarios where you are unable to perform hemodialysis, where you don't have a hemodialysis platform. There you can perform peritoneal dialysis. Whereas hemodialysis, so that is a very good modality, and especially your intermittent hemodialysis, because here you will be using hemodialysis for intermittent period for 3 to 4 or 5 hours, then again you will be doing dialysis. So it is a intermittent procedure, so that is recommended for veterinary patients. Whereas in case of hemoperfusion, that's a totally different concept. Hemoperfusion, basically here it is main concept of hemoperfusion is to remove toxins, exogenous toxins from the blood. For example, there is a case of poisoning, snake bite, or some toxicity, then hemoperfusion is recommended, where they use a charcoal filter to remove the toxins from the blood. And for long term effectiveness and outcomes, I think the AKI cases, acute kidney injury cases, they have a very, very, very good prognosis after undergoing adequate dialysis. Whereas in case of chronic kidney disease, which is basically irreversible damage to your kidneys, so you have to just manage those patients for their quality of life. You can just improve their quality of life, whereas you can increase some amount of lifespan. But most of the CKD cases, they come after 8 to 10 years of age, and the average age in India, the pets we are having 12 to 13 years only. So you can just think that after 10 years, if you are going for dialysis, so that dog, if it even survives for 6 months to 1 year, so that is even okay for the pet parent. Yes.
I guess that's all with the questions. And thank you, Dr. Randhir sir, for delivering such a comprehensive and enlightening overview of the recent advancements in renal replacement therapies for companion animals. As your evidence-based approach combined with your clinical expertise brought exceptional clarity to a highly specialized and complex area of veterinary medicine, as the depth of your presentation spanning cutting edge intervention, practical challenges, and the future scope of nephrology in small animal practice has truly impressed and inspired us. And your commitment to advancing veterinary healthcare and improving patients' outcomes reflects the highest standards of scientific excellence and compassion. We are deeply grateful for the knowledge and perspective you have shared with us today, sir. And also, thank you for your exceptional presentation and for sharing the inspiring stories of some dogs who bravely fought through dialysis, and your compassion, clinical expertise, and commitment to giving these animals a second chance at life are truly remarkable. We deeply appreciate your dedication and the hope you bring to countless pet families. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is now time for much anticipated award announcements. I, Sakshi, will be reading out today's list of winners. Congratulations in advance to all the deserving recipients. Some of the awards were announced yesterday, and today I will be announcing the next set of awardees. The remaining awardees that could not be announced today will be declared tomorrow. And we appreciate your patience and invite you all to stay tuned for the complete list. At first, we have Dr. Kamal Kumar, Best Olariculturist Award, and Dr. Abhishek Kumar, Young Scientist Award, Mr. Uday Kumar, Best MSc Thesis Award, Mr. Rishabh Singh, Best Research Scholar Award, and Dr. Damor Joel, Young Agri Economist Award, and Dr. Sachin, Best MVSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Satpal Singh, Veterinarian of the Year Award, and Dr. Pavan Tejasvi, Emerging Scientist, and Dr. Rekha Kumari Meena, Young Women Scientist Award, and uh, Shrushti Manugiri, Young Researcher Award, and Miss Parvi Garg, Young Researcher Award, and Mr. Harish B, Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. G. Nehru, Outstanding Thesis Award in PhD, and also Miss Samikya Jina, Gold Medal Award, and Dr. Lakshman Navi, Young Achiever Award, and Dr. Abdul Rahman, uh, Dr. Pruthi Award, Entomology, and Dr. Anish, Emerging Scientist Award, and Dr. Roshni Thampi, Outstanding PhD Thesis, and Dr. Veena, Young Women Extension Scientist Award, and Mr. Pradeep Bansan Rao, Young Researcher Award, and Dr. Villa Veera, Best Floriculturist Award, and Dr. Amit Arun, Scientist of the Year Award, and Dr. Rakesh Punia, Best Plant Pathologist Award, um, Dr. Kavya, Best MTech Agri Engineering Thesis Award, and Dr. Ashwini, Young Women Scientist Award, and Dr. Anil Kumar, Ratan Lal Award, Soil Science, and Mrs. Shabna Khan, Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Ashutosh Purohit, Young Scientist Award, Mr. Anil Kumar, Best Scientist Award, and Dr. Situti Sharma, Young Women Scientist Award, and Miss Chandana, Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Pooja Bora, Young Women Scientist Award, Dr. Preeti, Eminent Scientist Award, and Dr. Jeevan Ranjan Das, Sir, uh, Dr. S.K. Nigam Memorial Young Scientist Award, and Miss Birina, Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Reshma A. Victor, Excellence of Research Award, and Dr. Ronak Thakur, Mundakar Award, and Dr. Niharika Thakur, Outstanding PhD Thesis Award. Dr. Rita Prakash Rathore, Young Women Scientist Award. Shal Bala, Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Vineet Kaswan, Best Teacher Award, and Dr. Sanmeet Kaur, Young Scientist Award, Dr. Rashni Thampi, Best PhD Thesis Award, and Dr. Vikas Sharma, Young Scientist Award, and Dr. Surabhi Singh. Also, Dr. Nagamani, Young Women Extension Scientist Award, and Dr. Jayalakshmi B. Pawar, Innovative Extension Educationist Award, and Mr. Jagarla Mudi Netra Young Horticulturist Award, and Dr. Anita Rajkumar Emerging Scientist Award, and Dr. Anjali Verma Young Agri Economist Award, and Dr. Harsimran Singh Best MBSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Shekhar Gowda Patil Excellence in Teaching Award, and Dr. Anand Young Scientist Award, and Dr. Lahru Pui Distinguished Scientist Award, and Dr. Gayatri Sahu Eminent Scientist Award, and Mr. Swarnajit Pal MSc Thesis Award, and Miss Archita Bhagwati Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Swati Sharma, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Outstanding Women Scientist Award, and we have Sirsa Joy Young Researcher Award, Shruti Mishra Young Fellow Award, and Ankita Nath MSc Best Thesis Award, and Shubham Kinchi Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. Anirban Das Young Entomologist Award, and Dr. Vikas Verma Young Plant Breeder Award, and Riya K.R. Best MSc Thesis Award, and Dr. K. Chandrasekhar Best KVK Scientist Award, and Dr. Supritha Raj Outstanding PhD Thesis Award, and we have Dr. Monica Rani Young Scientist Award, and Dr. Bhakti Panchal Young Women Scientist Award, and Dr. Bontha Best Teacher Award, and we have and we also have Dr. Arun Kumar who has Best MSc Thesis Award, and we have Dr. Kala Ashok Outstanding PhD Thesis Award, and we have Dr. Veena who has Young Women Scientist Award, Sushmita Datta the Young Researcher Award, and Dr. Zakir Hussain Eminent Research Fellow Award, and we have Dr. Ranjana Chakrabarti Distinguished Scientist Award, and we do have Dr. Vishali who has Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh Award, and Miss Stella D'Souza MSc Best Thesis Award, and we have Dr. Yogesh T. Pawar Best KVK Institute of the Year Award, and we have Dr. Rashmi Young Women Extension Scientist Award, Mr. Anmol Deep Singh Chakkal Best MSc Thesis Award, and we have Dr. Randhir Singh Best Veterinary Scientist Award. And we have Mr. Chetan Gauraji Patil, a Best MSc Thesis Award. And we have Dr. Vishali Punjab Rao Deshmukh. And we have Dr. Arijit Ray, Best Food Scientist Award. And we also have Dr. Dalpat Lal, Young Scientist Award. Dr. Anitha MS, Emerging Scientist Award. And we have Dr. Hari Kesh, Excellence in Research Award. And Arijit Ray, Best Food Scientist Award. That's all for today, and the remaining awards that could not be announced today will be declared tomorrow. We appreciate your patience and invite you all to stay tuned for the complete list. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of day 2 of this remarkable conference, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, my heartfelt gratitude goes to all our esteemed speakers who joined us today and enriched this platform with their knowledge, expertise, and inspiring perspectives. Your sessions from climate variability, precision agriculture, veterinary advancements, molecular breeding, 3D food printing, rice fortification, agri-tech innovations to sustainable plantation systems have truly expanded our understanding and strengthened our collective commitment to agriculture and veterinary progress. A sincere thank you to our invited speakers and lead paper presenters for sharing cutting edge research, practical insights, and forward thinking idea. Your contribution have made day 2 exceptionally enlightened and impactful. To all participating scientists, academicians, researchers, entrepreneurs, students, and delegates, thank you for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and incredible enthusiasm throughout the day. Your presence fuels the spirit of this conference. A special appreciation to our organizing team, coordinators, technical support staff, volunteers, and behind all the scientists and students. Thank you for your dedication and teamwork. We also thank our thus organizers and collaborators as we conclude today's proceeding. We look forward to welcoming you all again tomorrow for day 3, where more enriching sessions, discussions, and interactions awaits. Thank you once again to everyone who made day 2 a grand success. Have a wonderful evening, all of you, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.